You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. DJ Dork Genius.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Seasons, if this is the shit that you wanna hear, this is too easy. I might have a better year. Watch how the labor go. Call say the devil said, but I'm a veteran. Been had my foot on the gas. I'm a 7, get better, more clever and solid with metal gear. I am the Mississippi, had your Mississippi. See, there's a difference here. This is my house, all you niggas just living here. Those are my place, they get this, no Thanksgiving here. Listen, my niggas, no bitch here. For all my niggas, some niggas go disappear. Please do not miss you there. Oh, hey, your face on the shirt, and I promise it won't be too serious to open your stomach like damage you giving birth. Really up, that's God, don't see the dice I roll. Ace play, some of the life I chose. For the mic I roll to the bud I smoke. All you niggas really worry about what I've been told. You should worry about the nigga whose spot I stole. I'm so goddamn cold, got a heart that froze. You niggas really trashies, but I've been told. Fuck bitch, curse this, kick rocks, woke bitch from the dirt. I got rocks in my watch, don't trip. Got a bitch, don't talk bad, she just strip. I'm lit like. Funny how these niggas wanna be me. Thought they had the vision, but they couldn't see an AC. Now these niggas hate me. Funny how that works out. Never to the bank, why these bitches live their shirts up. When I flip my wrist, you would think I write a curse up. First off, let me show you niggas who the worst is. Worst be the best, pay respect. You might learn shit if you ain't from the bottom. You don't understand what hurt is. Niggas lurking for certain. I don't close the kitchen, close the curtains. I'm working. Going at my own pace, emerging, the splurging. Know what y'all talking about, never heard, know the law. I put that working for the dough, you niggas hating on the low. Or hikey, fucking with a slip dick, chick, shit exciting. The way she giving me head, I can feel it in my psyche. I'm the best at everything that they know might be. If you take a look in his eyes, you'll be surprised that he's a little fucked to the mind, no peace inside. So I decide to pick a little bitty piece at a time. When we can lie, we rise and we live in the sky, no peace of mind. But aiming for a peace of mind. And what the fuck you niggas really did it this time? At least the king inside, no time to rewind. But it's by time, I got time. With Flow God.
Yeah.
We start off the show by playing
days in that
some of the playlist and records
talking about
from
the climate,
indie
talking
artists.
LMK. So watch you step before my snake coming F your day. We rolling deep out in public, tinted Chevrolets. They ain't never seen a motherfucker fresh and paid. I'm pulling off doing donuts cause my ex gon' crazy. She started texting on my phone every other fucking day. Like, baby, go to sleep, girl, it's late. How you still awake? It say 424 on the face, but you can't even show a single face. Call that moving waist. Call that how it, what's his name? Phil, do you think you feel a certain type of way? And you feeling shame? And you feeling slimier than ever? And you been the bitch who said she needed space? Clearly that was lies, so we going for another long drive. Then this shit gon' be another rainy day. Man, it's the days in that SAUGA. I ain't talking about the climate, talking LMK. So watch you step before my snake coming F your day. We rolling deep out in public, tinted Chevrolet. Ain't never seen a motherfucker fresh and paid. I'm pulling off doing donuts cause my ex gon' crash. She started texting on my phone every other fucking day. Like, baby, go this, 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 baby.
Independent artists, producers, bands, and more only. Send y'all stuff to the show right now. Get your stuff into my email.
Text to page 145. Today's lesson is on the best shit talker alive. Michigan is where he resides, but we can't trace his birthplace. He's built like Aaron Donald, but look like Shrek in the face. I know holds bar wordsmith that cherishes his God-given gift. So he gives you nothing but that raw, hardcore shit. In a land full of gimmicks, fraud, scams, and sin, he bucks the trend and serves you that premium blend. Robust and full of flavor, no need for sugar or cream. Once it enters your bloodstream, you get a feeling so serene. Rebellious by nature, the worst nightmare to haters. Once enraged, verbal insults, never seen a heart. He has the penchant of making simple statements complex. From Brooklyn to Budapest, he berates those with a Napoleon complex. The man I'm speaking of stands before you now. Welcome to Shit Talking 201. Let's get down. Shit Talking 201. Take notes, Professor X when I flex. Pen game is no joke. Shit Talking 201. Lend me your ears. There's no competition. This here is top tier. Shit Talking 201. Welcome back. There's no way you can resist, cause I give you that crack.
We got 5 minutes till we officially start.
One. Shit Talking 201.
In a baby back, heavy gas. Take a heavy track, loop the beat, Betty spaz. Light fast, let a niggas Betty crash. Bet I won't tunnel vision for the task. I'm iller than half of the niggas you think you finna get. Let's vent a bit. Free verse for who? What do I benefit? No back and forth, but I serve you pussy niggas like Wimbledon. Serena know these verses from Venus, nigga. I mean this shit. Mine on another planet, they don't understand it. You
You know you getting money when you gotta ban it. Facts. Have some to send it high, some for a safety landing. Facts. I'd rather give 100 for I'm taking chances. I'm bigger dog, I go at your bigger boss. Push it in the figure four, the reason I'm that nigga, y'all. Pop, pop, pick 'em off. Rubber stop, get 'em gone. Spin his block, make it short. Wouldn't even take you long.
Yo.
What time is it? It's 6:27 p.m. right now. If you are just now tapped into the show, you can send your music to my email. If you are a producer, beats, bands, whatever you got, just don't send any radio records. Don't rap on a Drake or Kendrick beat. We'll talk about it.
I could have been a lawyer, lying in court, or some athlete on steroids trying to sport. Maybe a fireman. Nah, that would have been the last resort. Because I'm hot already. You ain't gotta gas me, boy. How about a crooked cop? Yeah, putting packs on niggas. Beating up white people. Coming through to tax you niggas. A semi-truck driver on the road, picking up hoes. Buy myself a cleaner just so I can pick through y'all clothes. A gynecologist, a porn star. I ain't gotta explain why. Just surf the net and see your ex get down with the same guy. Dr. Brown, I could be a pharmacist for real though. Learning how to mix medicine, but it still appeals though. A driver for the CTA, no Chicago GTA. Certified gangster shit without having a C of A. Crime scene investigator, I can see your DNA. I'm used to stacking chips, shit. I should work for Frito-Lay. Shoot for the sky, youngin'. Yeah, I know it get tough, it's rough here, but still, nothing beats a try. You can be anything, you can be anything, but just don't be a rapper like me. You ain't gotta drill everything, you ain't gotta kill everything. Shout it, keep it real. You can be anything, you can be anything, but just don't be a rapper like me.
As soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor, but you want more. I do this shit cause I'm raw, that's why they ask for more, but you want more. Look how I'm killing the game, so let me as a dog, but you want more. My little shit got aim, and you right in your thumb, but you want more. As soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor, but you want more. I do this shit cause I'm raw, that's why they ask for more, but you want more. Look how I'm killing the game, so let me as a dog, let's show him more. My little shooter got aim, here's you right in your throat. They been sleeping on me, now I'm creeping on them. I can't walk myself, get the heat on me. Had to run through the mud with the Adidas on me. In the summertime, fuck with the beaters on me. Heard you talking that shit when you see me, show me I ain't with this nah shit. My killers don't talk on the phone, cause my hitters is near me. I hope that you hear me, can't make it no clearer. So she getting blurry, so he getting very the devil, he fear me. Light up a flame when I go in the booth. Spitting that shit like I'm missing a tooth. Working so hard like a slave, I'm in roots. Drinking so real to tear off your roof. Tell you 100 will show me the proof. Bitch, you a 99 cent short. Now you wanna talk, I don't wanna talk. Suck a nigga off, break a nigga jaw. Fucking kill them all, better call the law. Nigga, we the mob. Fucking nigga talk, move like a boss, never take a loss. Cause I get the feeling ahead of time. I told Lord of my strike, so he take a mind. Don't let me order the hit that'll clear your mind. One more. Soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor. One more. I do this shit cause I'm raw. That's why they ask for more.
1 minute and
look how I'm killing the game.
20 seconds.
Let's show him more. My little shooter got aim. Hit you right in your throat. More. Soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor. You want more? I do this shit cause I'm raw. That's why they ask for more. More. Look how I'm killing the game. So let me as a go, but you want more. My little shooter got aim.
1 more minute.
Yeah. Yo, you flexing with 2 bands. Yo, I don't understand. Cause I paid that for my rent. Yo, thank you in advance. It's me that they can't stand. So I guess that you should sit. He just popped his in. He told me I'm a perk. So I guess I'm high as shit. Pulled it out the van. Said someone gon' get hurt. Yo, it got real as shit. It's close to the shit like an elevator. Listen to me, I can tell you something that can elevate. Yo, give me any subject, any word, and I can advocate it. Try to shoot the fade, and ain't no way you won't get terminated. I just want the head if you ain't giving, get decapitated. Not elaborating, I just gotta think for fabricating. Yo, I'm de-isolated, underrated, underestimated. I ain't compensating, I'm just taking, get your body wet. Ooh, damn. Yo, I need a man with a plan, I'm just saying, I'm just saying. Ooh, damn. Cause I do what I can with the pad and the pen. Ooh, damn. Cause I am who I am, every bone, every gland. I won't ask for a hand with my head in the clouds. Yo, I do it for the fam and I won't let them bounce. I'm a record, I'm a stack and get the bag up. Yo, the money isn't something that I pass up. Stop the record, I get back to if I gas up. I'm a different bracket cause I practice what I talk up. So get a packet if you can back it, don't be last up. I attracted like a magnet, get the cash up. My face in the middle of the pillow with my ass up. Kiddo got a thing for the master. I'm a singing bitch, but I'm really with the shit. Yeah, I'm a
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey.
DJ Dork Genius.
Please send your records to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com or get ready to die. Ha 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 ha.
Autobots, share the stream.
sweeping the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stop and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, knowing I'm a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born at the day, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a usual.
All right, finally, we are here once again. Shout out to everybody if you can tapped in. Of course, if you are here at the stream for the first time, we pretty much are a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, bands, and more across the globe. All genres are accepted. Don't be shy. And of course, we rate everything on a 1 to 10 scale. All feedback is welcome. I am your host, Nonsense, aka Dork Genius, aka Chris Nonsense, aka your mama's heel dork, aka your dork for hire, aka El Dorky Corbon, aka Dorquizo 15, aka. Like, listen, we go through so many every stream or whatnot, but it's because I've done so many things. I was like, different people know me from all these different stupid entities and whatnot, so I might as well just say it every intro or whatnot. Anyways, and also I think I only do that really like once or twice per episode or whatnot. Once at the beginning, and then if I ever feel like reintroducing myself, you know, to the people, which honestly, could you imagine every 5 minutes the same thing? Yeah, I already know. Nah, but yeah, so independent music only. Do not send us Drake, Kendrick, Jay-Z, DMX, Nas. Don't send us either of those artists rapping on either of those artists' beats. Don't send us you rapping on those artists' beats or whatnot. What we want to hear is you guys essentially, hopefully working with other original producers, or, you know, making your own beats if you're a producer / artist and stuff like that. Bands working with hopefully actual bands and not like AI kind of situations. You know, anytime we hear AI at all on the show, we have a whole conversation. You create podcast episodes when you guys do that. So just know that, you know, we will sort of always lock that in. We try to promote, you know, as much original creativity, you know what I'm saying, as possible if you guys have, so we can, you know, really show you that love or whatnot, right? With that said, you know, if you guys have live performances, if you guys have music videos, you can send those to the show as well. We do go live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time, so we try to you know, help you guys maximize your reach and the amount of people that will be able to see and hear your stuff. Other than that, don't send Tidal or Apple Music. Everything else we can play. So Spotify, YouTube, MP3, SoundCloud, Bandcamp, BandLab, Reverb Nation. Like, believe it or not, we still get those from time to time. You know, and we'll leave it at that. Is there anything else, man? Is there anything I forgot? I think I actually got it. You said, why no Tidal? Because I don't have a Tidal account. So essentially, if you were to send it, it would either play nothing or just a snippet. You know, some things you gotta actually have the account, and other ones are mandatorily paid and stuff. Really depends on what the people want, so like that. Anyway, he said, you know what I'm saying, he's got overhead. Let me see. I do love pretty much, you know what I'm saying, everything on there. Yeah. And then what'd you say? What you said? You would say your aliases. Hold on. You would say, you know what I'm saying, your aliases, you know what I'm saying? Or punching, you know what I'm saying? Bad, tiny, that's good, man. Listen, I mean, there are some things where honestly I could put essentially on a button, but like I've what do I tell you guys, right? Like, do the work. I tell you, if I'm gonna tell y'all to do the work as artists, essentially, like, I'm an artist, I'm a producer freaking too and stuff like that, but like, if I'm gonna tell you guys to do the work essentially when it comes to getting in there and you know, kind of manually doing stuff, right? I'm seeing people like even kind of let me make an AI ad with my, like, cloning their selves and their voice, and not even like wanting to sit there and like figure this stuff out. Like, that's kind of what I don't want people to do, right? I want to feel like if there's any commercials that we're seeing, that it's It's all real people, right? Because every time you see, let's just talk visuals, right? If you see a real person, essentially, whether it's in a movie, a TV show, commercials, right? You're always mentally like, oh, that could be me, right? I could be in a commercial and stuff like that. Oh, that would be dope to get a check just to be there and stuff like that. Once you take away the actual people, you know, from those equations, less people are, you know, being on set for situations. You know, at some point they even wanted to stop, you know, paying for extras and wanted to start scanning them in so they could use their extras in any movie that they would have. And, you know, like it was gonna be a situation where those people probably wouldn't have got paid for, you know, their likeness. And even so, if they did, they probably would have tried to pay them less since they're not actually, you know, saying doing the work. So there's a lot of stuff that, you know, we want to promote, just like, you know, getting in there and doing stuff for real if possible. And then what'd you say? Let me see. Just thought the link sent is very well, you know, saying known by Cool and the Gang. Is that, yeah, probably. So anything that's industry related, you know, no matter how much we love and support, there are times where, you know, like if I'm gonna take a risk, I'm gonna use one whole stream to sort of like, all right, we just gonna do a so-and-so reaction, and then I'm gonna stop the stream, and then we'll come back for, you know, submissions or something like that. I don't want to affect the same, you know, episodes that you guys are getting played in, because I know you guys go and try to rewatch and stuff. And again, some things kind of get affected, at least I guess in certain countries and stuff like that. All right, let me see. Hey man, submitted from MX, you know what I'm saying? Muhammad was speaking good, was good. Appreciate the gift as well. So love all people on here, man. You guys actually, you know what I'm saying, telling you the handbook for free, man. I'm Shane. I mean, I felt like I lost track of what I was saying initially, but I was basically saying, you know, instead of me pressing a button that says everything, right, from the intro all the way down to like the spiel that we go through with how to submit music and all that, like I, at the very least, I do have.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
I have some of those that I will press from time to time, but I always want to make sure that I, you know what I'm saying, I'm introducing you to myself, letting you know about the show, doing all that in person, especially because some of you guys are on the TikTok side, so that would probably feel weird, me just sitting here while an audio thing plays. Give me a freaking second, and then we'll go ahead and start the show. I appreciate you guys.
Like that one, fellas.
All right, there we go. Back into the cusp.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Alright, let me see what we got right here. Good. Thank you. Let me see. Right, I think Mike Sense. Hey, this is the first time you been first on the show. Okay, hold up. Oh, come on, man. Why you always do that? You always do that when I'm trying to drag and drop you over and stuff like that. You said, I know a dog there and stuff like that. Is that the dog or the kid? Both. It's both. Let me see. So this one's called Represent. Co-produced by Mikey.
Represent for the ones working standard jobs. On the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Represent
Welcome to the
for
show.
the ones working standard jobs. On the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Represent for the ones that be working 9 to 5, trying to survive in these times, clocking every single dime, putting food on the table, keeping everything stable, staying grateful even when the world is disrespectful. Like Kevin Garnett, pushing overtime, getting more checks, seeing more bills, getting more stress. Conversation with mom saying do your best. Hate waking up in the morning, but I got to stay on the hustle even if I gotta work a double. Can't afford to stumble now, even when they talking down, gotta walk on humble ground. Represent for the ones working standard jobs, on the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Represent for the ones working standard jobs. On the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Waking up, trying to get them Benjamins.
I just want him to send open verse
to play around with fake friends. Doesn't matter what they say, I'm trying to make ends. Having dreams of me and the black beans. But I started from the bottom, ain't no way that they can stop them. I don't care if they got a problem with it. I'ma still keep doing me, staying on my Q's and P's and grinding to that golden ticket. Represent for the ones working standard jobs, on the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Represent for the ones working standard jobs.
Talk about
on
what?
the grind, doing overtime overnight. Just trying to survive, getting things right. Just trying to survive, getting things right.
So when it comes to, I mean, we'll talk about it after. When it comes to placement, we only read off the skip line if we have one. Because anything I would tell you in terms of like where you're at in the free line would change dependent on that, right? So if I literally, said there's 3 people ahead of you, if 3 people skip the line that are not those 3 people, you now have 6 people. Like, it's a whole freaking thing. So try to be patient if you're in the free line, or skipping the line will get you played more immediately, or get more than one of your records played in a back-to-back fashion, because we do play 1 song per artist in the free line. Meaning, again, if we play your song in full to completion, that is your free song of the day. Any extra ones you send would have to be a paid skip or whatnot. However, if we cut your song, that means if you get a Dorky don't play that, because the mix is way too crazy, or just people really ain't feeling whatever you're putting down in terms of the record, you guys are kind of one of the only other people that could get back into the line. As you know, sometimes that could happen within 10-20 seconds depending on the record and stuff like that. To get back to the review, liked everything that I heard. 2 minutes and 33 seconds, so there's a little bit more time that you could flesh things out with in terms of, adding like a feature and stuff like that. I always love your production, right? Like, we end up talking about this every single time, and it's something I have to add to every review, that you are consistent with good beat selection. I think, like, out of 100 songs that you've sent, there's maybe 1 or 2 that I haven't felt in terms of something that I would hop on, personally, if you were to, get a feature or something like that, right? But every other one has been pretty much, on point. Something that works for your style, the energy that you utilize, and, it allows you to not sort of have people who are going to complain about there not being enough energy in a beat that's a little bit hype, more trap centric, more kind of, like a lot of synths and different stuff like that going on, right? He doesn't make, we'll just say, like, type records, essentially, like when we hear other artists getting on, like, drill beats or things like that today, right? So I appreciate your consistency to be pretty much, yourself within that sector and stuff like that. Keep it up, man. All you need to do at this point, as I said before, is basically start doing videos, man. A lot of you guys have many records you could do videos for. You'll just like go down this like this well of like song after song after song after song after song. You forget about, you know, the visuals that could be accompanied with many of these things. And I'm saying it's something that I think a lot of you guys just need to take some time and see if you can put that same effort into the visuals so people can you know, kind of reintroduce themselves to you, if that makes sense. What you say, Dorky? Talk about, what you say? So talk about your, I'm gonna have to work, you know what I'm saying, a lot as money isn't flowing through the indie scene, and then his song covered that. Let me see, hold on. And then thank you for the follow, by the way. I'll go back down. Let me see. Comes down to the, what, you know what I'm saying, absence, like a variation on the vocals, stuff like that, man. Yeah, so we talk about that when it comes to like more melodic kind of records and stuff like that. In terms of what you're talking about how you're gonna have to work a lot as when he's flowing through the indie scene. You know, essentially, you know, just always make sure you are trying to find a way to invest in yourselves, because we do have to continuously promote as artists, as producers, as anything. The easiest way that I've even seen to do those, and I'm always telling you guys on the show, is, you know, literally any of these sort of like visuals, obviously on your own, you know, TikTok, YouTube, different stuff like that, but having the kind of challenges, the open verses. Everyone loves to basically be a part of other dope records that are out there or whatnot. They also love to be challenged. They also love to promote the shit out of themselves. So when you're looking for something that's a little bit more, you know, affordable, and maybe even looking for an artist to actually hop on whatever track that you guys have, do those situations where you do kind of, you know, just leave a little bit of an open verse and you know, kind of get the community involved. I keep telling artists over and over to do that. You know, there are people who will literally go live and let the chat help write the song, you know, with them and stuff. And, you know, those are really good ways to kind of help gain a connection with, you know, other people out there in that real fashion. Again, we're always sort of talking up and down about the right and wrong ways to sort of, you know, do this music, but like, you need a community. Like, no matter which way you go, if you don't touch the people, there's no one to sort of tap into your music, to your videos, to your, you know, your live performances when you're trying to get people out there who might be in the area. Like, you have to show the many aspects of what you can do. So if it's performing live, you know, always make sure you have some kind of footage of that. When you are, a lot of you guys make music, right? Literally right now, this whole show is about playing y'all freaking shit or whatnot, right? So, you know, don't forget to record yourself during that process. Not audio wise, I'm talking visually. All of that kind of stuff is like you doing a little bit of a mini kind of reality show outside. Like, people love to see the artist struggles, the sort of the things you have to go through, the grind it really takes to get there. They want to see the underdog, you know, win. So, you know, keep doing it. He was like, no sleep till Brooklyn. Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Now what do you say? 7. So Liquid had said 7, clean, nice mix. Just has the same tempo all the way through. Needs a little variation in the song, and needs to be longer or whatnot, right? So that is something we talk about to artists from time to time too. What is your stance for everybody in the chat in terms of the longer or shorter song? What do you guys prefer to make and to listen to? For me personally, I've always favored something longer, as long as the artist is able to go in and have some of that variation actually, you know, like you could go from a low energy to like, you know, jumping up and down and screaming by the end if you do your records, you know, right or whatnot. Then there's, of course, adding the right feature. Maybe it's a completely different artist from you, completely different genre, and it takes the record into another direction. But I'm always looking at like our records as ad space, right? Would you rather, if you're someone who's making a commercial, would you rather it be a long commercial or something short that just pops up for a second and it has the number on the screen and then bounces? You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a catchy enough, you know, theme song, maybe people will remember it. And we've had, you know, like 1877 cars for kids. You know what I'm saying? The cars for kids, like you remember that. And if you have at least one of those, it may save you. But like honestly, man, I'm a more time kind of person. The more time you're on screen, the more time you're being heard, people are thinking about you, right? The less time you're there, it's like you can only hope. Let's say your record comes on the radio. Let's hope people hear it, love it, and immediately want to, from there, either go and request it at a radio station or go to your Spotify and add it to their playlist, and you know, you've created a new listener and stuff like that. Sometimes though, people don't know what they're hearing just yet, right? They got to hear it that first time. They got to hear it a few more times to be like, oh, that's that one song. You know what I'm saying? What was that? Anyway, let me get back into the submissions. Let me see who is next. Let me see Aaron. Young Aaron with poetry. Thank you for reminding me. I gotta close these windows up here. This is a SoundCloud link, so let's go ahead and throw this in
From
here.
the moment you wake up, your day is already pretty full.
Oh my gosh! I gotta turn that ad off. Give me a second. Also, turn that off. Bam. So, Madam Cleo, my jam.
Welcome in, find you a seat, we finna eat. We've been hustling the average of 40 hours a week. Tired of clocking in, I need a coffee and make it sweet. Yeah, the breakfast blend, one of my favorites is bold as me. How you really been? It's been a long time, I ain't seen you in the daylight. The sun says, why is he high for me? I've been under siege, battling old versions of me. You been getting sleep, I need these trees to catch a Z, huh? Every time the price rise, we can never get by. Chillin' with my top five, and wonder why the gas high. Government ain't never been on our side, they too sly. Make it seem like they doing good for us in real time, like I ain't seen the difference in communities. I done lived on both sides. Corner stores never told me more about these wise guys, and I got a wise up that's real on God. I'm bringing friction to the function, can't let shit slide. I put walls up now, everybody wanna act like flies. I can't let them in, that fake love gotta stay outside. Shit, I'm good, I'm just maintaining. Keep my bills paid, living peaceful, we ain't staying dangerous. Playing all these classics in my crib, dog, my soul ancient. When it come to me and making music, dog, my soul anxious. Can I really do it? Nothing to it, dog, it's all painless. That's what they said to me.
Let's go. There's a lot of people freaking who pop up with a dope song and always had got the best flow. People that tell me I got the best show, but listen, let's know. What would happen if freaking people that tell me that I am overreacting like this and I wanna slap this back in, cause I like it. Freaking I also like wanna like say it's hotter than a dragon. Mouth when it opens it. I'm always opening and I'm closing shit. All of y'all don't even know like who the hell is even posting this. Not in fact, you know what a poster is? You should have rapped even more through this, man. Let the vibe finish it off like listen dog. I really finish it off, finna get off that this is a cloth. Listen dog, when I was watching Popeye, he'd always eat spinach and stuff. I'd be like, listen dog, I don't even know what I'm doing, and you don't even know if it's music. You know that I'm used to the freaking shit that I don't even like know if you do shit. You know what I don't even know if like you know that you snoozing like when you. How does that not make you wanna go more? Coming out. I like that. Young Aaron with poetry. And listen, 2 minutes and 45 seconds of time.
You know what I'm saying? Overall, I liked what I was hearing, right? The production got us there. I am someone who always loves a good vibe, something that's in between, you know, hip hop, somewhat that neo soul kind of, you know, some that you would hear Common, Mos Def, J. Cole, Lupe Fiasco, like certain artists you already know, right? So I appreciate you being another artist that we can hear within that lane or whatnot. Chorus itself, or at least the chorus section, does feel more like it's not ominous, but it's like it's very just kind of like atmospheric. It's there in the background. You can't necessarily like hear everything like it's right up front. And it's doesn't seem like it's made to be that. With that said, you could technically talk over it if you wanted to, like still, you know, have an answer machine kind of situation, something else that's there, especially when it seems like your verse is gonna come back but it doesn't. I'm hoping that that's not the end of the song and that you do have, you know, more, you know, wiggle room to just like hop back in there, possibly again, as we keep saying, man, getting those open verses and going in there wouldn't be a bad thing. And then I did want to touch on Reaganomics, because when I did ask the question, let's go up there real quick. Now, Rego said somewhere around 2 minutes and 30. No, Goff said 2 minutes 33, and then Rega also said shorter, you get multiple streams and work smarter, not harder, right? And then I said, like, look, if you love it and you love whatever you are, you know, doing or making, it's not work. It's not hard at all. For me, if I hear a beat that I really love, it makes me want to write more, right? And now, like, I produce, I mix and master, I pretty much do everything. So there's nothing that would stop me from making a longer song unless I just decided not to at this point, right? Because I can extend it by looping it. I can extend it by making more beat. I can literally change the drums. I can do whatever I want to sort of maximize the amount of time. And I'm always believe that it's up to the artist themselves, as well as the producer, that combination between, you know what I'm saying, both of you guys working in tandem to, you know, really try to make hopefully the best, you know, record. And in most cases, right, you're thinking only about streams when, like, it's the lowest paying denominator in the whole equation. Like, they don't pay us crap when it comes to streaming or whatnot. So most people really should be trying to figure out a like direct to consumer model that like makes sense for the amount of work that you are willing to put in. Again, if it was up to me, if it was literally up to me, artists would get paid by how much they're willing to put into the record that they're doing. So if you only let me just rap to this loop or whatnot, a little bit of a less kind of situation. You add drums to that adds more of a bonus. You bring somebody to the studio with you, like an actual guitarist or a trumpet player, someone like that. I feel like you should get a bonus. They should get a bonus. Every aspect that you add to a record to, like, you know, make it a little bit more worth getting in there. Just factoring in that for some of you guys, you know, the one song that someone hears may be the only song they get to hear from you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not lying about that, because I've only heard through this entire time, all right, I've only heard maybe 3 Soulja Boy songs, 1 6ix9ine record, all right, 1 6ix9ine record, maybe 2 Waka Flocka, 1 Gucci Mane song. Like, these are artists who are big to some freaking people, but when you just don't hear that thing that, you know, that makes you want more or makes you feel like, you know, oh, I need to listen to more of their stuff, you just kind of like tap out from that artist when they come on the radio. If you continuously hear stuff that you just don't like from them, you don't really assume that they have good stuff at some point. And you really have to, at that point, they have to work harder to sort of, you know, get you in there and that. And everybody has that sort of group of, you know, artists that you guys are sort of like that with. Like, I don't know, I just haven't been impressed. This generation, in like the past maybe like 5 or so years, for some people that was Kendrick or Drake. And then on the opposite side, there are people who are like, nah, they were the top for me and shit like that, right? You know, that everything is sort of changing in so many ways, man. I never thought I would see an era where like Eminem is criticized, you know, saying so much. Jay freaking busted, like a lot of our greats, you know, are sort of, you know, they're in that you either die a hero or you live long enough to watch yourself become the villain. They all becoming the villain at this point. Diddy, man, he brought that on himself. But like I'm saying, like everybody is kind of doing a thing. What you say? You're saying you find the time, no obligation. You know what I'm saying? Just our community. So the shout out to NX. See, don't forget to check out, you know what I'm saying, K Wills. You know what I'm saying? Oh no! What the freak? Is he okay? Shout out to freaking K Wills. Fudge, man. I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know. K Wills is another show and dope artist who has sent to our show, you know what I'm saying, many times. Very talented, and so we definitely you know, want to keep him in our you know, prayers right now. Let me see. I think people should get paid to create art for 1 year, my bro. Why just 1 year? Don't be putting time. Don't put time limits on it, man. Don't put time limits on it. Like, I feel like no, like this is a job for us, right? In the same way where if you are a teacher, if you are a doctor, if you are a police officer, if you are just someone who works anywhere, you want to get paid for that thing that you do, right? It's the same thing. We are artists. It shouldn't be like the lowest entry point of like, okay, I'm an artist, I'm going out, I'm performing, I'm paying basically for my own shows, I'm paying for all the beats, all the studio time, all the everything. Everyone involved should pretty much get paid for that process. There should be a bonus if you basically do things, you know, the proper way. If they had figured out some kind of, you know, situation where, like I said, if you can bring other people to the studio and get real collaborations, right? So like the promotion of an actual artist community, if you do that, everyone gets paid more for that record or whatnot. And, you know, wouldn't it be dope for there to be some portion of a label that like helps push those records too, like so they actually do at least get some kind of traction for at least a month or so, and if the people like it, right, they can, you know, sort of make that vote to keep it in that rotation or drop it out or whatnot. But at least we get the best work from everybody, right? Like, what I don't want to feel is like everyone's half-assing everything, right? So if like everyone only makes a 1 verse to a chorus kind of record, or maybe like two verses in the chorus, and then like that's it, and we kind of head out, we assume everyone's just gonna want things shorter and shorter and shorter, and we're doing less work, and we're forgetting like, no, radio doesn't run shit back. They play the thing and then the commercial. And, you know, there are other situations where there are basically situations where you can promote a shorter version of your record, but you want to still lead them to something longer if possible. That's all I'm saying. Like we had a 6.8, I think, on the last one, and you know what I'm saying, Baby Doll was freaking good. What'd you say? I want a brand new deal, but not likely, man. And then would love to show you the change MIG said. You said, I took in what you said for my song. Hey, send it in. That's what we're here for. Send it to our show. NX, if you could, I mean, obviously I'm doing the live right now, but like if anything arises with K Wills and stuff, you know, let me and let us know. Man, shoot, I wish I had, cause hold on. I love to. Yeah, I wanted to run something from my playlist, but I need this completed records. Yes, may I help you? Well, you should have told her to write a list. You should have told her to write a list. Carver, I got you up right now. Christopher Duncan, like matter of fact, you know what? All right, let's get it in. I don't know if he had bounced real quick, but yeah, man, if I can get. This is Christopher Duncanson with All Yours.
I know you're beautiful, yeah. Don't nobody gotta let you know that, cause you know it for yourself. You already know, yeah you do, yeah you do, yeah. You already know, ooh. I wanna be all yours. I wanna be yours for sure. But you gotta let me know what you want, babe. Gotta let me know. Can I be yours?
I got 2 hours.
I'm not perfect, but I try to be. I wanna give you all of me. Can you be my all, be my everything? You will never lose if you bet on me. Let me be yours. Let me be yours. Let me be yours. Can I be all yours, all yours? Let me be yours, baby.
So I wanna be
all yours. I wanna be yours for sure. But you gotta let me know what you want, babe. Gotta let me know. Can I be yours, babe? I'm not perfect, but I try to be. I wanna give you all of me. Can you be my all, be my everything?
Do it.
You will never lose if you bet on me.
Oh yeah.
Let me be yours. Let me be.
Man, I love those harmonies.
Let me be yours. Can I be all yours, all yours? Let me be yours, baby. Yours. Let me be yours. Let me be yours. Can I be all yours, all yours? Let me be yours, baby.
Now, once again, that was Christopher Duncanson, All Yours, Liquid Music Group on the tube, on the YouTube side, essentially manages the artists and stuff like that. So if you rock with them, man, like listen, go tap in. I appreciate, look, the other version you had, to me personally, was fine, right? Like you pretty much sent 2 other versions, as a matter of fact, where I was like, you got it, man. And then the perfectionist, essentially, you know what I'm saying, and you just made you want to go back in and try to fix and add and do a few different things and whatnot, man. Again, as I said before, it was already cool. So anything else that you're willing to polish, is not necessarily going to be a bad thing, man. My love for this record has always been in that harmonization. If you listen to R&B at all, right, these records gotta make you feel some type of emotion, right? You listen to it and you should think about, that cutie across the way, that baddie that you hoping, notices you, or that you are already freaking with, right? You know what I'm saying? And if these records can get into basically that playlist, for those of us who know, man, for those of us who rap and produce, we reached a level where we stopped making mixtapes for the girls that we liked, and started actually sampling the records, making songs with the songs, and then being a part of the record, right? But like still thinking with that old school mindset of like the people who don't make music, when they're listening to the songs, that's how they're gonna think about it. They're gonna be like, well, I play this at my wedding, and we're gonna play this, you know what I'm saying, when we get busy, you know what I'm saying, at night, you know what I'm saying, and different stuff like that. I feel like it definitely has that vibe. I tend to like slow jams more than anything when it comes to the R&B, just because the club records, I feel like they kind of, for singers, I feel like club records dumb those artists down, right? It lessens the singing ability and what they're really capable of doing, because it's not supposed to be as emotional. It's more about like, you know, let me get you up and dance, we'll sort of sing about it, yada yada. But when you get these, it's like, nah, let me see where the melodies go, let's see like how it makes you feel or whatnot. Could there be a collab with like a female singer and stuff like that? And like the female singers, they love that kind of stuff. They love to hear a song like this, maybe come across the instrumental and then do their remix where they're like responding to what you said on the song. And you know, I think that's once again another way that you know, you guys should be promoting your records after you're like, you know, nearing that sort of release, when you really want to sort of, you know, at least promote a remix in some way and like find an artist to really hop on it. Like, watch people come out of the woodworks. I've seen it just too many times to not like just still speak on it and like hope that some of you guys haven't missed that just like time of like a lot of them coming across your timeline. Like, I'm just appreciative of not getting a lot of content across my timeline that I don't like. Like there was a point where it felt like drive-by video, freaking someone running up on their ops, and I'm like, I don't even like the videos. Why do y'all keep showing these to me? And at some point, it started showing me dope artist, rapper, singer, rapper, singer, rapper, singer. All people who I have never seen before, just popping up across the timeline, and me being like, you know what? I probably should create a segment for some of these, you know, on the freaking show or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? At some point, I think I will. So I've been saving each one that I've saw. Same thing on TikTok. Like, I appreciate that we're getting, you know, some actual, you know, talent, and it doesn't seem like a bunch of, you know, mindless stuff. Of course, now that's still having to compete with, you know, AI visual content that's now, you know, popping up more often. And again, it's getting on my nerves, because the moment that I realize anything is AI, like everything goes out the door. Like whatever I thought was dope about it just leaves, because again, the human nature, the human aspect of like you realizing you can't meet that artist, you can't meet that person, you can't talk to, and even if you could, it's an AI, it's not real. So you're like just entertaining yourself with it. You're not like, it doesn't think, it doesn't feel, it has no stance on politics, on the world, on music itself. It would not care if it does not get paid for the song that it puts out. This is our problem with sort of AI. And visually, it's the same thing, right? We're thinking about all the actors or people who literally, you know, by hand would try to create the visuals that you would see, right, in front of you, like actually like the CGI and like, you know, most Pixar movies. Like there are people hand drawing freaking stuff using computers to like reimpose those, like that work. It has always been amazing and something that people would aspire to do. They know that it's hard work, and they never had a problem with doing that. And AI kind of, again, it takes out some of that hard work, and you feeling like there's some kind of achievement that, you know, has been made. So anyways, what do you see? You said Jay-Z listened to you know, Russell or whatnot. He said, I mean, man, you know what I'm saying, and just hear me. He said, just say I am trying to help you. Let me see. Sent in. Shout out to NX. And then what do you say? My dog is the best at this. Shout out to Golf. And then what do you say? Dorky, what's your song for the what? Your song for the what? What's your song for the drinks? I'm trying to for the honeys. Which one? I have whole albums, man. But I took them off. Listen, man. All my past stuff I took offline because I wanted to re-record, reproduce, re-get in there and, you know, work with the newfound sort of mindset that I have, right? I'm better at mixing. I'm better at just like everything that I would have, you know, like a lot of things that I did sort of like back when I had, you know, even more of those records, like again, whole albums worth. Again, I want to re-bring those out, but with sort of like better mixes, better recordings and stuff like that. So I'll do that soon. I do have a few essentially on some of my recent projects, and then I have one that I did with a female artist, Mila Works. Actually, I did two with her with that. I suppose I could play that if y'all want. Let me see. Shout out to Mila Works. We'll get right back in the free line right after this. Yeah, she's pretty.
I just really need more than what you used to give, than what you used to give. And I just need you to address me like I'm a lady. Yeah, boy, I need you to. Don't ever ask me that, baby. I'm trying to be with you. Maybe make a couple babies. Always there for you. I'm always there. But I ain't waiting years for you to come around. I need you to give me everything that I want right now. I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now, like right now. Right now. I'm talking right now, like right now. Right now. I'm talking right now, like right now. Right now. I'm talking right now.
Nonsense. Hey yo, what the heck, Mila? You ain't got no freaking patience. You got me feeling like we've been trapped up in the matrix. These blue and red pills got me going in the days. But you know I love you more for your mind and your great sex. You got me feeling high. I can try to pick you up and make you wait less. I gotta praise God cause I'm straight blessed. Cause every single day gets me more freaking anxious. I know you want a baby, we can swaddle in a blanket. I'm giving you the ring, and if you say yes, then everyone we know will get a great text. Whether you're getting a check from getting paid to be a freaking singer or a waitress, I just want you to know that you're the greatest. I don't want you to hate Chris.
Damn, baby, how you do that? Yeah.
I don't think we released this yet.
Tracks like this shit ain't fair. I couldn't stay mad if you glued me there. It's fucked up how you break me, but then you to repair.
I'ma talk to her.
Oh, damn, baby, how you do that there? Had me trying to look back and see if it's still there. I ain't trying to have no options, baby, you the top tier. I need you really aware of these feelings you give. You know I'm sensitive at times.
On MTV, that'd be dope.
Especially the times that you are on my mind. Especially the times that you are on my mind. Sensitive at times.
I should have went in here.
Please don't make me commit a crime.
And like rapped in between some of her little things.
Don't be out here like these basic niggas. Always trying to chase a figure, they don't get the bigger picture. Don't be lazy out here on these sites. You can be so much more than that shit that is advertised.
So, listen. Mila freaking Works, man, and she's an amazing singer herself. You can hear the power, you can hear the just like, you know, just how natural she's really able to get in there and you know, sing, no auto-tune, nothing, you know, crazy when it comes to, you know, effects and stuff. And what I appreciate it's just, I guess, that ease, right? But right, at least as of now, she had taken like a cool break with it, right? Sort of started doing something else, not what you think or whatnot. She actually started like, you know, she has like her own like modeling sort of like agency and stuff like that. So she'll work with like merch and models and things like that, right? But I've been telling her like, dude, you are still like, this music is something that you should definitely still pursue somehow at the same time, because, you know, for some people it is a shame. You'll hear just like the most talented, you know, artists, you know, on the planet, and you know, for whatever reason, there are things that'll hold them back in terms of, you know, the music. Maybe it's a bad contract, maybe it's just, you know, different situations, but like, yeah, it's crazy. What up, Peja? Peja, is it Peja or Peja? Tell me how to pronounce your name so I don't butcher it. Let me see. And then yes, I'm a fan, you know what I'm saying? That's cool. Empowers young artists, you know what I'm saying? The results. Appreciate you, Golf. Appreciate you, Golf, man. Always for the kind words. And then shout out to Mig Newman. Does the MIG stand for something else? Like, how do you prefer people to pronounce you when you're in the chat or whatnot? Because like, I'm pretty sure people most likely, yeah, Mig, what's up? You know what I'm saying? But you know, what should people call you essentially? For that. And then Big Smalls is the illest, I agree. Reaganomics said you sent a skip. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second real quick. So MIG, I mean, you just said the you just said the same thing. That was your name. So MIG. All right. We got a Reaganomics coming up right now. Then we should be back in, what'd you say, in Memphis last I heard or whatnot? That's what's up. Diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but make it great. Old school games where it's all up for grabs, you know me. I love gold.
Make it great, Newman.
All right, so when you guys hear that, and you'll see that in the back, that means that someone sent a 1-song skip. We add that to the tally. Hold on. Settle down. Oh, smack. Settle down. They didn't want to wait for me. Where the ocean's found. Oh, and there's a visual. Wasting Summer Online. Do you? Living for the moment, in this paradise. I stay out there, living for the moment, in this paradise. Up to you whether I turn TikTok around. Every memory captured, making moments last. Settle down. Where the oceans found in the golden blue. It still had that feeling. This would be perfect for like. You like the Red Hulk film? Which one? The Captain America one or what? Where the oceans found in the golden road, till the summer's down. That just ends, man. It never felt like it's supposed to end right there. Right? Hey, listen, that's what I've always told them. The more that you hear from a Reaganomics, Like that's the conclusion you come to, right? Like I've said so many times that it's like hearing like the unreleased demo tapes of like the Beatles and early artists who like were very much back then. And I always end up having the conversation of like, you know, how crazy it is that like, no, there's always been independent artists, right? There were artists who made it, who got the record deals, who became, you know, household names. And then there were always artists still trying to be what those artists, you know, were at the same time, but never got discovered. So it's not out of the sight of reality where we hear something, you know, that feels like it's from that era, and sort of are trying to, you know, take it in today or whatnot. Now, I still have a little bit of critique with the record just because there are certain points where it feels like it's being played on top of itself somewhat, but then a little bit offbeat. And then other times where it just feels a little bit more, you know, trippy or whatnot, which is perfect for a scene in a movie where the main character, maybe they ate a brownie that they shouldn't have, and then they're going through that experience while they're at a theme park or something like that, or they're in the pool underwater just like freaking out. You know, it hits that perfect. But as a regular song, you still kind of want to hear, like you still want to hear it like normally, but like weird for the scene that it would be in. I think, like, you know, that's at least where my mind was going with it. I'm like, I started thinking about the scene that we would sort of like see visually, and like coupled with that visual, the sound more makes sense. You know, but then there's that other half that wants it to be more normalized, at least in terms of some of those other elements, just so people can enjoy it in that way. But I think people will always be able to appreciate the work you're able to do in this, you know, in this genre. We're very nostalgic. We do love, you know, older records, and I feel like people only use the term dated if they don't like the song and it sounds old. If it sounds like, oh, that sounds like some old that I used to not like or some shit, that's usually what they mean when they say dated. But when you hear something like this, again, even with the mix and certain things that could still, you know, use work, you think more nostalgia. You think of that very specific time. Like you almost perfectly create the sound that can dictate the scene, right? So we're now the visuals of the scene have to sort of like match up, and they have to go and make the new footage kind of look old and like grainy, or like it's almost falling apart a little bit at times. And you know what I mean? It's almost I would imagine the music video would really be, you know, you watching old home movies, you know what I'm saying, from back then or something like that, or just a montage of old family photos, and it just going, you know what I'm saying, from thing to thing. What do you say? We make, you know what I'm saying, dollars, you know what I'm saying, not cents, by the way. And we are historically known, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. God Billy was saying, let me see, keep doing your thing, excited for you. Yep. And yeah, it's good and has a great element. Let me see, I got you with this song, you know what I'm saying, blew up to our surprise and so like that. Listen, do you, but also, do you, but also, like, I mean, I've said always on my show to try to create a few different versions of any of the records that you guys have. Like, if your record is truly gonna be, you know, a hit and you believe in it, you gotta have a live version where like you and the band, you know what I'm saying, kind of playing it, you know, in that live format where they can sort of like see you and watch the performance. You gotta have the version where it's maybe just a guitar and the singer, a version where it's just the piano and a singer, you know, professional studio version, like we just got signed, they had us re-record the song in the studio type situation. And then again, people will still love these because it's like that garage band, you know, that early Goo Goo Dolls, that early Paramore, early Red Hot Chili Peppers, when you're able to see or hear those early versions of some of the big records that you knew from them, but like they were, you know, they didn't have all the equipment yet, and the sound and stuff like that wasn't necessarily there. You could still hear the potential, and often you knew what they sounded like live if you were you know, around at a certain time as well or whatnot. So you knew what that was, what it was gonna equate to when they, you know, finally got you know, all their ducks in a row and whatnot. But that's essentially what I'm thinking of. You know, saying MRG said, I do live versions, but all these, you know what I'm saying, extra stuff, you know what I'm saying, I'll have to start doing that. Yep. I mean, cause look, there's a few things you can think about it, right? You're gonna, if you have a song, you're gonna perform it probably everywhere, right? Especially if it's your biggest hit. You never have control over what song that is. But the thing you don't want to run into is like, okay, you end up having this one song that becomes your biggest hit, so you're stuck performing that for like maybe the next 10 years or freaking so whatnot. It will get boring for you to do the same version of that song. And so you not only want to have different versions for you, so when you go on stage, if you go to like 5 different performances in a week, you can make all of those performances be that much different. So if someone follows you and goes on tour with you, they literally every day they're having new footage to sort of like pull from. It's not going to be all same routine, same clothes, same, you know, same sound and everything. One day it's going to be like, you know, different instruments, maybe just you solo playing with a guitar and singing something like that. Like, it really just depends on the work you're willing to do in those sectors. But also you can sell those versions too. Like, don't take my word for it. Just look at the artists in the industry in some of those genres. 10 years down the line, they have remastered versions of all of their albums or their best work, right? It's a remaster. They go back into the studio, they either re-record it or they you know, go back into the mastering boards and do different stuff with it, re-release it. They'll also have live at the House of the Blues or whatever it might be, live at Madison Square Garden, wherever, right? You want to have those kind of situations too, so the people can, you know, kind of know like you're essentially like an aspiring working, you know, artist in some way. They just need to see more of you out there, especially if you're trying to sell tickets to that kind of situation. Like, there's no other way to do it other than showing them or letting them hear us while we're actually, you know, in those scenarios, you know, hopefully, you know, live. But yeah, and then like, yeah, and please come back to the show and send those versions too. We actually had an artist, and I forgot her name. She was a beautiful, you know, a singer, had so much like different music. I sort of like put her along the lines of in between like Madonna, Metric, I think Fiona Apple, Alanis Morissette. Like, she had just a kind of unique niche that she had set across or whatnot. But some of the songs she had sent in, she did that. She had the regular version where it was like, it had production, it might have been more digital and stuff like that, and then she had the acoustic version of the same song, right, and would send that in as well. And it had a completely different feel or whatnot, right? It makes you have a newfound love for the record. It shows you in that live music light or whatnot, and gives you just like, you know, the simplicity of like, you can pick up a guitar, sing or rap your song, and you know, that's another version for people to grasp onto. What up, JD? Zendo was freaking popping as well, man. Y'all know. I mean, you said I submitted a song, but didn't send back an email. If you didn't get one back, let me check first and then see if you have the resend. Give me a moment. JD. Was yours the one that said just made this a day ago? Or no, if that's not you, then yeah, send again. Other than that, we'll get back into the free line. MX, we got you up. Let's go ahead and plop it. Plop it, 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 plop blah 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 plop. Like, I'm finna go in and like remix some of my, oh my gosh, What the? I ain't about to break my mic. I did that last time, man. You gotta watch it. You gotta think. You always gotta think. Think and look at your surroundings, boys. All right. Gorilla J said, "Yep." Gonna add a completely different feel.
I came out my mind for real. Got records on records for real. I'm on Michigan stacking them bills. In my pedigree giving me chills. Made me turn to a monster for real. Cause I came out the jungle for real.
MX Muhammad, let's go.
And I had to go get it for real.
Appreciate y'all patience.
Baby, it's way better off. Must be I'm doing so better for real. Heard you got diamonds, I gave it to you, so I gave it to him and I gave it to her. Bitch, you a pussy and pussy you bitch. You cannot tell from my riches I'm rich. You are not standing up business, so I had to go get it, I had to go fly. This costs a quarter and this costs $1. I'm trading to you while you giving me nada. I ball like I'm burning new boo for the summer. I'm hot like a sauna, I'm keeping it burning. I got her in Lulu, she getting all freakish. I met her in Georgia, she acting all peachy. I give it to you and you give it to me and I give it all back. I don't want no,
bring it back.
My mind for real. Got records on records for real. I'm on Michigan stacking them bills. In my pedigree giving me chills. Made me turn to a monster for real.
Let me make sure I follow some of y'all. Thank y'all for the follow.
And I had to go get it for real. Baby, it's way better off. Baby, it's way better off. And I'm telling you. Baby, it's way better off. Spend it on dinner and tables and dinner shoes. Baby, it's way better off. Got it all Michigan, told the whole city about it. Baby, it's way better off.
Cat snack is like, damn. Way better off and shit. Like, listen, dog, bring me a beat, cause you know what, man, I often spit it. All of this is cool. These artists is freaking cool, and regardless is cool, and I don't know. All right. So, you guys can give your thoughts overall on this record right now, right? I mean, like, first off, we would describe that as a bop, right? You know what I'm saying? When you hear certain beats and, you know, if an artist, you know, kind of flows correctly on it, where it feels like, okay, they sliding that shit. We see what you doing or whatnot. Whether you go on melodically or you straight rapping, right? There's a certain vibe that you sort of, you know, get. And you could just imagine the crowd kind of jumping up and down, you know what I'm saying, to the song, getting hype or whatnot, right? There's that aspect to it, right? So I do feel like there's potential within the song itself. It is 1 minute and 50 seconds, though. And look, we will talk about this as many times as we need to, because I'm always adamant in, like, wanting you guys to do more work, right? And so, like, as much of a broken record as it is, you know, I always want to simply remind you that if you are doing a good job on your record, no one is checking the time. No one is like, oh, I want to hurry up and get the hell out of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want to spend more time with you, right? And even if it's a song that's somewhere along the lines of, you know, 3 to 4 minutes, man, like, we've still ran back records like that. It's not a time issue at all. It's really just what the artist, you know, essentially does or whatnot, right? Shorter records that people mostly accept in most cases, right, are the intros, outros, interludes, and short form content. So they expect it from an IG, a TikTok, you know what I'm saying, like anything that's in that short form content, they expect it there. But when it comes down to, like, getting an album, you know what I'm saying, sitting down with it, like, look, Wayne had some 3-verse records, you know, on Carter 6. I was probably one of the few people who appreciated that and even noticed, because I was like, bro, like, you know, most artists in that gen, they've tried to stop or, like, slow down on it. But I'm like, I notice it every time, right? Because I appreciate when an artist is willing to get in there and basically show that they're willing to work. Once again, in most cases, you know, unless you're lucky to be in a situation where someone can control the music that they're hearing and they can just, you know, go back and repeat listen, you know, a million times, you know, that same song. But I will argue that, like, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us Just go look at how long that song is. Right? You guys, you can do it for me. I'm not gonna do it, right? Go look at how long that song is, and then go look up footage of people rapping the entire song themselves at the concert. If that doesn't show you that like people are willing to engulf your song as long as it's good and it resonates with them, and with that, obviously him and Drake had a lot of exposure at that time, going back and forth, so all eyes were essentially on them. Like we know the amount of exposure to that, but like what we're saying is, if it wasn't a song that resonated with people at all, like they wouldn't have dared try to learn it and stuff like that. I'm sure nobody knows the whole song of Friday. Nobody knows. I don't. All I know is that part. You know what I'm saying? Point is, right? If you do a good job, you don't have to to end things soon. And I'm just gonna say, always create 2 different versions of your record, at least in terms of that, right? We talked about different instruments, different like live versions and stuff like that, but there's also the like, okay, let me do the extended versions and the sort of short form versions. And if you want, like, look, by all means, right, you can put the extended versions under a paywall. Okay, that means make sure, like, that means put it under something that people have to like pay extra just to be able to sort of like hear that version, and then they'll get, again, more song, more verse, maybe even some features, some extra things that aren't on the standard version, right? And like literally just see how many people are actually willing to opt in for that situation, because you can put it under like a Patreon, kind of thing, a GoFundMe or whatever. You can say, if I get this many, so and so, I'm gonna release the extended version, you guys get this, or if you buy into the extended version, you're gonna get more songs, you're gonna get maybe a special piece of merch that only those people get. Like, figure out how to package it so it makes sense. And then, like, even more, you could literally perform the extended versions at the live venues that you're at, and like that way, you actually have a reason for people to buy the tickets to go see you or whatnot. That means, because you're going to be putting in more work, right? And if it's the only place that we get to hear it, right? Like, come on, man. It just pays for itself a little bit. Let me see. What's up? You said I sent my song. Shout out to Juan. It's Juan, right? Shout out to Juan, dog. Yo, Shin. We said doodle, you know what I'm saying? Fire. Hold on. Rhythm, you know what I'm saying? Drums and vocals was on point. Yeah. And then MX, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, man. Let me see. Bet what was strong suit? Wait, you said bet what was a strong suit of, you know what I'm saying, the song and your opinion and shit like that. So you had a decent, you know what I'm saying, overall, like, again, you have the right flow, just a very chill energy. The melody was there. I just want there to be sort of like more of it or whatnot, right? Again, more time allows you to go in, show us more potential melodies or flows that you could do. Or if you're thinking of feature wise, right? Features are another extension of us. If you really think about it, man, like, a feature is a different artist who essentially may attack the record in a slightly different way. When we get on any record that we are on, we have the complete opportunity to pretty much switch into different artists, either through the same verse or on a per verse, basis or whatnot, right? Whether we decide to do that, and I'm not talking about changing your whole voice and stuff like that. Like, it's about the flow, the energy that you decide to use. Like, one verse you may go a little bit slower in your delivery. The next one you may like go faster, sort of like show people the different things that you can do or whatnot. But so just hit mine. That's what's up. Welcome to the show. Also, India is in the building as well, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Listen, if you guys are new,
be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Send your music to my email. It's completely free. You only pay if you want to skip that line, if you do not want to wait, or you want more than one of your records played in a back-to-back fashion. But it is completely free, and I appreciate y'all. While you are in the building, as much feedback towards any of the artist music that you hear or whatnot. Everything that we play on our show is primarily independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe, right? Obviously, you guys are sending y'all stuff. And we appreciate you guys being willing to allow us to give you feedback at all. Some people may just be like, nah fam, this trash, what the hell is that? Others will probably feel like it's the best record in the world or whatnot. But all in all, good or bad feedback, always take it all in as good feedback, because if people say nothing, then your record emits nothing. It basically doesn't make them feel happy, sad, mad. It doesn't make them feel frustrated. I think all good records elicit some kind of excitement and some direction or whatnot. And so take it all in. If you find people who really don't like something of yours, always look at that as a challenge. Never look at it as like, oh no, they hating. Look at it as a challenge to come back with a better record and hopefully win those people over, right? When you go to any show, there will be those shows that they'll just, cut it. May seem like they're hating on it, but I can tell you, you want everybody to tell you the truth about how they feel about your record, and to hopefully give you information to help you get, better within that same sentence. If they don't, then they're not doing their job. They have to give you, if people are gonna hate at all, they have to be like, listen, the bars isn't good enough. You got to go back in there. You got to write your shit. You got to da. I don't like the melody. Like whatever it is, if there's something that really turns people off, the more information, the better the artist can, hopefully rectify that. There was an artist who basically would always send with this one effect on their vocals that they just wouldn't take off. And it was the only thing that sort of really made me not enjoy their music as much. And I was always like you're making yourself not sound as natural, because like it's like a demon robot all at the same time. And like, how are we going to, how are you going to perform it live? Are you going to basically perform with your vocals all the time? What happens if you have a band? You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to be able to just let the artists know these different situations so they know how their music may be being perceived or whatnot. Because I know there were things I did for like a year straight that I wish I had the feedback for, so I could have stopped doing it like day one, man. Day one. All right, we got, is it Bernie? Burn with Where'd the Love Go? Where did the love go? So this is not hip hop. Let us know that right up front. It's all good. All genres are accepted. So mine doesn't have a name quite yet, so it should just be untitled. Word. Okay. This reminds me of like Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Coming back. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I don't know. You said I want to hear a demon robot. Oh shit. Okay, now Grand Theft Auto 5 a little bit. vocals need to come up a little bit more, have that clarity. I'm gonna put this link on the tube if y'all rock with it. Yeah, I ain't trying to make my hat fall off. Where'd the love go? People know that. There's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people. He said it's like, Tino said it's like I'm getting Rick-rolled, but it's groovy. Yo. It's like we finally got to hear the full song. Cause they always would loop that one part. Where the love that go? Where the heck did love go? Dude, if this was mixed like Duran Duran, bro. If this was mixed in that Duran Duran way. All right, give your thoughts 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is welcome. Right? What do you guys see? What do you guys essentially hear and stuff like that? I mean, y'all already know where we're at so far, at least with it or whatnot, right? Like, I'm a big 80s fan, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to like that whole era of just like Depeche Mode, The Cure, Duran Duran, you know, certain bands that I still don't know the name to are freaking top, but I just remember as a freaking kid or whatnot. Like, there were certain things that just felt good, right? The music, the instruments and stuff like that were behind a lot of the songs, just all had like really good, you know, vibes and feel. And this fits that criteria. My only criticism is just really wanting it to be, you know, mixed or whatnot, right? We can hear what you're saying, but a lot of the vocals do feel like they're lower than they should. It feels like your vocals are like a part of the background of the production ever so slightly. And, you know, you're the artist, so you have to be more upfront. You have to have that just clarity where, like, you know, if we were to just hear the vocals by themselves, which most people will do, they'll still get the acapellas and like mess around with it, and then they'll throw other beats and like EDM and dubstep stuff around it. So you want your vocals to be proper in that way. And again, just a proof of pudding, man. You know what I'm saying? 4 minutes and 33 seconds. We were in the free line and nobody hit the Dorky Don't Play That, right? I always want to prove to y'all that, like, look, if a song is decent, people are gonna rock with it. It's not a time thing. People will only sort of start looking at their watch if, like, they're getting bored with what's happening. So getting bored really accounts to if there's no energy, if the artist is repetitive, if they're not really sort of you know, the production too, right? If the production only goes in the same place, it's kind of a little bit of a loop and it doesn't really do any kind of changes. But like these kind of records, right? A lot of the artists that aren't hip hop, you know, they're in genres that still do bridges and stuff, right? So that really requires that, like, okay, we'll bring the chorus in, you know what I'm saying, a few times here. We'll have a bridge where it changes up a little bit, go in there, then we'll go back to the chorus, right? You know, like, one thing some of you guys don't do is that too. Y'all will, like, literally just, like, end a song with a verse of someone's, and I'm like, y'all forgot that there was a chorus in the song? Like, the chorus is your bread and butter. It's the thing that's going to basically hone in what the title of the song is for someone who's hearing it just for the first time. Remember, not everybody has the text in front of them to the name and title of the song while it's playing. They're just listening. So when they're trying to go, okay, what is the name of this song? I kind of like that. They're listening to and for the chorus. Where the love goes. So they're hearing that. That already, like, you know, gets stuck in your head if it is able to be sung throughout the record a few times, right? So that helps, and I would always recommend you end the song with the chorus and at least like the beat kind of riding out or whatnot. Gives you a little bit of extra time, gives people more time to really, again, sit with the song. And so, what up, Nick? Welcome back, my brother. What do you say? You said, I'd say 10. I drive a highway to it or through the city and stuff like that. See, like, look, soundtrack music right there. Hold on, everybody drive through the city real quick. Oops. It's an imaginary car anyways. Where's, like, I need a racing seat of some sort. But like that's what I'm saying. You want to be able to think about that. Like, people don't understand how dope soundtracks can be. All right, understand this, right? I used to love Grand Theft Auto 5 so much. All right, understand it. I loved Grand Theft Auto 5 so much, and the music that was within the game, that I bought all of the soundtrack and would just drive around in real life with the music like I was in the game. No, I would not be running over people. Like, listen, I ain't that stupid. But the point is that some music can be very, you know, infectious if you make it right, but then also if you put it in the right, you know, sync licensing kind of situation. Sometimes it's the video game, sometimes it's the right movie, the right show, the right moment in a situation. And the simplicity of, like, what video games can do, man, because someone could spend, you know, weeks, months, years in a game hearing your song over and over and over. Like, it becomes a part of the experience to where, like, it's you know, they don't feel comfortable, you know what I'm saying, without it. That's where I want all of our music to be able to be, right? So, like, it's you know, replayable in that aspect, and people will love it. You said sounds like it belongs in the Pretty and Pink movies. One of them 70s movies for sure. I agree. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, them vocals gotta you know what I'm saying, gotta come through better. NX was saying. And then he said, or even some disco is. Yep, 100%. But like a Foreigner. Thank you for naming Foreigner. Thank you for naming REO Speedwagon, man. Come on. Keep them coming. Keep it coming. I love those bands, man. Let me see. And let me see. It's okay. Sounds like something my mom with this machine and so like that. Let me see. Shout out to a Gorilla. Man, listen, you know what I'm saying? But them, like, Gorilla, you and Glorilla need to make a record. I think that goes without saying. You know what I'm saying? Is that something we could look forward to in the future? We need to know. You know what I'm saying? You and Glorilla. You know, it rolls off the tongue essentially. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the title, you can be like, what? You know what I'm saying? And where's Gorilla Black too? We need to get all three of y'all on the record. And that's gonna go viral overnight. Like, straight up, man. Y'all think I'm playing, man, but like I'm saying Gorilla Black and Glorilla. Like, we need to figure out where the freak is. Does anybody remember Gorilla Black? Like, he was, okay, I have to explain. There was another artist who popped up after Shine who also sounded like Biggie, right? You know how Sean was not at all, like, he didn't look like Big, but he sounded like Big. Gorilla Black was more like, okay, I'll look and sound a little bit, you know, like Big or whatnot, right? But it was still dope, nonetheless. You know, I wondered what happened. And you said, can I just send to the email? That's exactly how I prefer. You got to send to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Whether you do it via the website or the email, it basically, you know, goes to the same place or whatnot. And usually when you hit the MP3 button on the site, it will open up a prompt with whatever your email client is, and it just puts in my email and the subject line information, like your artist name and song title and stuff. So it'd be the same. Just make sure you send there. What did Nick say? Said I redeemed my 2-song script, you know what I'm saying? And after this second, only thing I'll have is, you know, so 6 songs take over and stuff like that. All right, I got you. And let me see, 9 out of 10 from Caddis Snack, and he said the intro was pretty long. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me about that, right? For a bit, I don't think we even knew that there was an artist on it, right? And I feel like that to a certain extent can be a problem because, once again, any song you make, act like you're gonna perform it tomorrow. What are you gonna do on stage while that whole intro section is happening? You know what I'm saying? I suppose if you're gonna do some kind of dance or something like that, but it's gotta be a really good dance, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people actually like it, right? Otherwise, sing to it, sing with it. Like, create a scenario that you know feels good within that. I always try to figure out, okay, what could I do in the intro if it's not gonna be me? I always go for like sound bites, answer machine kind of things, but like, no, be an artist. Even if there's already a chorus on the beat that you're rapping on, figure out a way to be in that chorus somehow, right? Sing along with it, sing at a certain point that it doesn't sing, rap at a certain point where it doesn't, you know, rap. Figure your way in so that you don't just look awkward on stage if you're not one of those, no, put your hands up. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what type of artist you are, like, overall. Okay, cool. Let me see. Hold on real quick, because I just got to make sure we got to skip from Yoda before we do the 2-song from Nick. Hold on. Let me do that.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish
Let me do that.
But homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold.
All right.
I love gold.
Turning point from Yoda.
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
Also, if you sent correctly, you should get a confirmation email. If you did not, then resend again. But refresh your email first. See if you got one that came back. Making me want to rap to this.
Listen. This is the beginning. Listen, I could like join any freaking game and won't be winning. It's a freaking thing that I don't know what's happening. And freaking people, like, if I find you up in the backyard, I'ma skin it in it.
Stop. Ooh. Well, shit. I didn't know it was gonna turn into that. It's like some Snoop Dogg featuring Kendrick shit.
Snoop Dogg, freaking you don't know what the heck you about to like do. Freaking you know what you are, like acting like RuPaul. You know what? There's people that are like say like you wearing the Ant-Man suit. That's why you are too small. Like I don't know like what is happening, though. Freaking you know what? I will always kind of have no flow, and like people be like you a freaking dork. I don't like wanna ever hear you rapping no more, but like.
Fine, I play the trumpet. Okay.
I guess I play the trumpet. If I don't like this beat at all, then I'ma dump it into the like recycling bin. Like, listen, dog, anybody wanna see me go psycho again? Up on the mother effing beat. Like, people know when I always wanna tell you that all these people slow. There's a lot of things that you could pour up on a weed and like make the freaking shit like just pop up and it'll grow. And people also know like when I'm rapping and I don't even know what happened, but I'll never like ever be a has-been, man. It's beat these fucking flames and I like it. Ain't no way I'm playing games. Ain't nobody saying names. People wanna go back. Ain't no way that I can flow whack. And people also kinda also think that I'm on Prozac. So like I hear Stock G. Oh, that would be dope. It's like I like that part. I just feel like it just stops suddenly right there. Stop suddenly. Stop fucking with the whole shit, man. You know you not ugly. Girl, there's a lot of times where I freaking don't feel love at all, cause I need love and you not hugging me. Don't rub a tree, cause if you do, it'll freaking fall. There's a lot of times when I'm at the mall, people always like, listen, if you see a freaking ghost up in your house, you know what? You know who you gonna call, but they are not real. So who the fuck are you really gonna call? Like, I don't know what the hell I'm about to call. Like, ain't no freaking number. People also like wanna get scared from somebody, then run up, then they ask. I wanna like tell you that when I have a freaking, I don't know what that been happening, but dog, I got a mask and like the people gotta ask. And hold on. He has one more. I say echo that. Hold on. Before you go back, let me see real quick. I don't know. You gotta stretch it out or make it come in a little bit quicker. Maybe. Hey, wait shit, dog. Take your freaking mouth, then I rip it off. Listen, it's about to be Christmas. Oh. Who else could you guys hear on this? I can hear Nas. Have we got Nas? I think we did get Nas and Kendrick on something. Nas, Kendrick, Rakim. Pusha T. Alright, so overall the production did sound nice. I like the drums, you know what I'm saying, how hard hitting they are, the bass line, you know what I'm saying, everything that comes together. My only critique is just basically the transition from the you know what I'm saying, trumpet into everything that comes right back or whatnot. I feel like it either needs to come in sooner, because you think it's ended. You think it's ended there. So, but something still needs to happen. I don't know if it's like, let me go back in here real quick. What happens at the beginning real quick? Nope, see, that's that. Hold on. Okay, can you isolate that section? The thing, I don't know what to call it or whatnot, but that we'll just call it sprinkled fairy dust sound or something like that. I would not isolate that and like maybe bring that somewhere in that section before the actual thing comes back in. I don't know. Like it should, some part of that should still be played, I think, or something before it comes back into that. What do y'all think though? Like, what the heck do y'all think though?
You wouldn't ask somebody to review non-alcoholic beer if they don't even drink, bro. Freaking is a lot of times I'm looking in the think though. Freaking people that think low to the whole. All right, let me go back. Not bad though. 3 minutes and 50 seconds of beat. So there's enough. There's basically enough in here for at least 4 artists to sort of like hop on, or you just let the last one sort of, you know, let the beat ride out and fade, right? Is there a moment for like a chorus to go in there? Like potentially you could make the trumpet part and like you could figure out a way to sort of like build a chorus in there. But I think it'll be you know, a little bit of work. I'd love to see what would happen. Carl said, I dig it and I want the beat. MIG Newman said he's over there on the TikTok side. So Yoda, you know, like link up, you know what I'm saying? Get over here to the TikTok side if you can. If you don't have a TikTok, vice versa, man. Hold on, let me go ahead and get the 2 song from Nick Flanagan, which is coming up.
I just need you to. Can you please just go? We all need pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza if you need them. PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowning. You wanna stay down then?
All right, so we got Nick Flanagan with No Bullshit. This is the first of the 2 song. All right, let's go ahead and throw that in. Man, he always comes with the like the lyric videos too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How you be so motherfucking smooth with it? Jewels dripping, roof missing, cool whips it. Looking like a snack, yet cool whip it. New bitches, up in Georgia cool, stripping on new titties. No bullshit, no bullshit, no bullshitting. How you be so motherfucking smooth with it? Jewels dripping, roof missing, cool whips it. Looking like a snack, yet cool whip it. New bitches, up in Georgia cool, stripping on new titties. No bullshit, no bullshit, no bullshitting. How you be so motherfucking smooth with it? I wish I knew what to tell ya, but I don't really know though. They just love my genitalia. Yes, cool, snap a photo. No photo, got the GoPro. Don't nobody want it with me. 4 personalities and all of them crazy. Call the boy for a loco. No homo, I just need mojos. On lean like a cholo, hot like cocoa. Nola around on your girl's mound. Going against me.
What time is it for you, Carl?
Oh no, here he goes, called a popo. Too much drip coming from a white mouth. But Disney slapper on his dick Pixar. About to turn the game inside out. About to get your girl stretched out like a futon. Come put that cooch on my face. Chef's kiss, make a motherfucker I'll lick it and spoon right after I taste.
It's like 8:14 for me right now.
You know that I never space. On coke, I'll fuck you again and again. Call that shit copy. You be some motherfucking smooth with it. Jewels dripping, roof missing, cool whips it. Looking like a snack, yet cool whip it. New bitches, up in Georgia cool, stripping on new titties. No bullshit, no bullshit, no bullshit.
Yeah, try your best. You can always come back.
How you be so motherfucking smooth with it?
Tap back in, see if we've played it yet.
Cool whips it. Looking like a snack, yet cool whip it. New bitches, up in Georgia cool, stripping on new titties. No bullshit, no bullshit, no bullshitting. How you be so motherfucking smooth with it? I wish I knew what to tell ya. Start the same way on verse 2. We just drinking gin, I tell ya. And by the scent of a perfume, no curfew, gon' hit the purple. I fly like a bird too. She try to make me come quick, but I told her, ma'am, patience is a virtue. Never hurt you unless that's what you're into. I never desert you unless you're on a menu. So I read her cues, and when an 8 down, like the subtraction and 10 to. And once I'm in you, I promise to continue to bend you and fold you. And now you get the situation. This Caucasian don't got the cock of an Asian. It causes hip displacement, sip, sip, chase, and quick, face me. I wanna see everything. Slip naked, drip take it. By my lip, make it sting like a beehive. Now see why you say you're the queen I've been looking for. Now I wanna rewind. Can you remind me of what you done before? Enjoy it some more. Smooth with it, jewels dripping, roof missing.
So you were feeling excited,
cool whip it, new bitches.
And you decided to make a song for the a song for the girls, huh?
How you be so motherfucking smooth with it? Jewels dripping, roof missing, cool whips it. Looking like a snack, yeah, cool whip it. New bitches.
It was like,
cool stripping on new titties.
He's like, I'm gonna make a song for you and a song for you.
And how you be so motherfucking smooth with it?
What does she have? 3? Another time I don't even really know what to do. But let the tap when you figure get a freaking cool beat. You know what? I mean, I'm a real flow on you. I know that it's cool. I know the
Excuse me, mister, did you just say the you?
I did, kid. Do you want a t-shirt? We have Adobo Juju t-shirts, hoodies, and hats available for all to see. First off, so Nick Flanagan, what do we say about this gentleman right here? He is often good with the choruses. Always, you know, with the song itself, you always get a vibe that he's having fun with the record, which is something that, you know, we tend to want really from all artists. Either we want to feel like you're serious and, you know, an artist, or we want you to have fun and still have that, like, that artist feel and sound, right? That personality that is able to ring true or whatnot. And he gives me like a sort of life of a party kind of a person or whatnot, right? I always wanted to just, you know, have fun, you know what I'm saying, make people laugh or whatnot. Now, he does have serious songs as well, but like I said, he's very consistent with the energy that he utilizes in, you know, many of the songs and beats that he'll rap on. And you know, I always have fun with the records or whatnot. Now this one, you know, it has a backstory or whatnot. It always makes me wonder if he would do an actual, you know, a video themed to exactly that. It would be, you know what I'm saying, funny nonetheless. You know, I'm glad he at least has a lyric video to it. And so I can remind you guys as artists, right? You know, lyric videos at the very least. Like, if you're not gonna go out there and do a music video, that's fine, but it would help. It would help in the long run, because when you guys go out there and you're performing at venues, some of those venues do have like either green screens or like projectors in the back, right? Where you basically can put your logo, or if you have a music video that basically can play in tandem with the actual, you know, song. You know, think about like what that could do for the lyric video that you have. Something like the one that he just, you know, showed us, very professional. It's you know, 1-to-1, there's moving, you know, things on the screen or whatnot. It brings it to life and makes it a little bit more, you know, professional or whatnot. So when you guys are looking for stuff like that, you know, between like typography, which is basically, you know, that animation meets lyric video, and vice versa. And would you say mine froze for I started 10 minutes, so I couldn't hear nothing. Golly, what happened? Hold on, it's from someone who played in bands locally and toured. He said, buy and bring your own screen projector and stuff like that. And so you can basically just add it wherever, and even in the venues that they don't have one, and that'll sort of, you know, work. How much did the one that you or at least from what you've seen lately, obviously over time technology gets better, more expensive and stuff like that, but are they pretty affordable for, you know, artists and stuff like that? Are they, you know, pretty pricey and stuff like that? What would you recommend if you have things that you would go with? And then what did Caddis say? He said this song better get a music video. See? And you know, saying that was tough, bro, as well. What'd you say? Didn't tell you into Jen, I tell you. So Nick is good at that, right? He loves the wordplay and trying to play around with, the different, syllables and ways that he can sort of make things that he's saying sort of like meat or whatnot. So he always has this aspect of like hip hop that's still there, even if it's on like a trap beat. And I appreciate that, because that's what we really want, artists to do. We want to still feel like, you're basically spitting at all times, not never dumbing yourselves down, because it's never really needed, right? It just depends on the type of song that you're making. You can make a club record that sounds like a club record, right? It just feels like something that would be played out there in a club or whatnot. You're listening to the beat, you're listening to the way an artist is rapping, right? But what you rap about doesn't have to sort of like change, right? I've always looked at like Jadakiss and the Lox, and like when they came out with records, they never really have made like club records in that sort of traditional fashion where it felt like it needed to, dumb them down. They were always like straight rappers, street artists, and they stuck to that, forever. Even Nas, like, pretty much did the same thing, right? And the closest Nas has ever gotten to like a, loosely based club sounding record was Uchi Wadi Wadi, Uchi Bang Bang. You know what I'm saying? And that wasn't even just like a solo Nas, record or whatnot. And it still sounded hip hop. Like we still fucked with that rap back then. So my point is, right, go in there, rap, still do your thing. Show your artistry at all times. Never dumb yourselves down. Really just have to figure out when you want to make something a more catchy song, if you're really trying to get people to sort of like dance in certain ways. And then like, yes, you can double down. If you like actually make a dance song and then you kind of like double down on the lyrics, like it does help it get more into the sort of the club and strip club circuit and stuff like that. Obviously, because depending on what you say, if all the artists who like twerk, all they say is twerk, and they just repeat it, and it makes them specifically twerk to it when that happens. So, and what do you say? I'm a wordplay fiend for freaking sure. Now, again, take that request to heart, right? You know what I'm saying? Cat Snack was like, this one better have a music video, and 100%. Listen to the fans, to the ones that you take that time to, put something into or whatnot. Cause in the end, like they're the ones who will, watch or whatnot. And they can see that foresight as well of, what other people might feel or whatnot. But it definitely feels like that. Let me throw your second one in, and then I think Mr. Fresh sent a skip, so we'll throw yours in right after. Why is this not? This one's called Nothing Personal, featuring Timmy Spitz. Let me see. Can I throw that? Here, get that. What the freak, man? Close that, and then what do you say? Audio Technica is a brand that carries those as well, though. Should have got mine from a job at school, but the ones on TikTok seem alright. That's what's up. Let me put both links if I can in the chat.
It ain't nothing personal. It's nothing about you as a person, no. Whether you someone I barely know, or someone I never heard before. But I don't like the way you look, don't like the way you act, nah. Don't like the way you dress, don't like the way you rap, nah. to dislike. You enter the scene and I'm already thinking about a fist fight. It might escalate, but I got that
You're like,
pistol
what the
tucked in for a good night. Piss me off and your girl can jump on this bike. She be going down like Mario. Not sorry, bro. She a piece of meat and I'm a carnivore. Not honorable, but I'm on a roll. And she riding me like she at a carnival. She left to the con looking for that pot of gold, but she found cock and bowl. Ooh, that's got its thing, I know it do. I fuck you up, come back for seconds, now your ass is over too. There ain't no connection, I go loco in a vocal booth, and you ain't getting picked even if it's a local photo shoot. I'm overdue to lose my cool and get violin. It's been a while since
with the one eye
got me smiling. Cue the violins, cause I'll kill you, then resuscitate your bitch ass, just so I can see you dying again.
I be wanting to jump up.
It's nothing about you as a person, no.
Sometimes I be wanting to get up out my seat.
Whether you someone I barely know.
Just like break stuff around the house.
Or someone I never heard before. But I don't like the way you look, don't like the way you act.
Nah.
Don't like the way you dress, don't like the way you rap.
Nah.
Don't like the way you talk, don't like the way you move.
Nah.
Don't like the way you sit, don't like the things you do. I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you, no I don't. How else can I say I don't like you, no I don't.
Yeah, man, I feel like if I ever hung out, you know what I'm saying, with you,
bitch, pay that shit. Fuck your mom
split
and
my
dad, I'm
side.
I ain't like your ass. Got one more time and I'm a fucking trip. You ain't real, you's a fucking fraud. Nigga, take a hint. This world ain't big enough for you and me. We ain't gon' coexist. How many niggas faking streams buying all the clout and they acting tough? And how many niggas false claiming when I come equipped and I see they bluff? No dope rapping, just straight yapping. These niggas ain't really dope enough. Gonna kill the game so much. All these fake rappers gon' need a fucking book. And that's real. Come from a place where these niggas don't give a fuck how you gon' feel. The industry sick of the people that's running the game. We came to reveal. Whoa, toe tagging everybody that's straight lacking. And I came packing this heat, nigga. Of course I won't beef with you. Ain't talking to switch my balls and trigger. It ain't personal, I wanna change the game, cause these rappers ain't really adding up. It ain't personal, I wanna run the fake, cause these fakest labels wanna be corrupt. It ain't personal when I call you out no shit, cause you was a fucking chump. Just remember, it ain't really personal when I end your shit and it's so bro.
Nice.
It's nothing about you as a person, no. Whether you someone I barely know. Don't like the way you act.
You don't?
Don't like the way you dress, don't like the way you rap.
Why not?
Don't like the way you talk, don't like the way you move.
Man.
Don't like the way you sit, don't like the things you do. I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you, no I don't. How else can I say I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you, no I don't. I don't like you.
Again, told y'all.
I see the consistency, freaking you don't know what the hell happening, but you know what, I'm finna get an epiphany. Someone asking me like, what the hell is like happening? You had a whole freaking music like line up with all the symphony. All right, let me just go back into this. No, well, we technically clapped already. Listen, I told y'all, right? You know, each record that you hear from him, you know, if he's doing the chorus, right, it's gonna be on something that you know still feels like it's a part of, and for the record, he's really able to adapt no matter what it is. He sort of does what I really tell all artists to do, which is to listen to the beat that you are rapping to or about to make a song with, and like kind of do what it says to do. Like if you listen to that to each beat with that right side of your brain, you'll sort of hear the right things for you specifically to do to it. And there's another portion as well. There's the portion of like, you know, everybody would rap like this, so right? And you want to try your best to stay out of any of those, you know, mindsets or whatnot. Anytime you get into a like, you know, just a typical feel or style or something like that, you start to lose yourself and you go immediately into whatever that other thing is or whatnot. So I liken it to like if any artist is rapping to a Drake type beat,
right? Most artists, you almost like, you immediately start thinking about what Drake would say, what sort of like artists again on those records would say, and you jump into full, you know, Drake mode, when really it should just simply be you doing you, and the beat happening to be one of those situations. That's how you turn any record sort of like a little bit on its head and give people something that, you know, they aren't, you know, necessarily expecting or whatnot. You know, both artists did their job. I think on this record or whatnot, you know, Nick killed it, you know what I'm saying, within his and the feature came in, which you never want a feature that people are just kind of fine with having not be there or whatnot. I always say, like, you guys got to be Avengers, essentially, right? Avengers or Justice League, whatever tickles your fancy in terms of the superhero teams of this gen, right? Well, actually, no, they've been around. But the point is, in music, if you are the Avengers on a record, right? That could be like two of them, right? Let's just say like this is Hulk and Thor together, you know what I'm saying? When you are doing that collab, that's how it should be, you know what I'm saying? Both of you guys adhering to your own strengths, and, you know, basically making it happen to where if either of you were the only one on the track, it would still be just as dope. If anybody ever just feels like, oh, now you just threw the homie on there, always make them do it over. Like, figure out that way to really make whoever's on the track with you feel authentic. Never hesitate to you know, to ask anybody if they need to like re-record, re-perform, you know what I'm saying, anything if you feel like they can do better, because at the end as well, you are gonna want to have that same confidence in the record past your parts. Right? We all know that, like, oh yeah, man, you know what I'm saying, after you play my part, you could just let it go. Like, no, you want to love the whole record to where, like, you know, you can't wait for it to get to every part, so people get to hear, you know, every aspect or whatnot. And this was pretty freaking dope. So good job. What did you say? What did you say? You said at first it threw me off with the hook, and then it started you know, connecting after they got into the verses and whatnot. There you go. Now, I almost forgot about that though. Thank you for reminding me, right? So with the chorus, right, it does feel like a call and response kind of situation, which I'm assuming will happen more in actual live, you know, kind of performances and stuff like that, right? Where you get the crowd to, I don't like you, no, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get that call and response, but part of me, like, wanted to hear it for some reason on the record. So I don't know if it's one of those, you go do a performance at a venue, get the crowd to sort of do their thing, record the crowd, put the crowd in the actual record, re-release it. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's one of those that need to happen. And what did that need to sound like, right? Does it need to sound like a crowd of people? Does it need to sound like a crowd of you? Does it need to sound like, you know, just that the typical, like if Lil Jon was doing the ad-lib for you and stuff like that, I don't like you, whatever, man. That's the only thing that I felt like was at least missing just mentally from it or whatnot. What do you say? Would be great for shows. Yeah, that's that. Jump up and down, see what the people got. All right, let me get into Mr. Fresh real quick. He also had the two songs at the back. This one.
We all in pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza if you need a PayPal.
Try to speed things up.
You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in because I stay clowned. You wanna stay.
Big salute. And thank you guys once again for your patience. You know what I'm saying? No matter what platform you guys are on, I appreciate you guys both for your feedback and you know, patience being within the chat. Whether you guys freaking skip as well, always helps us get closer to being able to do those giveaways on the show where you guys can win free skips, free beats, free mixes and masters, and more. Of course. Mr. President's like, oh snaps, two back to back. Knit Dog, what up, dog? Chicago in the building as well. Man, listen, man. The funny, again, I didn't even know you were from Chicago that last time too, when Scripts had came in the building and essentially had sent some of the artists that he rocks with. He's always sending artists, you know, from Chicago or whatnot. He was like, oh shit. So like you guys are essentially, you know what I'm saying, rocking from that same ish, man. We got Fresh With It. Fresh With It is the first song as soon as it comes up.
I did not teach him
Wait a
that.
second. Okay.
I'm fresh with it. I'm blessed with it. When I spit it. Don't you forget it, get it. I'm fresh with it. I'm blessed with it. When I
what did the Reaganomics say?
Don't you forget it, get it. Fresh with it. I'm blessed with it. When I spit it. Don't you forget it, get it. On the right track. Hit you with the right slap. I can be your nightcap. I be fresh like that. Baby, don't stop. I know that you hot. I'm in your spot. Pick it up, make it drop. Have no fear. Mr. Fresh right here. Don't stop there. What you want, I don't care. I'm fresh with it. I'm blessed with it. When I spit it. Don't you forget it, get it. I'm fresh with it. I'm blessed with it. When I spit it. Don't you forget it, get it. I'm fresh.
Chilling on the boat.
I'm blessed. When I
better like that. I'm fresh.
I'm blessed.
It's lost its smell.
I'm fresh.
Said almost like if 50 Cent tried to do R&B.
Don't you forget it, get it. I'm fresh with it.
You might be spot on.
I'm blessed with it. When I spit it. Don't you forget it, get it.
That was a good observation though, because when I've heard
a work management.
Because when I've heard like 50 get into the more melodic kind of songs, like, you know, he doesn't go too crazy with it or whatnot, right? But when you think about the ones where he did, you know, the window shopper, you know what I mean? Or I'm not the sound you stop. Is it magic? Was it a magic stick or candy shop? Maybe it was both, essentially, you know what I'm saying? The point is, he's done melodic records within there that are, you know, slightly melodic, but then goes in and you know, straight raps, you know, on the other parts or whatnot. I've always looked at Mr. Fresh as more closer to like Nate Dogg, or like a younger Nate Dogg, if anything, especially when he gets into more of the more West Coast, you know, centric kind of, you know, records that he'll you know, do songs to. You know, but it really depends on, I think, the production as well, right? Different thing. There's been times where I've like, okay, this one feels more like, you know, Pharrell would have produced it and you would have, you know what I'm saying, got in there in those vibes. Then there's another one that brings them, you know, closer to even more of an R&B, you know, vibe, you know, melodically. But it's his thing, and I appreciate the consistency within, you know what I'm saying, these genres or whatnot. The other thing is, I'm assuming you also produced that one. You didn't necessarily say it. Like, listen, keep it a buck when you produce any record, right? Like in most of the like album covers and stuff like that, I've always seen You know, when you've produced it, when you've not, and I think that is always, you know, important, because it shows what you have the ability to do. When people like certain things specifically, they do want to go to that producer for you know, that and like you want them to. You don't want them to go to anybody else, especially AI, to kind of get you know, what you know, you basically cook up like that, right? So you do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying, and make that happen. Essentially, this one is, again, just very chill, nothing too crazy in terms of the vocals. So I always tell people, like, you know, tame your expectations. You know, he is not a Chris Brown, not a Babyface, an R. Kelly, not in that sort of lane or whatnot. If you try to sort of like judge in that lane and like knock him for not being able to do super high tones and stuff like that, I don't think that's fair, because that's not the lane that I see him as trying to go in. And even when he does go into the lane, I feel like he does you know, what he is capable of in you know, those genres or whatnot. And I like seeing the experimentation, just to see like how far he can go or whatnot. And yes, there have been times where I've said, you know, I want to see you do like harmonization, or, you know, something, just different things to see what else would happen. There's also the fact that many of his records will be sort of in the slower, more, not slower, shorter, right? Which most of you guys, you know, either claim is the way. This is the way. Like, I still feel like I feel like two situations, right? Do one for standard people who, like, you just want to give a taste for, or two, and then do that extended version of the song that you give to the fans. The fans will always appreciate it, right? The fans are the ones who will pay for the extra extended version that comes with the alternative cover and the freaking inside booklet thing that like many CDs like used to have. You know what I mean? Like, the real fans will do that. As gamers, we do it. We still do it, right? Oh man, this version comes with the action figure and the helmet and the, you know what I mean? Like, it makes no difference. As an artist, we gotta create that same thing. Why not? Why aren't we creating the Easter eggs on the album? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Jay-Z was probably the only one I really remember back in the day. If y'all go back, go to, like, I don't know if it was Blueprint 2. Somebody can correct me right now, right? It was either Blueprint 1 or 2, where at the end of the last record, if you like let it go on for 3 more minutes, you get 3 extra songs on, you know, the project or whatnot, that just like continue to go as time, you know, goes or whatnot. So you get a remix to Girls, Girls, Girls. You get like 2 other songs that didn't make the actual album but are like bonuses. And I was like, man, it's stuff like that do make, you know, listening to the project, you know, a little bit more fun, right? Because that meant that, you know, you did listen to the whole thing, and then you just let it rock, you know what I'm saying? And like took it in and just like gathered your thoughts as you're listening to you're done, you know what I'm saying? Tried to figure out, you know, talk to the homies about it or whatnot. All of a sudden these other songs popped up. And again, you only knew that if you kind of noticed, like, damn, the time's still running, or, you know, you just kind of like let it rock or whatnot. Or I guess by that time it's word of mouth or whatnot. People gotta remember the internet and sort of that social media aspect of us being able to find out about things very quick. At one point, it was more of a word of mouth thing. So you had to call somebody up to tell them some shit like that. And in most cases, like, where, you know, since there's no cell phones, you know, right? You're like, you gotta wait till you get home to get that phone call. So you end up listening to it for yourself, experiencing that, you know, all in the same way, and vice versa. But it's like, it was a more natural way of just like really getting things out there. And I just miss experiencing records for the first time in a store. Like, we weren't lazy. We literally had, man, I have to talk about this just because, like, I think people take everything for granted, right? we had to get up, go out, go to the record shops, put on the headphones, and like listen to the album like that, right? And often their headphones were really good, so 9 times out of 10 you took home every album you listened to, you know what I'm saying? And you're like, bro, like this is dope, oh shit, like, you know what I'm saying, they got an album, let me see. And you know, that was just, you know, very freaking dope or whatnot. He said, I miss Blockbuster. Man, kudos to them actually putting it in the Captain Marvel movie, man. You know what I'm saying? Much as y'all want to hate on that film, they brought Blockbuster back, man. And I feel like Blockbuster could come back if they wanted to. They just need to
if you wanna be on my team,
figure out a business model.
You better be about your green, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If you wanna be on my team, you better be about your green, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to go back, get a DVD.
Yeah. If you wanna be on my team, you better be about your green. Do you know what I mean? What? I've been broke before, but I ain't broke no more. F being po, Mr. Fresh Kid ho. Give me the loop, give me the cash. I'ma add to my stash. Slow or fast. My duty, that's my task. Yeah.
What the freak?
All I want is real. Hot like a heel.
We ain't even done with the.
Cause I got bills.
We getting fresh.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah. If you wanna be on my team.
Wait, did you upgrade? Hold up.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If you wanna be on my team, you better be about your green. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
This is a find your favorite fresh.
Do you know what I mean?
What's another word I could use? Find your favorite fresh.
Do you know what I
something.
Mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If you wanna be on my team, you better be about your green. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Do you wanna
be on my team?
That's right.
You better be about your green. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, better with fat. I don't know what they see. Sometimes thinking you could throw it to me, and I'ma be like, I don't know what it is. And sometimes freaking people in the barbecue throw me some ribs, and I'm like, thanks, cause I'm hungry. And every time I wanna try to go up outside and something.
Anyways. So I've always called that record a good ending a movie kind of record. Somewhat. You know what I'm saying? He has a few of those that are kind of good. Like, you know, if you were to put it during the, like, as the main characters are just walking away in the distance, and then the credits start to, you know what I'm saying, roll up a little bit, and then y'all start reminiscing about the times you had in the film. Feels a little bit like that or whatnot. Both of these songs were on the lower side of just sort of like, you know, where you go tonally. You know what I'm saying, the energy, it's just you know, very chill or whatnot. Out of the two, right, if we're always in that competition mode, you know, with the multiple sort of like skips or whatnot, this one I tend to like, I think, a little bit you know, better or whatnot. Hold on, my team, and then fresh with it. Can I run that again without getting an ad? It's not gonna do it, man. These ads. Why you be doing that? Why? Yeah. Oh, let me see if this worked. If it does, I'm mad at myself for not doing it again ever. Okay, hold on. So fresh with it.
I can be your nightcap. I be fresh like that. Baby, don't stop. I'm fresh. Did it.
Nope, that was a different song. Hold up. I mean, anyways, I feel like I like that. I mean, I like a good ending movie vibe. That's my freaking thing, right? It's not like my favorite song in the world type of situation, but songs that feel, you know, like, and this is before like Marvel shit, man. Like, understand, like, I was a movie buff, like, and I stayed to the end of the credits for things way before Marvel and the whole like ending credits sequence, you know, situation. And like now you hope every movie has an ending credit sequence, but like before that, it was about the sort of, you know, like the mostly let's remember, there weren't a lot of bad movies at a certain point, right? It didn't feel like Hollywood was just cashing in to sort of like just make whatever, and then like most things that went into theaters were good. So you'd watch the movie and then like they'd have a really good soundtrack that sort of samples itself like as the credits are about to, you know, roll or whatnot, or there's something that wasn't necessarily in the movie but plays. And it just is a part of that experience, you know what I'm saying, as you're just sort of like reminiscing about all the things that you might have liked about the film. And you know, if you think about the right ones and then you sort of like, you know, couple them with that, like, again, it just kind of like fits perfectly. So I appreciate that he has quite a few of those that can fit in there. It makes me want to just make some kind of short film so I can, I guess, just put them at the ending of the movie, you know what I'm saying, of some sort, and you know, and that's it. It's gonna be me going, hi, bye, do you wanna say my team? It's just gonna pop up. Man, I wish I had the button, so I gotta just plop that right at the time. So he did, I think, upgrade. He sent two song, you know what I'm saying, skips essentially. We'll just still put them in like they're that in the back to back, you know what I'm saying, fashion or whatnot. So sit tight. If you are still waiting in the free line, we will get to you guys and stuff like that. I'm not getting off anytime soon. It's 8:53 p.m. And also always remember that when those that are paying to skip the line come through and send to the show or whatnot, it does get us closer to being able to do the giveaways on our show where you guys are actually able to win some free skips for yourselves. So if you're not able to afford it right now, again, your patience will, you know, reward you at some point, you know what I'm saying, during the show, and we appreciate your time as well, and feedback, of course. We have more fresh songs on the way, and then we'll of course get right back into the free line if we don't have you know, other skips to deal with after that.
I just need you to, can you please just go? We all need pizza, so I make weird music. I got beats, so if you need them, PayPal me.
You know what is this? I'm still thinking about Blockbuster, man. And I'm still thinking about Blockbuster all of a sudden, man. And just like the different things that I feel should still exist and would be dope to see, essentially. You know, but for certain businesses, I think for them it only makes sense if they can profit, you know, tremendously, which is their sort of you know, issue or whatnot. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's an aspect of nostalgia there that can bring it back, but they also probably see like Redbox is probably not doing as well. I don't know.
From the moment,
I don't know. Everybody's different. You guys are probably like, nah, man, we got Netflix. And all of our, you know, apps that make it easy. I get that. Oh, snaps. So
if you know me, you owe me, baby, show me.
The other way.
You know me, you owe me, baby, show me. You know me, you owe me, baby, show me. If you know me, you owe me, baby, show me. Yeah. If you know me, you owe me, yeah. Baby, you got to show me.
That's what's up.
Like me from the show, me stay.
Thank
steak, yeah. You put me on a plate, yeah. You say your grace first, before you taste first.
No, not yet, MIG.
I'm here to quench your thirst, yeah. I'm here to bless, not curse, yeah.
Got a few skips that came in.
And give me everything I'm worth, yeah. Now you broke, girl, cause Mr. Fresh was dope, girl. Now you broke, girl, cause Mr. Fresh was dope,
Sing it.
girl. You owe me, baby, show me, you know me, you owe me, baby, show me, you owe me, baby, show me, you know me, you owe me, baby, show me.
She gotta know you though.
Baby, show me.
She just wanna show you so freaking you could go into the.
Baby, show me.
See, what is that? So right there. That is something I've been meaning to talk about, but I always forget somehow. At the very end, it almost feels like you mess with the volume a little bit. You know how we just kind of turn the volume up and down like really quick or whatnot. It feels like he does that at the show me part.
Baby, show me.
Like right there, y'all hear it? Like, and I always wondered like what that was. It doesn't always get on my nerves because it's already fading out by that time. But I didn't know if that was a mistake or not. Like, I did want to bring that up. Outside of that, this is another one of my favorite songs from Fresh. Because it was different, right? It was one of the other few times where he got production produced by another, producer that was from our community. So that was one of the many surprises that, he had popped up with. One of the lovely things that I cherish of being able to do this show with is like when many of you guys actually do songs together, right? Like over time, you guys, hear each other's songs. You get that sort of like let's work, either in the DMs or with the, within the comments. Then you guys get to work on something, right? And it's always dope when you then come back to our shows and premiere that, and especially when we don't know that things are being worked on. So this was like one of those, right? So shout out to Jay Nandros, on the production on that. This also felt like his first kind of like real single kind of situation. If there was a record with a real video, very, professional kind of situation, and something that like if the label's trying to get an album together, right? This feels like one of those records. It doesn't feel like, a mixtape, kind of song, just something like you're just kind of having fun with, doing whatever. It feels like, okay, let me take this serious, and like if I'm gonna work on stuff. Like I remember when he first sent it, I was like, bro, I want to hear whatever album this is a part of, right? Like make a project just like off the tail of everything that this song, embodies and stuff like that. Just like, again, with the sound, with how like serious you take it. It just went into a different direction that I appreciated. And he made other records also produced by Jay Nandros as well, that were, just as good and stuff like that. So I appreciate that he consistently sends, this one from time to time. You said, great song, MIG. Newman had said, good song, great song, Listen, that's a slogan right there. And you did not, miss yours yet. Let me see, Cat is Snack, show me, right? If you're able to sing along with it, right? What do you say? I like it. He said, I like it too, man. Of course you like it too. It's yours. And we said, I was trying to fade it out with the beat and stuff like that. No, that's not that. See, I get that. But what I'm saying is that it felt like you had turned the volume up and down twice, like where the last part sort of like was. Again, one more time.
Baby, show me.
Like when the show, like it feels like the show suddenly gets louder both times. Show me. Like for whatever reason, it goes loud and then lower or whatnot, but it doesn't feel like it does that anywhere else on the song or whatnot. So I don't know if there was any kind of thing that was just kind of like accidentally done, you know what I'm saying, in that part. Not a deal breaker, but I am wondering if that does get to anybody. And then hold on, let's get to your other one. Man, this one needs no introduction. I usually do sometimes review it beforehand and then let people, you know, have at it what they will. But I'll let this one play first this time, and then you guys determine after. Some of y'all already know what it is. Y'all heard it. Y'all know what y'all need to get ready. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, and then
You can have it your way, yeah, like BK. You can have it your way, yeah, like BK.
Fresh treats us like the radio, man. It's like, let me make sure I get my daily quotes in, like, which is
At the fast food joint, Mr. Fresh on point. You can have it your way, Come to the AK. You can be blessed all day. Mr. Fresh got paid.
Appreciate the shares.
With me, you can stay. With me, you can lay.
Also the likes, appreciate y'all.
Don't play. All I do is slay. I'ma drive you crazy. Believe what I say. Day one, you get sprung. I love when you come. Baby, don't go. I want you 24. Yeah. Like BK. You can have it your way, yeah, like BK. You can have it your way, yeah, like BK. You can have it your way, yeah, like BK. You can have it your way, yeah, like BK. Like BK.
Like that one. So, in case anybody was wondering, 2 minutes and 22 seconds of record. Of course, we talk about time throughout the stream, essentially, right? Many of his records have also, you know, have said to, you know, extend, get features and stuff like that. So we've been through the spiel, you know, with him. You know, when it came to this record though, like y'all already know the deal. This one, just off the whim of like, you know, him just mentioning the slogan of Burger King, right? You can have it your way, like BK or whatnot, like Burger King, right? It brings a whole new layer to the record or whatnot, right? It's a simple saying, a simple, you know, slogan or whatnot. You know, he sort of brings a little bit more, like when he starts off, you know, it's a fast food joint, you know what I'm saying? But like, it immediately put me in the mindset of like, yo, what if either she was working at Burger King and she's like a baddie or whatnot, he pulls up, sees she's cute or whatnot, and basically starts singing the song, you know, and either outside or inside, like as he walks in, or vice versa, him working there, her pulling up, or her going inside, right? Or the third option, him with some baddie just eating at a Burger King. Like, those are kind of the 3 ones. We've really played around with like the first, 2 really, in terms of like what would potentially make the best video. But like all 3 scenarios could happen, right? Because you could essentially be someone who pulls up, uses the slogan on her, she's impressed by it type of thing, you know what I'm saying? And then at some point you're eating in the restaurant with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels this part of me that is like, man, like if done right, it could be, you know what I'm saying, kind of fun. And there's a slight meme nature to it, just because it's Burger King. No one ever, has expected anyone to do like romantic kind of songs or anything like that remotely, and like McDonald's and any kind of just like fast food, chains or whatnot. But, that then brought me to the idea of like, nah, it's all in marketing, right? If Burger King likes the song enough to sponsor the video, put the song in a commercial, and make a very specific limited time only gourmet menu and deal that's basically like a you and someone can eat for this much, and the items are very specific, you know what I'm saying? If they make it something like that, you'd get some people who will buy into it or whatnot. And even if it doesn't even have to be all of that. I just really want to see the song. I want to see the song get as much of its due as possible, right? And I don't know what that need, like either the actual music video, does it need to just be a 1 minute kind of piece of content on like, TikTok or something like that, and then him still, utilizing, Burger King in that way. Like, I don't know what they would allow. I don't think I've seen anyone like sort of kind of force someone to take down any kind of, like, anytime they've had like problems with someone at a McDonald's, like who works there or something like that, like I don't think they've ever told them to take down those posts. So technically, if you do it in that fashion, if you don't sort of like do a straight up, we're filming a whole, music video like in that way, maybe you'd be able to do something, right? Because you're just, for all they know, you're doing a food review and it just is at McDonald's and you're kind of doing something. So there's something. Let me see what y'all think real quick. It's something to remember, you know what I'm saying? Like BK, man. Yeah, see that Burger King just like, it hits it nicely. The melody is there. I think he does a good job with it. When you say maybe it's just me, you know what I'm saying? And you said I don't like overusing the same line, and I feel like it's a bit, you know what I'm saying, overused. That one line is supposed to, you know what I'm saying, carry the whole song or whatnot. Let me see. I feel you. And you said I could see something with BK, because Pharrell did the I'm Loving It jingle for McDonald's. See, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But like, so if you're an indie artist, right? If you're an indie artist, it's like, how do you present something like that? If you're a major, I think it's a lot easier. There might even, like, the label even might just go to them directly and, and set something up. They'll already like, do that, right? As an independent artist, obviously, like if you had a manager, they'd probably be the one to go up there and, sort of present the idea. But my mind is saying, do you do the video first so you can show them like how dope it would be or tasteful or something like that? Or do you come to them with the idea and the song, and then, just sort of like see where they go from there? Because again, they may want to sponsor it, which would mean that they'd want certain things to be in the video. Maybe there's something new that they'd be coming out with that would be smart to sort of like put in there. Like, we don't know, right? They may have a redesign of a logo by that point. But I'm still trying to see like what that best, you know, thing is. And he said, yeah. And by the way, so Caddis Snack, what email did you send with for when I get to yours or whatnot? If you want to send again with the hashtag pay it forward skip, you can, because that is what the skip that he basically is paying for right now is as well, because he's gonna get one more from him and then the other one basically goes to you. So if you want to resend it with hashtag pay it forward so we know exactly which one we are playing for that, go ahead. We'll throw his other one in though. Which one am I tripping? Wasn't there supposed to be one more too? Or yeah, I think there was supposed to be one more also from Fresh, but I don't know if you sent the other one that was supposed to be.
I know so many people in here passing through who have no idea what is happening until they do. If I was up in the game, then I would probably have to do cheats, cause I can't see a thing up in his hash. And where the hell is Coon Street? 100 locks up on his box, it wasn't meant to be. And I ain't got no time to mess with armless naked entities and nurses with syringes, apparitions. It's a scary place, and someone with a scary face just shouldn't mess with Harry Mason.
Someone with a scary face just shouldn't mess with Harry Mason, you fool.
Alright, hold on, let me throw that in there. So if anybody's wondering, it's basically like a 2-song back-to-back, right? Essentially, when you guys are, like if you're trying to do a pay it forward skip, like if you want to skip the line for you and someone else, it would be like just putting in a 2-song back-to-back, which is, you know, 15, instead of, you know, paying for 2 separate 1-song skips from you guys or whatnot. It's like, you know, you guys sort of going in together or whatnot, and so it is a discount for y'all, man. And that course of action, if ever there's a person who only has 5 and then one who has 10, again, if y'all combine forces, you guys will usually be able to get in there in that way as well. And I'll do more to put that on the screen so you guys will know that it is possible. Hold on, let me see. You can have it your way, yeah, like we can. When he said I already can envision an idea for the video, and then yeah, you guys stack us out that. I'm saying. But yeah, so what in your minds? Let me see. What do you say? In your minds, like, what? Does she work there or does he work there? You know what I'm saying? At all, or do none of them work there and they just go to Burger King for the you could have it your way, and he points at Burger like BK. Puts in the 3rd. Okay, I got it. Think I got both of y'all's. Let's do the oh snaps, did you? I know you did not make it freaking Christmas. I wanted a Christmas album. Let's see where it goes. Nah, it's not a Christmas down. It's called Merry Christmas. Oh no, that's just the album cover. Feline is the name of that song.
Yeah, won't catch me in the feline.
I got you.
Catch me in the feline. First place, not behind. Mr. Fresh on the grind. Won't catch me in the feline. Catch me in the feline. First place, not behind. Mr. Fresh on the grind. Yeah, tell me if you smell me. Mr. Fresh
We says F Christmas, man.
Why you wanna? Hate on
Man.
Mr. Fresh? Yeah. Why you wanna? Hate on Mr. Fresh? Why you wanna? Hate on Mr. Fresh? Yeah. Won't catch me in the feed line. Catch me
in the feed line. Bang, bang.
Not behind.
Yeah.
Mr. Fresh. On the grind. Won't catch me in the feed line. Catch me in the feed line. First place. Not behind. Mr. Fresh. On the grind.
Homie, it's gonna be fine. Catch me in the feed line. Catch me with a feed line. Listen, we could be live. We can eat that. He could be guy. What the heck that we can do? But you know what, man? You just got the VI. Freaking no I could he got the guy. All right, all right.
Catch me in the free line. So that one right there, among some of the many songs that he does have and many themes, you know, within his artistry or whatnot, right? There are some that are, you know, for the ladies essentially, or for the fellas to talk to the ladies. And then there are the ones that are just like the, you know, the pop your collar, you know, kind of pat yourself on the back kind of, you know, records. The I'm the shit, you know, kind of songs. Self-themed songs that should, you know, make you feel a little bit better when you have a right to be a little, you know, conceited with it or whatnot, right? So I feel like that falls in the line of that. Of course, there are those aspects, right? And I do tell you to watch out for these every now and then in terms of any repetition, when and if you're getting in there and, you know, kind of either singing in the same tones, using some of the same flows and stuff like that. There's always a switch up that I think should happen, you know what I'm saying, every 2 to 4 bars, just to show people every other thing that you could potentially do in that record, right? Because, you know, in all retrospect, when we get on any record, there are, you know, a bunch of different ways that we can, you know, attack it. We just kind of either sometimes find that first, you know, like whatever the first thing that comes to mind in terms of the melody, right? You may just put that down and then you kind of stick with that, as opposed to, like, you know, if you were to take an hour and be like, all right, these are all the things that I hear for the chorus or whatnot, right? Like literally try something like that. And then, you know, see like what you could essentially do to sort of like, you know, extend and even put some of those other parts in there or whatnot. Like that's essentially sometimes what artists should be doing, like figuring out all the different formulas that the beat brings out, and then like seeing what all the best lines were, how you should structure it so that it is indeed the best song that, you know, people are gonna hear in you know, many different aspects or whatnot. This one has a little bit of a boogie kind of, you know, feel to it. Like that's just what crosses my mind when I think about, you know, that beat and production or whatnot. So not bad there. And the part where you go, why you wanna hate on Mr. Fresh or whatnot, man, you know that we hear those high, like soulful tones that like some background singers or something like that needs to get in there and sing right along with it. Why you wanna hate on Mr. Fresh? Like we need that in there, like right along with it or whatnot. So at some point, I do think like adding a background singer to some of your records to sort of add those tones that we may be missing. And again, they don't have to be a main artist on the record. They don't have to, you know, really do anything but like harmonize with some of the parts that we hear, and you can cut them down in the back. But I do feel like that's something that would add a extra layer and flair to your records and stuff like that. It always depends on what you are, of course, willing to do and try. And there's always remixes and Earlier, I talked about you guys making extended versions of your records to put on some of the other platforms that you want to push people to. You know, it's like those are the things I'm talking about. If you do the extra work and you feel like, man, I had to get somebody to come to the studio, right? Again, put that under a freaking paywall if you have to, you know, so the people who, again, the people that get extra or that pay extra or support you in whatever the thing, you could put it under a, if you buy my merch kind of thing, then you get the extended version of the album. It's all in how you guys want to put your music out and give it and feed it to the people. But I feel like that's probably like a really good way to do it or whatnot, because you're still trying to get merch out. You know, again, it'll make all that extra work that you might do a little bit worth it and stuff like that. Not bad though. What did you guys think about that record right there? We do have the one from Caddis Snack, of course, right now as well.
Hey, bro, I always be tripping on your time. You never even explain to nobody what's going on.
This one does not have a title. The man with the red suit like Shazam, what you do? Hold on. So look at my car.
I was raised in another place, another time, in another space. I ain't had no real love, so I had to fake. That's the reason sometimes a nigga will hesitate. That you niggas that can see me like niggas with Stevie. Finna wake them niggas up with a thud through the TV. What's that sound? It's AC making some noise.
Yeah, Q is kind of crazy. You could do a Galaxy
something that you can't afford. They paranoid, they see me walking in the jewelry stores. Like if he wanted, he could cop it, he might take a short. Ace the demon, he the hottest topic, ain't no saying more. They got respect up on my name, cause they be seeing how I rap. Put my city on my shoulders, stuck my girl up on my back. Now I'm walking down these niggas like I'm walking down a track. Got them sticking to me like that paper sticking to attack. They know they whack when they hear me, they know I put on the show. I wrote this shit in about an hour just to let niggas know that a nigga was cold. He got original soul. When he touching the verses, he got a magical flow. Yeah, name another rapper really spit like this. All these other rappers, what they spit, I shit and piss. Christmas list, these other rappers wish for this. Dangerous, some other rappers all at risk. Custom diamonds have them shining like the sun in that bitch. Move down when I'm swerving, having fun in my whip. Castomigo got that bad bitch's tongue in the kiss. I see they diss me, now they trying to get a ride in the lift. I guess that's life though. Even if you didn't buy it, pay the price, bro. This world is built on sacrifice and all the price quotes. Get a little money, now these niggas is your kinfolk. Man, that shit be crazy, that shit messing with my mental. But it can be simple. Focus on yourself and get your own too. Ain't nobody own you. You don't need to ask for nothing, you can make your own move. Cusco, nigga, yeah, go and find your own groove. No, they don't wanna hear the truth, cause it hurt when it's spilled. Instead of water, you get lava that burn at your heel. Wait, I'm a legend in the making, I feel like it's still. Any song I touch, I leave it crushed like you snorting a pill. From rapping to drill, versatility skill. I hear the beat and I can hop on and do it at will. Nothing to it, think about it and spit it for real. Alien the flows, yeah, these verses be out of this world. Like a squirrel to the nut, I gotta get the cheddar. On my mother, I make a risk before I need another. Rainy weather, I brought my hoodie, you can keep the sweater. Ace boogie, up and down, these verses pulling levers. Hot damn, oh, they didn't know that nigga clever. Oh man, tell them niggas they just gotta do better. Guess I'm just addicted to success and they follow whatever. Heating up the weather, yeah, I'm changing the climate forever. Forever, ever, forever, ever, forever, forever, ever, forever, ever, ever. I'm finna take them all to school with it. Since I'm the teacher, I'ma have to make the rules to this. Listen up when you be rapping, make a full sentence. These other rappers, they be capping, got you full senses. Come on, let's take a census. How many niggas living what they say? Everybody ballin', but everybody not NBA. And all them niggas wanna be rich and sleep the day away. But I just wanna light up my wrist and take a getaway. Stick up, used to be a little robber. Used to call me son, now these bitches calling me father. Why even bother with the rest of these lanes? Destiny child, a nigga touch the booth and it's sing. Got roofie the game, this bitch won't even know that I came. I stepped in they lane, now niggas out there chanting my name. I guess they sleeping on it, nigga, time to wake them up. Life is like a game, a nigga trained it till he leveled up. But did I do enough? I asked that question in the song, I'm on my way up. Better kiss me now before
what up, Gorilla?
Yeah, shout out to my fans, shout out to the guys, shout out to everybody, free the game. You know how we coming this year, man. Even if we gotta do it alone, I carry the whole city on my back. Yeah, Ace the Thrill today.
So he was wondering if he said he doesn't know if he should release this track, right? And like honestly, man, I think it's fire or whatnot, right? We're able to hear and see your conviction as an artist, right? You know what I'm saying? Like there are two sounds that essentially we hear from artists, right? It's either gonna be an artist who sounds like an artist. That means it comes out very natural. We hear the personality, we hear the confidence. It feels like, you know what you're doing. And then there are the artists who just sound a little bit more like they're still trying to figure out, like, again, who they are, what sound that they have. The confidence maybe isn't there. And, without that confidence, like, people often don't believe the words that you're saying, right? So when you go in, when you rap, when you actually make a song, right, you make these kind of things worth it, right? To where we do want to get the video, we want to get all that kind of situation. I would still go back into the mix before doing that, though, just because, some of it might overpower, some of the vocals and stuff like that, right? It's a great production, great, instrumentation, right there. Just make sure that the mix and everything is balanced. So again, we can hear everything that you are saying, right? So it's not anything too crazy. Just like vocals coming up a little bit more would be more proper. I'll basically say, test your records out right next to some of the artists that you listen to throughout the industry or whatnot. Like, again, with the signed artists, if it's a J. Cole, a freaking Kendrick or something like that, not mixtape records, do an album record, put them on the same playlist, and just listen closely, right? For sort of like, the difference between the level where, like, your vocals at versus like theirs, if you're going via a song versus song basis, right? The thing that you guys want to listen out for is, like, if we are essentially, right, when we have no idea who an artist is, the first thing that we actually do, right, we're listening to the artist that we know, right, first. And then if we happen to come across another record from an artist that we don't know whether they're indie, whether they're known or not, their song will just, pop up in that sort of like mix or whatnot. If it's a decent record, we should find nothing wrong essentially with it. No like change in volume. No like, oh shit, why is this so loud? I gotta turn this down. Or why is this so low? I gotta turn it up, right? We should never get into that, like, all of a sudden because it's us, now we want to turn it up and crank it up more or whatnot. Like, no, like when you listen to a good playlist, right, you're sort of like enjoying it as is with the songs that you already, know that are coming up unless you shuffle it. But even then, you have it at a volume that is sustainable and that you can, still enjoy it while you're doing, whatever. If you're driving, if you're, cleaning the house or something like that. But again, if you were to, for example, if there's somebody with a song that's way too low, let's say we throw that same record on a playlist that's on YouTube, and then somebody decides to throw a party where everyone gets to throw a record of their choice on that playlist so people could just like, party to all of the songs and stuff like that. If one of those songs is like a low quality or just like lower, it kind of throws off the mood or whatnot. And then YouTube especially, and certain other platforms, when you play music on it, like it only has one volume knob that just goes to whatever is 100%, and then that's it. You can't go past that. So if we end up wanting to turn up the record more and like can't, that's always a telltale sign. Like of like, oh man, I wish I could crank it up. And then you'll even hear a difference when you go between maybe what you might have on YouTube to like the actual file, the MP3 or something like that. So just make sure that you have things that are consistent as much as possible across the board. And you'll be able to determine at least where and how you should market something. At its current state, it's perfectly fine for like what I would consider like a mixtape kind of situation. People don't expect mixtapes to be perfectly mixed and mastered, right? They don't know. They know like we're unsigned. We're just trying to like hold you over with something until the official album comes out type shit, right? So You know, it just depends on what you're trying to do. But man, I love the performance. You got in there, did your thing. I think Mr. Fresh will feel like, you know, that pay it forward was worth it. And 3 minutes and 55 seconds, man. If you didn't know, we celebrate y'all on the show. Hut 1, hut 2, hut 3, hut 3, hut 4. If you didn't know, on this show, we celebrate those that are willing to take their time and not like really rush out of a record. Right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I get all the different tactics of like replay value and stuff like that, but like, I don't look at it like that. Like, I look at what we do as like if we were to get paid for every aspect of it, right? Like, if someone were to pay you to go to the studio to record your song, right? It's like, and if you got paid for more song versus less, are you really still gonna do less? You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like the way that we get paid is kind of messed up. And if we were to like kind of make it a mandatory thing to where like, nah, like let's figure that out. Let's figure out how we can get every single person who, you know, goes to the studio sort of like paid, because that is the studio for everyone is like the professional. It's where the job starts, right? For everyone, if you work at like Starbucks, if you work at Target or something like that or whatnot, that's the facility. That's the facility where you do the music. And I feel like when you put time and effort into it, if you really are putting real time into it, I feel like you should be paid. You, the engineer, the producer, everyone who gets on the record, if you incite more collaboration in those records too, right? Everyone should get paid in that way, right? And so I always look at the time as one of those extensions as well. If you basically go in and think, oh, I'm gonna just get easy money by like making a short record that people are going to have to play over and over if they want to hear it again. Certain people like me are gonna be like, but it's only the same one verse that you just did. Bye. You know what I mean? And then we only got to see one thing. Why are we only gonna be impressed with just that and then gonna run it back just because of that? Right? So I'm on the opposite side of like, nah, I would rather see you go in, right, through an entire record and like, look, this was what, 3 minutes and no, wait, that was the wrong one. Where was it at and shit like that? I forgot where. I think I played it on YouTube, right? Let's go ahead and prove a point right freaking now, right? We finna run this shit back. That's it.
There can never be too many
That's
books,
it.
but living without the internet would suck and shit would get weird like too many cooks. If
Nobody was checking their time.
Too many crooks.
Living without the
Everyone needs to get paid.
would suck and shit would get weird like
I'm telling you, everyone. You want people to be excited, cause like, look. I mean, like, wait, before I play it back. The thing is because you want everyone to get excited for more collaboration. The moment collaboration goes out the door, this is what you guys have to understand. Because of AI, the moment collaboration goes out the door, nobody gets paid. Because everyone's then using AI. Why would I pay you for a beat when I can use AI? Why would I have you mix and master my record when I can use AI? Why would I get a feature from you when I can just get a feature from an AI? Why would I, like, it's always gonna be that if you don't really do your due diligence and just trying to make sure you're working with as many real, aspects as, possible or whatnot. So I want us to be able to basically somehow create that community that like helps sustain itself to where we find like I'm telling you, man, if I win the freaking lottery, I'm telling you, that's what I'm putting my money into. I'm being like, look, I'm gonna pull into a pool where like artists can, like as they're going throughout things, all you got to do is show your whatever. Like, we'll figure something out. But like, I need music to go in the way where like everyone is getting good money. You know what I'm saying? Even the labels should not have a bad rep to where it feels like they're predatory and like always just trying to get one over on the artist. Like, you know, we used to literally want to be signed, not just to be big, but we wanted to be a part of whatever that brand was, the camps that were out and stuff like that. And I feel like we've lost like all of that, you know, over the years. So Mr. Fred said he's back and he's black. Matter of fact, you know what? He's nasty, he's fat.
I was raised in an
Oops.
another place, another time, in another space.
What'd you say? I'm a treasure?
No real love, so I had to fake. That's the reason sometimes a nigga will hesitate. Bet you niggas that can
You
see
created
like
a community tonight?
Finna wake them niggas up with a
Why you asking me?
What's that sound? It's AC making some noise. Now they feeling sick and they feeling the void. Hey, what he buying? This is something that you can't afford. They paranoid, they see me walking in the jewelry
What
store.
else, what
Like
else?
if he wanted, he could cop it, he might take a short. Ace the demon, he the hottest topic, ain't no saying more. They got respect up on my name, cause they be seeing how I rap. Put my city on my shoulders, stuck my girl up on my back. Now I'm walking down these niggas like I'm walking down a track. Got them sticking to me like that paper sticking to attack. They know they whack when they hear me, they know I put on the show. I wrote this shit in about an hour just to let niggas know that a nigga was cold. He got original soul. When he touching the verses, he got a magical flow. Yeah, name another rapper really spit like this. All these other rappers, what they spit, I shit and piss. Christmas list, these other rappers wish for this. Dangerous, some other rappers all at risk. Constant diamonds have them shining like the sun in that bitch. Move down when I'm swerving, having fun in my whip. Castigo got that bad bitch's tongue in the kiss. I see they diss me, now they trying to get a ride in the lift. I guess that's life though. Even if you didn't buy it, pay the price, bro. This world is built on sacrifice and all the price quotes. Get a little money, now these niggas is your kinfolk. Man, that shit be crazy, that shit messing with my mental. But it can be simple. Focus on yourself and get your own too. Ain't nobody own you. You don't need to ask for nothing, you can make your own move. Cusco, nigga, yeah, go and find your own groove. No, they don't wanna hear the truth, cause it hurt when it spilled. Instead of water, you get lava that burn at your heel. Wait, I'm a legend in the making, I feel like it's still. Any song I touch, I leave it crushed like you snorting a pill. From rapping to drill, versatility skill.
He's always spitting quotes and lines.
I wanna do it at will. Nothing to it, think about it and spit it for real. Alien the flows, yeah, these verses be out of this world. Like a squirrel to the nut, I gotta get the cheddar. On my mother, I make a reach before I need another. Rainy weather, I brought my hoodie, you can keep the sweater. Ace boogie, up and down, these verses pulling levers. Hot damn.
What's in the name of this zombie, y'all?
Oh man, tell them niggas they just gotta do better. Guess I'm just addicted to success and they follow whatever. Heating up the weather, yeah, I'm changing the climate forever. Forever, ever, forever, ever, ever, forever, ever, forever, ever, ever. I'm finna take them all to school with it. Since I'm the teacher, I'ma have to make the rules to this. Listen up when you be rapping, make a full sentence. These other rappers, they be capping, got your full senses. Come on, let's take a census. How many niggas living what they say? Everybody ballin', but everybody not NBA. And all them niggas wanna be rich to sleep the day away. But I just wanna light up my wrists and take a getaway. Stick up, used to be a little robber. Used to call me son, now these bitches calling me father. Why even bother with the rest of these lanes? Destiny child, a nigga touch the booth and it's sing. I roofie the gang, this bitch won't even know that I came. I stepped in they lane, now niggas out there chanting my name. I guess they sleeping on it, nigga, time to wake them up. Life is like a game, a nigga trained it till he leveled up. But did I do enough? I asked that question in the song. I'm on my way up, better kiss me now before I'm gone. Yeah, shout out to my fans, shout out to the guys, shout out to everybody, free the game. You know how we coming this year, man.
Imagine this with like a live band. Y'all know how we do.
Yeah, Ace the Thrill 2 Demon.
Y'all know we love that live band, you know what I'm saying, performance kind of situation. So yeah, appreciate that right there, man. Like, listen, do your thing, man. If you ever do anything different with it, come back to the show, resend it. You ever do a video, come back to the show, resend it. And is this your, like, did you just create like the YouTube, or is this unofficial? Or I'm just trying to see like if I should sub to it, or if it's the, you know, the thing that's usually whatever. I'll sub to it, still put it in the chat for people to go check out your YouTube and all that stuff. You said this nice. Shout out to Zendo. And you said, I'm going to try tapping in, you know what I'm saying, with you. I got some tracks. I need some extra loving, man. You know what I'm saying? Did you go? Silky Smooth. Mr. Fresh also said. He said, for real, it still doesn't have a name yet, man. Man, this.
Hear the truth cause it hurt when it spilled. Instead of water, you get lava that burn at your heel. Wait, I'm a legend in the making. I feel like it's still. Any song I touch, I.
Legend in the making? That's one idea. Hold on.
Yeah.
You always go to like the first, the last, and like certain something in the middle.
Time to wake 'em up. Life is like sleeping on it naked. Time to wake 'em up. Life is like a game a nigga trained it till he leveled up. But did I do enough?
You can call it leveled up.
I asked that question in the song. I'm on my way up. Better kiss me now before I'm gone. Yeah.
You can say on my way up as another name. Catch me now. You know what I'm saying though? Like, it's not when you have the ones that are just primarily like, let me come through and just like rap, right? You know, that's where it does, you know, you either make a name for it that's like the gist of the overall, right? Like, you know, again, if the record is essentially about, you know, your family tree or something like that, but you didn't have a name for it or whatnot, right? You know, literally family or, you know, something that just embodies, you know, the thought of what's in there. If you don't have like a streamlined sort of like chorus or whatnot, but you know, the choruses will usually have something that's a little bit more straightforward that sort of like gets in there, and we appreciate that. Appreciate the likes on the side, my friend. All right, man. Can we get back in the free line right quick? And then we will be back in the skip line, man. We still getting up there or whatnot, getting closer to the potential hitting the giveaway for today. So you guys will be able to win some free stuff. Let me see. Allow me to see with my right knee. Gorilla J, which said you got to make a song with Gorilla Black and Glorilla, just off the whims of the figure name or whatnot. But let me take the serious turn or whatnot, because you said this song you did for your homie that got murdered. Listen closely to the words. True story. All right, here we go. Rest.
R.I.P. Reggie.
In peace. My condolences.
You done fucked up. Run, motherfucker, run. Better watch your back. When we see you, we on that. Run, motherfucker, run. We gon' make you famous. Chop a flash like a Kodak. You done fucked up, bitch. Revenge is coming, can't wait. When you killed my homie Reggie, bitch, you sealed your fate. I know a clique full of killers, all about making Skrilla. With hood trained gorillas waiting down to kill you. Bullet holes, they gon' feel you, no turning back, that's facts. They coming for you with semi-autos, Dracos, and Max. When they sliding, ain't no hiding. Got more ammo than Bin Laden. Gonna kidnap your bitch in case if we can't find you. Fuck the po-po, the 5-0 with joke with they case low. Claim self-defense, they let him go like they don't know. Street justice is the way it's gonna go. We won't stop till your body froze. The 08 in this case closed for real. These are the times that I stop and I pray. I ask God, please show me the way. He killed my dog, nothing left to say except for save my soul, because there's hell to pay. Run, motherfucker, run. Better watch your back. When we see you, we on that. Run, motherfucker, run. We gon' make you famous. Chop a flash like a Kodak. How could you sit back and watch your homie fight for his life struggling? Had a gun on you too, and you chose to do nothing. You pop shots in the air, then you ducked off. I would've risked my life for him if that's what it cost. I would've ran up with my gun up, then pop shots off. Then gave him a fighting chance when them whores ran off. He got killed over petty shit, over $13. Pussy took him away from his son and his daughters, and it's gon' be a slaughter. When we find you and your bitch, send me gon' turn to fully when they hit that switch. 100-round clips, bitch, filled with 223s. You better pray to God that A&G don't hit you with these for real. These are the times that I stop and I pray. I ask God, please show me the way. He killed my dog, nothing left to say except for save my soul, because there's hell to pay. Run, motherfucker, run. Better watch your back. When we see you, we on that. Run, motherfucker, run. We gon' make you famous. Chop a flash like a Kodak. run, motherfucker. Ain't nowhere to hide, bitch. When we see you, we gon' get you. When we see your bitch too, we gon' smack the fuck out of her too. Ain't nowhere to hide, bro.
You said that a few times. I believe it. I believe it. Man, where do I start? Let's go from a song point of view. You know, first off, I thought the mix, the sound, you know what I'm saying, everything felt clean, right? It is essentially like a diss record. Slowly had me thinking it was gonna be like a, you know, like a tribute, you know, to your homie or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? It's half that, like it's more, it's that, but like more in a diss record, you know, form to, you know, the murder E. No, why would I say E? And I appreciate the authenticity, you know what I'm saying, within, because it does feel, it feels like a slight more calm version of what I remember like Mystical, you know, making for, you know, his sister's, you know, murder or whatnot. Like he of course has a very sort of out there and aggressive, you know, energy and sound or whatnot, so you could feel that pain, you know, even more or whatnot. And then this one, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more tamed, you know. Now if the beat was more hype and you know, had more, you know, going on, you know, you'd probably have a little bit more aggression sort of, you know, in there with what you're saying or whatnot. And I think, you know, aggression will make things hit even harder, so it depends on what you are you know, trying to go for or whatnot. Now, in terms of just like, man, you know, it's hard enough when we lose somebody, right? Just like to life, you know, cancer, you know, police violence, you know, the pandemic, you know, and when it happens due to like, you know, street violence and things like that, it's almost, you know, just 10 times, you know, worse or whatnot. When it's person to person in like any situation, right? You always feel like, why do they deserve to live and this person not? And it's hard to really, you know what I'm saying, deal with, to know what to do, whether or not to like, you know, immediately retaliate. Do I, you know what I'm saying, let the authorities, you know, handle it, when you know, like in most cases they don't care, they don't get to the bottom of it, and a lot of their eyes, you know, it's another, you know, fallen, you know, the black man or something like that, and like it's what we've had to deal with from, you know, time and time again. And so, you know, putting anything on record, right, that's the best way, I think, to deal with your pain and stuff like that. I would also say we do kind of have to watch out with what we say sometimes, because, you know, it is like, but I don't know where to go, essentially, because it is one of those things where you do have to sort of like watch what you say, right? If anything happens, you know, the authorities immediately know where to freaking look. They're gonna all look what you said on the freaking song. So, you know, while we want to sort of, we have to put things in a very like not literal way. And like a few times he was like, listen, yo, girl, like his girl finna be paranoid for like the rest of the freaking year, if not like the rest of her life. But at this point, she probably gonna break up with him, you know what I'm saying, over that. She probably gonna have to come and be like, hey, listen, I'm not, you know, like, I know what you had said, but all I know is it's a decent song. I think it's gonna, you know, essentially, you know, do its job. And like in my mind, I'm hoping everything stays as much on wax as possible, right? You know what I'm saying? And because, you know, I don't like to see anyone lose their lives, essentially. It's something that we gotta, you know, deal with. It's a reality in a lot of places. You know, we talk about that freaking here, and then there are countries where like they're being bombed right? They're being bombed, you know what I'm saying, left and right. And that's not a new thing. Certain countries have been bombed for freaking years or whatnot. And, you know, we just aren't shown that on a daily basis on our, you know, situation. Overall, it was still a good record though. He said, I'm legally blind, so putting it on recorder and stuff like that. So then that makes it a bit better, and then it kind of messed up if they do kind of retaliate and stuff. And then what do you say? And then what do you say? They said, Mom in Florida. And then that was your narrative, you know what I'm saying? It's actually, are you, I don't know how to ask that. Like, when you say legally blind, is it like how Blind Fury is blind? Because like you can see, for him, you can kind of see it. And then like he stepped onto the battle scene, like battling people he couldn't see. And then that was always amazing. You know, should we look at what you do as just as amazing, essentially? Like, is it that like you can't, like, how do you write your lyrics? Do you mainly record it? I'm trying to just see like how far it goes. And then what do you say? I'm on the side of every good person in here, you know what I'm saying? Tenders I can see, and it's not very good. Let me see, and then what's it? Let me see lyrics. To you, I'm not completely blind. You know what I'm saying? Freestyle can write. Okay. And then you know this, my man. Let me see what we gotta do. What up, Wayne Almighty? What do you say? He said, bro, there are songs about BS that say shit, just the bars and shit like that, man. You know what I'm saying? This is real though, man. It's real, man. You know what I mean? He's the one who said true story. This is not BS, right? So that threw a whole different sector into it. Like, again, when we're making a diss song like straight from our feelings, right? And then, you know, like there are things we'll still sort of like throw certain lines, you know, like that in there, right? But if it's off the rip on something that really happened, right? A lot of the emotions do come from an exact like real place, right? So yeah, it hits different, right? You know what I mean? You knew Tupac meant it when he came with Hit 'Em Up, and just like left and right, he went at everybody, right? At some point he was just like, F it, I'm just going at the whole East Coast. All of a sudden, you gonna get it. Mobb Deep, what the hell y'all at? And it was, you know, he kind of, you know, really was in his feelings, you know, but nobody can deny he rapped his ass off on that record, right? It's probably, man, honestly, let me ask the chat right now. What do you guys feel Tupac's best or biggest record is, in your opinion? Right? What do you feel like is the one, like if someone says play Tupac right now, what's the record they play? Is it Hit 'Em Up? Is it Hail Mary? Is it, you know, Tupac and Bone? Is it I Wonder If Heaven Had a Ghetto? Is it, you know, he has a lot of hits, but like what's the one? Is it you know what I'm saying? Like that one, man. That one, I ain't mad at you, man. That one was getting played like consistently, you know what I'm saying, throughout or whatnot. Tupac was something else, man. How do you? Oh man. Listen. Pac. So if this is why, that's why I got pissed off when Lil what's his name, man. I don't even like feel like remembering his name. It was Lil what's his name, and he just said F Tupac one day and shit like that. Tried to go viral off of that shit, And I'm like, bro, like, anyone who says that really hasn't like sat down and like listened to Pac, man. Like, he is, like, he's not even on like my top 10, but I respect him that much just to know all of the different type of material that he came. And this is like, again, we're not even talking about the Brenda's Had a Baby era or Digital Underground, you know what I'm saying? He's always been, you know, dope in every sector. And it was just like he started popping off a little bit more when he sort of hit the West Coast. And so everything that he sort of made. And what I was impressed with was the fact that he could come from the East Coast and then literally embody the West Coast like it was nothing. Like he sounded like he had been here the whole time, right? And people don't know how hard that is to do. There are people who come over here, but they still sound like where they were originally from. And then we appreciate that they're willing to hop on, you know, maybe like different beats or something like that. But like, nah, Pac, you almost forget he was, you know, essentially from New York. So that is, you know, or was always, you know what I'm saying, at least amazing to me. All right, hold on. Let me get back into D-Line. I know we got a few skips in here, you know what I'm saying? Foot in the door. And then I think Mr. Fresh also sent a 2-song back to back. So we got to get both of those things. Let me see what is what, right? Wait, almighty, Mr. Fresh. Can we do like a back end? Can we do a like a in between kind of thing? What did I call that? Did I call it the boomerang skip or the called it freaking something or whatnot? It's where I play one of Fresh's, one of Wayne's, and then the other one of Fresh's or something like that, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to try a freaking thing or whatnot. But let's plop it in. What do you say, Shaolin? You said that shaping shaping puts Shaolin back. Like real hard. Anything Death Row, he was hard. Man.
I make weird music. I got beats, so if you need them, PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowning. You wanna stay down then?
Listen, I listen to everything. That's the thing. All right. The reason why, and like, hold on. The reason why I think I do this well is because I love everything, right? As long as it's good, because I've never discriminated against any type of music unless it was bad, all right? We go through the criteria of what does make a bad song, what makes something that for someone else is going to be boring or just not enough. We talk about the repetition, we talk about the lack of energy, the lack of just like a personality at all, or like the beat selection, different things like that. But like, I love every genre. I appreciate, you know, the music that artists are able to put out, and when the talent is there, like it should be appreciated, right? And so even with you guys, I do appreciate when you remember any artist who came before the era that you yourself might have started, you know, making music or whatnot. It's something that they don't say today, but they embedded in a lot of us in the 90s and whatnot. Literally, they would always, you don't understand how many specials they had on TV, like on MTV, VH1, and BET. Like every, like, you know, 2 weeks or so, there was like a special that, you know, went through the history of like the whole, the culture of hip hop, the culture of music. And then each artist that was popping, right, when they came out with their albums, their camps, everything, they would always get to show the 100 videos that they loved from the artists they, you know, rocked with or whatnot, both now and before. So that always embedded this like appreciation for the artists we looked up to, the artists they looked up to, and just what the culture meant to the overall of just music. So we always carried that with us, and at some point it was like they tried to stop a lot of that like community in music and make it feel more like everybody had to compete against each other, and the whole levee broken on you know, people sounding the same now and stuff like that. Like, it's very much, you know, a more appreciative thing when you can come from and hear a lot more music, because now you're more cultured. It's the same thing with, like, you can't really review food unless you've tried more than one thing. If you've only ever eaten burgers all your life, you know, try a steak, try a pork chop, try a, you know, some filet mignon, or like whatever. You gotta try new things and then be able to sort of like, you know, oh, this feels like this, you know what I'm saying? Oh, this paired with this would be nice or whatnot. Now you can sort of pull from a lot of stuff. Same thing with movies. You only watch one type of movie, if you play one type of game. I used to get into arguments with people who would say they were gamers, but then I would be like, but you only play Madden or 2K or only Call of Duty. And I'm like, I always felt like the word gamer really meant like, nah, I play everything. I'll go into Grand Theft Auto, I'll go play some Madden, I'll, you know what I'm saying, play some games on, you know what I'm saying, phone for a bit, I'll go into VR, I'll do some handheld gaming. Like, if you love it that much where you've owned a PlayStation, an Xbox, a Nintendo, you know what I'm saying, if you own several systems, that makes you a gamer. Yes, eventually I was like, okay, if you play games daily, even if it's one phone game, I suppose we could sort of consider you that, because you do game. But hardcore gamer then became the phrase you had to look at for that. Anyways, let me go back into two songs back to back right freaking here. Mr. Fresh, what up, Flawed? He said, I don't have an album cover, so can I just use a screenshot of the stream? I suppose I could make you one if you want.
You look so good to me. Right here is where you should be. Baby, you look so good to me. You look so good to me.
The burgers are your life.
Is where you should be.
Act different. It's all steak.
You look so good to me. Right here is where you
Mr. Fresh.
Baby, you look so good to me. I'm in the building, baby. I like how you feeling, baby. You tight like a glove. Tonight I'm in love, yeah. I like it raw, no plastic. You feel fantastic. You wet and slippery. That's how it should be, yeah. I wanna hear your voice. You're the best choice.
Appreciate that, Flaw TV.
My name, Mr. Fresh, again and again, yeah. Right here is where you should be. Yeah. Baby, you look so good to me. You look so good to me. Right here is where you should be.
You look so freaking good, you don't want me to look for nothing. You don't what, dog? I'ma tell you, freaking, I don't know what the hell you took, bro, but you know what, your chick can't even cook. Oh, no. Tried to freaking tell her, like, listen, she was in my class, tried to freaking fella, but then she came through and was like, I freaking told her, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. So Good to Me by Mr. Fresh. You look so good to me. All right, now, give me your thoughts and whatnot, right? Because this record is the one from him that I have said feels like it would kind of be in, like, maybe, give or take, a Tyler Perry movie, right? A little bit of a love scene kind of situation. This is the one that's more, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, we in the bedroom. It's him taking it a little bit more R&B than he would typically, right? Even with some of the tones, it felt like, you know, he was trying to take it, you know, more serious in that, right? It was 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So for those that do want longer records or whatnot, you're just shit out of luck with Mr. Fresh's, you know, songs. And like, honestly, I always say, like, if enough people request it, you know, he might go ahead and do such a thing. You know, and again, just to remind everybody in the building, any records that you have, even if it's short, do an open verse situation,
right? Even if you don't plan to actually make it the final record, if it's a remix that you do down the line, at least you get a community involved in promoting the record with you, right? Unofficially, that's half of what it is, right? It's like, okay, let me put out my verse with this, whole situation or whatnot, right? People hear the beat, people hear a little bit of the song, they hear you, they see you, they get to see you perform. Then they go, oh shit, I could duet with this, right? Let me do a little bit of a freestyle or write something. Now I'm promoting the record right along with you to my audience. And then if I have people who are watching me that are artists, they then promote it to their, it literally trickles down. So I always think more artists are gonna do these things than not. You don't always see it, but it's the best way to do it because almost everybody will sort of tap in and do something, right? You'll get singers and rappers, and all you ever have to do after that, give it about a week or so, tap back in, see if anybody has basically duetted with your post and do a reaction to those. Right? You want to do the reaction so that you can, show people, that people are entering the challenge. When they know you're actually watching, they will probably do it even more because that first round is the people who happen to, cross it and then figure they got something that they could do to it. The second round is for those who go, oh shit, he's actually watching too. So let me do it. So maybe he'll, pick me or whatever. And again, in the end, when you finally release the record, after you pick the person, maybe you let your chat pick whoever, they think is the best. Everyone kind of, taps into the record, itself. You could even say that tap in to see who made it or some shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it was a few artists. I don't know. But it's the best way to promote y'all stuff. If y'all haven't already, do it. Would you say Old Dirty replication, you know what I'm saying, was nothing because it was original? Let me see. And then that is a sound you need to replicate. What are you talking about? Like a Wayne? You said like a Method, like a Magic Mike, like a Wayne or a Drake. And you said 203 could work. 233 is the best, Golf Billy was saying. He said I liked it. And it's a danger, bam, you know what I'm saying? Living it up, you know what I'm saying? 36 Chambers and shit. Shout out to Wu-Tang, man. Wu-Tang forever. And then what you say? You said I can see the wife showing up dressed beautifully in slow motion and that playing, my bro. He understands it. Right? That's that Tyler Perry, Jill Scott starring movie, you know what I'm saying? I mean, she's already been in, a few of his films or whatnot, but it feels like, one of those or whatnot. And of course, I've said that this production itself has reminded me of a specific song from Jill Scott that I'm still mentally trying to see if it's sampled from or whatnot. There's one on her first, couple of records where it was like da 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 da. She just does that at some point in the song, and the production feels, very similar or whatnot. So it feels like, a little bit of him doing a remix, but his own vocals, his own words, essentially taking the inspiration of what the melody of that record or spirit of that record was, and then turning it into something that's his own, which I also recommend, by the way. If you are going to remix anything, don't simply rap to the same instrumental. Don't sing to the instrumental. Don't do something to the Shmule app or whatnot. I always say don't do that, because certain people, they don't get the element of surprise when they're just hearing you to that's him on that new Migos beat or whatever like that, right? But when they hear you flip it, if you're gonna remix it at all, if there's new drums added, changing the speed, the tempo, chopping it up, people get a new flavor to it and a new appreciation for the record. Then the original artist too, they may be able to have, they have a better chance on liking it a little bit, you know, more or whatnot, right? The original artist is always going to be asked about how they feel about whatever record that seems like it may be paying homage to them. If it's a sample or if it's a record that just called their name or something like that, right? They'll always be asked. It's without a doubt going to happen as long as the record itself gets big. Now, what that person says will always be dependent on what you do to the actual record, right? So always think on if it is a sample kind of situation or if it's a, you know, just something that is in that sort of like lane. It would help to figure out those ways to pay homage, right? Think about her song titles, you know, if it's a theme song to something else or whatever. Like, always think about the references that you can use in the lyrics that help bring it all back together or whatnot. There's a female artist who goes by Stephanie Virginia Boyd. She has a song called 90s Again. And it sounds like a classic, you know, harken back to like that classic 90s R&B that like you once heard from like a TLC, you know, an Aaliyah and stuff like that. And she literally feels like she harkens back to that era. And in the song, in the chorus, she pays homage to some of those classic records, you know what I'm saying? That's by either singing the melodies or the sort of like words within that, you know, it brings you back. And then again, it immediately makes you want to ask, yo, TLC, like, what do you think about this or whatnot, right? Because it feels like, you know, something that should be out there. So let me see your second one. Then we got Wayne Almighty in the thing real quick. What'd you say? Why they don't just listen and say thank you? Let me see. And I'm down, but I'll listen, and maybe I get a song out there. I run them down without a frown. I'm like, DJ Snake, what do you be talking about sometimes, man? I feel like you be having a conversation. You be having a conversation with like an alternate universe version of me who like speaks at different intervals. And then sometimes you're like, you poke your head in here. Let me see. Just what was cool is not as cool now. Was cool earlier, man. Man, people don't know what they want, right? People don't know what they want. You know how weird it is, right? Because we went from big phones to small phones, back to big phones, back to small phones. And like, I don't know where we're at now. Where you guys at? Everyone in the chat, let me know. Do you have what you consider like right now a big phone or a small phone in terms of cell phones, right? Because we went through eras of like, you know what I'm saying, let me get a two-way, let me get a pager, let me get a you know, let me get the biggest screen, you know, possible, flattest phone possible. Now we have things that can fold out into even bigger tablets that are just technically still phones, and they can fold in two different ways. Like, there's always new technologies. You know, at some point though, they are gonna run out of ideas, man. They are gonna run out of ideas, man. Would you say, you know what I'm saying, both depending on the day or whatnot, right? So submitted 2 tracks, and then you cash out, you know what I'm saying, for the flawed. That's what's up. And then Kata Snack, you know what I'm saying. Alright, send a new song. Hold on, let me make sure that we got, so yeah, we got those 2 from, hold on, So Good to Me, and then Whippy was the first. Okay, so let me get Wayne Almighty real quick, and then we'll jump into the 2 songs.
Diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie,
Now you might have sent for a 4 song, huh? Why are you leaving? Don't leave. Don't frown. Don't frown. Hold on. Let me. Oh, I already put the thing there. I put the thing there. And he said I wasn't sure if it was a 15 piece, but if I read it wrong, you know what I'm saying, just keep it as a tip. So basically, from what I could see, you sent. Let me see. I mean, you could get at least like 4 songs if you got them. If you got them, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see. Because 25 is 3 songs, 35 is 4. You know what I'm saying? And...
Excuse me, Mr. Papa?
Yes, may I help you? Hold on. Yeah, so you got 35. So you can send. I mean, I will gladly keep it. It helps us get closer. I mean, you are essentially the next skip, so you will be able to skip to spin the giveaway wheel first. So stick around real quick. You get a good. You basically get a giveaway bag or some shit, right? Not like really, but. And would you say, am I on the hook? We don't leave, we don't ride. Ooh. Wayne Almighty, listen, dog, you to come through, popped up to the show, and I'm like, okay, Wayne, alrighty, let me freaking get up in the freaking old track.
I'm trying to get my foot in the door. I think I just penetrated. Everybody get eliminated. I air this bitch out. Everything get ventilated. Bitch, this that fire. Everything incinerated. We don't drink 40 ounces no more, nigga. Everything round here is domesticated. I whoop your ass teaching lessons. Niggas don't want to get educated. These niggas look fake, but seem real. They might be gold-plated. You ever felt like somebody's up there laughing? This might be narrated. I'm a different kind of nigga. I might be mutated. I be feeling like I'm AI generated, but I'm updated. I should be asleep, but I'm updated. My bitch was talking about going out. I was thinking guns blazing. I be trying to switch it up. Niggas thought I was gonna do this, and then I did that, nigga, I just deviated. Bitch, I got the rap ghost, my head rotated and then I levitated. They say you gotta lead by example, while I just demonstrated. This shit is real, but you know a nigga be using his imagination. You better pay me before the bills cut your air off like asphyxiation. Flip a nigga upside down, pop his disc out of place, it's a PlayStation. I used to drink Mickey's Ice, getting amigos out of here like deportation. I'm trying to get my foot in the door. I think I just penetrated. Everybody get eliminated. I air this bitch out. Everything get ventilated. Bitch, this that fire. Everything incinerated. We don't drink 40 ounces no more, nigga. Everything round here is domesticated. I whoop your ass teaching lessons. Niggas don't want to get educated. These niggas look fake, but seem real. They might be gold-plated. I was thinking about sitting them down with the pieces premeditated. It should be against the law to fuck with me. I gotta make sure something passed like legislation. I was riding around with the baby, nobody knew it. I'm just stating. On my word, I could break the gun down like pronunciation. I got the whatchamacallit from overseas, it need a translation. My nigga went to jail, got swollen the joint like inflammation. I never told on a soul withhold information. As soon as you CIA, it's an assassination. When you see me, you better be down to get them up like fluctuation. I might be out of control like a situation. This shit is real, but you know a nigga be using his imagination. You better pay me before the bills cut your air off like asphyxiation. Flip a nigga upside down, pop his disc out of place, it's a PlayStation. I used to drink Mickey's Ice, getting amigos out of here like deportation. I'm trying to get my foot in the door. I think I just penetrated. Everybody get eliminated. I air this bitch out. Everything get ventilated. Bitch, this that fire. Everything incinerated. We don't drink 40 ounces no more, nigga. Everything round here is domesticated. I whoop your ass teaching lessons. Niggas don't want to get educated. These niggas look fake, but seem real. They might be gold-plated.
It don't matter what color you are, like, listen, dog, I'ma freaking get up in the car, like, listen, you ain't really fucking a star, but I don't even know if I roll with Javar, like, would he be chilling, like, people don't even know what the hell they gon' do, but like, half of y'all gonna leave the door freaking open, you leave it closed, you don't even know what the hell you gon' do, but you freaking flow, when you know that I freaking go up on the whole shit, you're like, oh shit, listen, there's no way that I'm an artist, and there's no way to forfeit, you don't get, listen, man, you always
You always. We still need at least a song or an album. I've called him like my little brother or whatnot, right? Because I always feel like he's very much, you know what I'm saying, adjacent in there. He's what I would, you know, very much sound like, you know, both with the punch ins. If I just got into, you know, an even more, you know what I'm saying, West Coast style. We've talked about, man, I forgot his name or whatnot, but I still have, you know, some of his stuff in my playlist or whatnot. I'm adamant in getting a song with us, you know what I'm saying, 3 or whatnot, you know what I'm saying. We'll see, you know, essentially what happens or whatnot. But also, right, I think some of you guys can hear even more, right? Like that E40 sort of, you know, potential influence, man, has been, you know, there from the jump. That was the first thing that I said. And I'm like, man, you're like a more kind of like fun, you know, E40, you know, but with the mixture of a little bit of the style of today and younger, right? And so I appreciate your, you know, consistency, the fact that we can always hear your energy within there. You're very much, you know, different. Yes, I'm always still gonna like slightly complain about, you know, the punch-in aspects, because I gotta keep that same energy with everyone, right? If you're getting in the record and it feels like you're punching in, you know what I'm saying, every bar or whatnot, right? Like, you know, I am okay for the most part, you know, in the record, right? Like I would still prefer to hear more situations where it's the artist going through and like performing their song where it feels like they know everything and are not sort of like punching in with you know, aspects. You know, but what was I gonna say? I don't know if there was a but there. You know, I give you the pass in hope that the performances will not be ass, you know what I'm saying, in terms of when you're performing, you know, live on stage, right? That's what you always want to think about. That's the only reason why I ever talk about punch-ins on the show, is because I want you guys to think about what happens when, like, can you still basically perform whatever you're putting down without your vocals and just the beat. That's the ultimate test. And like, honestly, I would like to create a challenge that, like, you know, encourages artists to always, you know, test every song that they have, you know, like that or whatnot, right? Do a challenge, the sort of full song, you know, get out there and perform challenge to really see, you know, what essentially you know, shouldn't freaking do or whatnot. But that didn't help. Let me see when he said, I love you, but let me see, you forgot I know my mom. What are you talking about? This time, drink like the friendly king, you know what I'm saying? That others, you know what I'm saying, either his name or his guards or that. My bro, are you AI? I'm just kidding. Anyways, good job, say. Good job. And he said, I don't write, I just do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. So, but no, look, here's the thing, sir. Okay? Here's the thing. We gotta talk about it, okay? Okay? Because it's mainly the fact that we can hear the punch-ins happening, right? It makes it feel disjointed, right? And like, when we're okay with it is if it's like another artist, right? So if you had a twin brother and then like every time the punch-in happens, it's one of you guys basically, and then you're going back and forth, it makes sense when we're hearing it in that context, right? And like, you know, as you said, that's how you're writing it, right? When we write, it's the opposite. Sort of like we're putting together, instead of punching in with each bar, we're writing it down and then restarting the beat, going back in, and then we're basically practicing it as we go so that we know and remember how the cadence, each word that's gonna fall here, there, where you're gonna land on the beat, how you want things to sound. And so we go at it from that whole, you know, song or verse aspect, and then we go in and hit record so that we don't have to work backwards, because as it stands, most of the artists who record like you still technically should re-record their songs, right? So that we hear it more fluent, so that we can really feel like, because like what you did on the record is dope. Even doper if it's like a full-on performance and shit like that, right? With the speed at which you're able to go, especially within like the chorus and stuff like that. Like, you know, things like that are just more amazing, right? And you always hear me, I bring up Twista, Tech Nine, Crazy Bone, you know, the fast rappers, right? In their style, for them, it wouldn't be as dope, the things that they say, if a lot of it had to be, you know, punched in. But it's amazing because of exactly that. It's not that. It's them actually learning, you know, their song for that performance, you know what I'm saying, ready, you know, situation. And that's it. You know what I mean? Like, I pretty much liked every song that you have, you know, sent to the show. And that's been the only criticism that I've had. You know, the mixes have been proper. You have the right energy. You pick good beat selections. It's stuff that I would hop on, you know, with you most of the time. So you have a good, you know, artistry. I just also don't want too many artists to catch that influence of, I don't have to write anything. I can just punch in every bar and then put music out. And then you end up in that situation where you still haven't learned the song yet, right? And then you're asked to perform at a venue, and then you end up bringing the whole song with the vocals and everything and stuff like that, right? I feel like it's a cheat code, and it doesn't make us feel like we're as impressed with you as, you know, as if we're like watching a full performance. So that's all it's about. It's about what is the end result gonna be when we get to see you perform these songs. And like, just look, get inspired, okay? I need, like, I'm gonna have to tag you in some post or whatnot, right? Because they're coming across my timeline and they're not coming across your timeline. I keep getting certain artists who are in radio stations, right? And then they're asked to like perform their song. No vocals, it's just the beat, right? And so they go, their whole song, they're able to freaking go in and like it's nothing, right? And those are basically what I'm trying to say. Like, people are impressed when they get to see you guys do that, right? We only want you to, you know, hopefully learn and know your songs enough to really be able to, you know, to see it perform properly. Let me see what's up. All right, we got that. I think we got Flawed, right? Because we got... There's foot in the door. Like, I'm telling you, man, listen, just wait. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what open verse situation, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get it. All right, let's do the 4 song back to back. Don't forget to send the other ones.
Am I up in an alternate dimension where I hopped inside a comic from a Comic-Con convention? No matter how I try to talk, my kids will never listen. So every morning you go find them running through the kitchen or hopping on the dishes. See, what I really go through is just none of your business. You're all about
He knows. He gets it every time, but you know, hold on. Listen, it's because I gotta keep, again, I said, I have to always keep the same energy, right? And I have a thing with a few different things on the show, right? One of it is if I hear AI, if I hear repetition, if I hear monotone sort of like vocals, and like, I forgot a few of the other ones and stuff like that, but those are a few of the ones where like I'm gonna have a whole conversation regardless, you know, because we still want to let you guys know the options out there, and also how certain things are affected, how certain things are affected. Like, again, we'll still be able to hear you guys on the record. We're still able to like appreciate the words that you guys say, the lines that you have, the energy, right? Like, you're one of the best, at least from what I've heard, in terms of still being able to keep the full, you know, energy. Always kind of like having things that are a little, you know, funny within the song or whatnot. There's an entertainment value that's there, and you're different within that genre. There are other artists who, like, again, they do what you do, but they're monotone. They do what you do, but they're like, they sound like Batman being electrocuted or some shit like that. And it doesn't really, it doesn't sound as dope as it could. And you come in there with that sort of perfect right in between that style and like an E40, you know, that drops it. Now I want people to be equally as impressed with a performance, and it felt like, and it just to again give you with your own song as the example, it felt like in that second verse area that you had punched in less than you did in the first, and I could feel that a little bit more or whatnot. Like something in there was like it again, for whatever reason, right? Because I hadn't really heard you do that. It felt a little bit more refreshing. And so just basically look at it like that so I can stop repeating myself over and over again, damn it. Force on back to back, man. Listen, we about to see what Flawed has freaking sent us right here. Let me see. Welcome to Therapy and Freak Show. I don't know if they're like both in the same, or you just sent this one and this sort of like first one. Let me see. And also, again, I'm gonna spin the giveaway wheel for you.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform.
It's for management platforms. Did you get the other two? I'll chickadee check. Hopefully these are, watch it be the other two right here that we're playing first. Welcome to Therapy is the first. Let me check on the other ones while I do this. Also, you, Flawed, give me a 1 to 10 in the chat right now.
I got a golden ticket, I got a golden chance to make my way, and with a golden ticket it's a golden day.
I think I've taken too many drugs and I'm in another universe, and I was trying to get buzzed in the studio and do a verse, but now I'm seeing an image of Coolio on Jupiter. If I was in the hospital, I'd probably want to do the nurse. Out of all 80s movies, I'm watching Ferris Bueller first. I'll walk right up to a bully and be like, homie, do your worst. If you don't got any gas, a freaking razor scooter works. This one ain't for the kiddies, so Super Steve, you can curse. I really do your worst. If you don't got any gas, a freak Super Steve, you can curse.
I really wanna grow up, cause I don't wanna go down. Someday I'm gonna blow up. They love it how my flow sounds. You hate on me, but so what? I know you wanna throw down, but I just wanna throw up. Someone give me a bow now. I just wanna be a doodle chillin', but I'm always dealing with the madness. I just wanna be up on the beach, up in the white, chillin' with a bad bitch. I just wanna live up in the city when they hear me and they go bananas. I just wanna hear the word, and every little girl is dealing with a sadness.
I wasn't nice in class. I would always like to laugh and always get in trouble from my teachers cause I'm writing raps. My bad. Vanilla Ice was trash. I'm never on a righteous path. I throw a diaper at my wife and then get sliced in half.
Now I think I did Fresh. I did the, at least from what you had sent, it was one record and then the Jill Scott one. It was the Jill Scott and the other one. I'll go back and check it out in a second. But hold on, let me do this. Let me freaking do this. I'ma move this, man. You know what? I'ma move this. Let me see. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Spin this wheel for you. We will do it for everybody else at the end of the show. Right out with us, man. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He said, welcome to Therapy first. I got you. He said, this is fun, you know what I'm saying? I may grab the technical, you know what I'm saying? Around up, you know what I'm saying? Out the cabinet, day fuck, man. Listen, do it. Right. What do you get? What do you get? What do you get? Insta skip. This is a free Insta skip for you in your pocket. Screenshot it if you need to. Write it down or something like that. You can also hashtag respin if you want to try for something different or potentially an even better skip or whatnot. But these on the show, if you were to pay for them.
Sorry, did you say you were bumping Atari? That's a game system. Hey, listen, are we gonna play all these games at the party while the people are drinking Bacardi? See the look on my face, I'm retarded. Man, I'm dumb and will say shit regardless. What you think I will pee on your garden? I'm a dork and I hope you ain't fucking offended. Man, I've been a rapper since I was pretending that I was a rapper, but I was just kidding. But actually, after that, man, I was spitting shit real nonsense if it isn't silly.
This shit took forever to want to come back at all. But these on the show, instant skips basically are the fastest skip on the show. If we have a skip line, like full of people who have skipped a line for several songs, and like you basically have to wait for them even if you skipped, the instant skip will basically skip and be the next skip in line. Or if we're in a free line, no skips, we stop whatever free line song we're playing to play your record, and then we go back to the free line song, you know what I'm saying, after that. So that's how the instas work. And so yeah, so put that in your pocket for next time. Let's get that Flawedzilla. Welcome to therapy.
Flawed, welcome to therapy. I'll be recording this session if you don't mind. Remember that this is a judgment-free zone and anything you say here stays between us.
What I'm not in control of is what stressed me out the most. Thoughts about death, but I suppose only God says when I'm a go. Right to express, but will I be impressed by the legacy I left when I'm a ghost? If life is a test, when I pass, I guess it's my results. Hate living in fear of dying, anxiety got me feeling it's near. I don't even know why I'm designed like I'm fine till I get to up here. Maybe the wires are fried in my mind, think I'm missing a gear. Because outside it I shine, but inside isn't what it appears. I thought mama had all the answers, then cancer spread from her breast to her chest. Never forget her bedridden lit cigarette with the rest of the breath she could catch. She stared death in the face, quit chemo, accepted her fate. I can search, but as I write the verse, that type of courage I have yet to embrace. I was getting high and popping peas while my uncle died across the street. Hope to him and mama looking down, and they taking pride in watching me. I be laying wide awake at night, mind be saying I'm a waste of life. Never wanna see me down and out. Thanks to God I got the strength to fight.
Okay, this is good, this is good. I feel like we're making some real progress here, some real strides. But it seems like you're still holding back. I just need you to relax, open up, and let me in.
This what it sound like inside of my head, going post-so-traumatic, combined with my stress. When I go to look back, I get kinda depressed. I got sober, then afterward drowned in regret. No matter how far I go, it's not ending. I can feel calm and close, you want vengeance. Won't be a problem, no, come on, send it. Know that I will know the smoke, I'm long-winded. Go, you better call your folks and call friends. And don't forget the law, you gon' need all them. When warriors evolved, that won't cut off instinct. So we have evolved, I hope the cause endings.
Come on.
Got demons, I ain't invited me, but they're not leaving. Thought I said about it when I got treatment, but I've been fighting them, it's about even. Lot of reach, you really do more blocking.
Like the switch up.
Weaving, I meet them with pure offense. Got the leaders, be keeping the score watching. Who thought a demon could even perform boxing? Boy locked in, brave hard, I can take loss, so I ain't soft. When it ain't great odds, I don't break off. Pray hard to remain cause I remain cause like an all-day job, ain't no days off. Thank God that I ain't paused, but when they talk, I don't play late balls, I'm from Nate jaws.
Okay, that's enough. We get it. You can let me out now.
No matter how far I go, it's not ending. I can feel calm and close, you want vengeance. Won't be a problem, no, come on, send it. Know that I will know the smoke, I'm long-winded. So you better call your folks and call friends. And don't forget the law, you gon' need all them. When warriors evolved, I won't cut off instinct. So we have evolved, I hope the cause endings.
Bruh. I did not expect that switch up. I did not expect that switch up. Flawedzilla with Welcome to Therapy, and that was an official music video. Hold on, let me turn around TikTok real quick.
I dare you to let me.
I know you ain't gonna dare me nothing. You dare me to shut you up? Yeah, I did. Now what? Now, listen, got in there and did your thing, right? Nothing else that I would have needed done from the record itself, which is a good thing, right? Like you want to get them records done before you go out and do the videos. But you believe it or not, I've seen and heard people sort of work backwards, where they still, you know, didn't necessarily get a mix, went and did the video, put it on Spotify, you know what I'm saying, and all that. But I appreciate when everything can really look and feel like a professional record. You know, the video, like I said, is good quality. Always good to have the actual artist within the video as well. As again, like we always gonna be in these conversations this era as it stands and whatnot. But you know, the more and more that I see like AI situations, you know, happening or popping up, you know, the less impressed I get with artists, right? So I appreciate when we can see the real artist in the actual video, being at a location, sort of, you know what I'm saying? You want people to see something and then wonder where it's filmed so they can like go there and like, you know, kind of be in that location or whatnot. Like as fans, that's kind of what we do, right? You want to find out where the house that they filmed something was in or something like that. You go and look and you just take a picture, you know, or meet the owner or whatever. So it's kind of that same, you know, aspect. I didn't see how long the record was, but hold on, let me go back and check. I think that was it 3 minutes and 14, or is that just, I feel like that's an ad and it's tricking me real quick. Hold on. No, it was 2 minutes and 41, I think. So just about, almost close to that, you know, 3 minute sector. Most importantly though, being able to see you switch it up. This is why I always talk about having a little bit more time in your records at all, just so you can show that aspect or whatnot, right? You know, you can rap one way for a certain amount of time, then when you get in there and you show them how you can flip it on the other angle, right? That gives people, it's like you unlocking another skill. And as a listener, you know, same thing, man. The more that we play a game, you know, we sort of unlock another skill, you know what I'm saying, within that. He said it was like 2 minutes. And then it's like short. And then what'd you say? I filmed that in my garage, man. And see, and we love that. We love that you still got out there and did the work or whatnot, right? There are times where there are people who, again, the whole thing is AI. The people you see, AI. The freaking background, AI. Freaking all of the effects, everything you see visually, AI. And like, again, I don't want to live in a future where like an artist that just like many artists didn't want to put in the work to actually be there and figure it out. Like that's, you know, always been an aspect of you know, the music or whatnot. We still like when you guys go in and like maybe add some CGI or green screen kind of freaking things. Nobody is talking about that. We are literally just talking about the situations where like you might as well have just did a stock footage, you know, video, right? If like, you know, no one in the video is real, then like no one matters, and then it's just stock footage, and you don't feel like, you know, those should be able to compete in those same things or whatnot. See, I don't understand why people do that. I mean, and AI videos are ridiculous, man. I don't know what to do at this point. Outside of like, if I see one coming across my timeline, like reporting it. It's like reporting. If I see an AI video come across my timeline, I'm gonna report it, and then just like whatever I can to let like at least the platforms know that I don't want to see it, right? And I feel like the more people that see it, they'll sort of like imprint that into the algorithm, you know, in some way. But right now they're a little money hungry and stuff like that. They feel like they, you know, they want the views for the easy content. And I'm like, again, you know that it looks like that too. It looks like you guys are trying to cheat the people over and like, you know, get one over on them. As entertaining as some of them may be, right? The sort of Loch Ness Monster vlogging or something like that, man. Hey, look, I saw some things in the forest, whatever. Like, you know, they're kind of entertaining, but we still would rather be impressed by anything real, right? Real people doing a spoof scene. You know what I'm saying? Like we like the aspect of I wanted to shoot a scene that was spoofing Star Wars, so I had to actually buy some authentic stormtrooper outfits. I had to do this. I had to go and like, you know, and then again, certain things could be CGI added, you know what I'm saying? That's fine. But we still want like real actors. We want real voices. We don't want to be, again, I saw an ad the other day where the whole person was talking to the camera, but they weren't real, nor was what they were saying. They just kind of like typed it in and the AI cloned them. And I'm like, you just gave your likeness away to that situation, you know what I'm saying? Good luck to seeing like what happens. Let me see, goats and all right, okay, hold on. I don't know which one. Oh wait, did it? Okay, hold on. I think we're playing them a little bit sort of like out of order in a way, but here's another one. Let me see if I can rewind that, because I gotta turn this off over here. Back in the video mode.
Yo, check. Nonsense with the face palm. Vince Vaughn's been in space lost with his face gone. Still a race cause and a faint yawn. It's his baseball. Stay chill or remain calm. Take pills every day. Nah, I don't take pills. I just smoke.
So it looked like a vampire that hadn't sucked blood in a while. Who?
Niggas don't want me to win. Niggas would rather me ghost. Find the top of the list, then it would have to be close. Don't wanna battle the kid. Nigga be bang with goats. Battery pack in my back, like rabbit don't have to reload. Cause you keep a drum in the beat, bumping the meat, better run with your feet, cause it come to the beef. Bun and some cheese, if it's something to eat, then I'm pumped for the feast. Nigga must be a vegan, cause he cook well done if we meet. Nigga swore that he run with the beast till he hung from a leash. Thinking I'm the one that you can score points off. Then I'm flipping something, nigga, no coin toss. Ain't about the money, I'm ignoring your calls. If it's about the money, then you know it's gonna cost. We ain't doing nothing, we avoid those laws. We been had enough of all the noise, so pause. See a lot of front and see them boys so soft. They don't throw salt, them boys soy sauce. See if I care, you don't get to breathe my air. Tryna run and leave my lair, I don't think the life fair. Compensate me for my share, or else it's gonna be a nightmare. Try me, I dare. Climb, you ain't reaching my stairs. I don't even see you like where I need a high chair. For counting my peas and my carrots, the narrow like me, my parents. Niggas don't want me to win. Niggas would rather me ghost. Find the top of the list, then it would have to be close. Don't wanna battle the kid. Nigga be bang with goats. Battery pack in my back, like rabbit don't have to reload. Cause you keep a drum in the beat, bumping the meat, better run with your feet, cause it come to the beef. Bun and some cheese, if it's something to eat, then I'm pumped for the feast. Nigga must be a vegan, cause he cook well done if we meet. Nigga swore that he run with the beast till he hung from a leash. If you ain't built like mine, you wrecked. Wiz get peeled, not the kind you press. Niggas sit still, quit trying to flex. Treat you like children, time to rest. They be like chill, cause I don't do threats. Think I'm not ill, then why don't you test? You in that
definitely an artist to look out
nigga,
for.
I will spin like I'm roulette. Rhyme suplex like I'm Brock Lesnar. Try me, leave you stressed like you got pressured. Got new regrets, it was my pleasure. They gon' find a nigga X, but he not treasure. I be at your neck like a dog catcher. All the bodies on the catch, think of Doc Edwards. Not another step, you are not next, sir. If we got measured, you a lot lesser. Niggas don't want me to win. Niggas would rather me ghost. Find the top of the list, then it would have to be close.
Had to be close.
Don't wanna battle the kid. Nigga be bang with goats. Battery pack in my back, like rabbit don't have to reload.
Man, had to reload it. I'ma go get. I don't know what the hell's happening. You know what? Man, so far so good. What I love about doing this show too is like, you know, sometimes we're being introduced to artists for the first time, right? You know what I'm saying? And for them, they could have been in it, you know, for quite some time. They could have made quite a few videos, right? And then we'll get, you know, some of those videos over the course of, you know, of the weeks, months, you know, years of doing the show. And then sometimes we'll, you know, they'll have like 10, 15 videos or something like that, and all, quality or whatnot. So we get to go down the sort of compilation of videos and songs, and just to see the trajectory of, where that artist, came from, and stuff like that. So over time, it's always good to be able to see, what they can do. Now with these two, I didn't even look at the dates, so I don't know if they're recent, or old. They feel recent though, at least from what I'm, hearing. There's quality there. The visuals on both ends are, proper. We can tell that you invest in yourself, as an artist or whatnot. So, we appreciate that. This one, of course, being a little bit shorter in 2 minutes and 36 seconds of record. Nothing too crazy, there. Yes, there's always going to be that extension that you can do. Any other sort of like artists you want to throw in as a feature or something like that. Both remix wise or, the actual, song as always, think about. But no, this feels like it would be out there and stuff, so not bad. Someone in the comments over there said, bro, you're literally one of my favorite rappers. This is, amazing and stuff like that. See, that's what's up. That's what's up. Go ahead, give it a like, man. And what do you say? You said Charleston White talking shit about, Lil Wayne, the disrespect. But let's not distract from the raw rap happening right here, man. What is he doing? Was it just a post or something like that? Speaking of Charleston, I mean, like, look, Charleston's always gonna have something to say, right? And I feel like it's all gonna stem from, from the shock value culture or whatnot. There are some that like perfectly know that like what's gonna get on people's nerves, what's gonna like be the hot button kind of situations or whatnot. Like 6ix9ine pretty much knew that for the longest time, which is why he continued to do what he did, and he was gonna continue to do exactly everything he did until someone, actually, physically called him out, for it or whatnot, which eventually, happened, both in the sort of, kidnapping kind of situations, him being approached at the gym and stuff. But there was a time where like every like other day, I was just seeing posts with him telling some other person to, suck my dick, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, bro, like, why are you like trying to incite this stuff? Things are gonna freaking happen. Like, some people don't understand that. Like, you can't just, like, you never want to be that dude who's like pull up, because there will eventually be that person who will pull up, or that person you told to pull up will be making those plans, and they're not gonna pull up when you're ready, because that's when everybody think it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? When you're ready, it's go like, no, they will pull up. They will pull up when you least expect it. When they can talk that shit, film you as they doing something. It's crazy. What do you say in an interview? I mean, that's when he's always doing it. And then what do you say? Damn, you only been for a month. Hold on, what were you saying? Catasnaggy said, damn, I've only been for a month. Like what? Like rapping or something like that? Have you only been? Listen, what's crazy is, if true, Catasnack, if that's true, like, again, you're pretty decent from what we've got to, hear from you, so far or whatnot. Like, the style is pretty decent from someone who just started or whatnot, right? Usually it takes people a bit longer to really figure out everything or whatnot, right? You go through stages of just kind of like picking whatever beats, to rap to eventually, you hit this point of like, nah, let me rap to only the beats that give me that stank face, kind of situation. You end up knowing exactly what and where to go, what to say. And you just take yourself a little bit more, seriously or whatnot. But it usually takes a while for people to hit that point where they do all the right sort of things on, you know, the record. You go through a phase of adding all the wrong effects, you know, just because, oh, my voice sounds cool with flanger on it, or like the chorus effect or something. You know what I mean? And then, like, you know, while it's true, your voice does sound cool with it, it's not the right thing to do for, you know, every, you know, record or whatnot. And so figuring out those times, you know, of when I'm supposed to do certain things, not to, and you know, I mean, some people do need a team of people in the studio with them to guide them in the right direction. Then there are those that, like, no, they've mastered the ability to know what all of those people would tell them to do, and they just kind of make sure that they do it, right? So that way, you know, like, your goal as an artist, if you're doing anything by yourself, should always be to say, okay, I don't want anybody to say I'm to this, to this, to this, to this, to this. And so you listen to your record in that way. Like, if I'm a girl, what is she hearing? If I'm, you know, an older person, you know what I'm saying, who listens to music, you know, in this era, would they feel it? What do I need to do more in that record that'll, you know, bring it there, and vice versa? Hold on, let me see what the other two were. Let me see. So in this one, I think I may see that other one, the second track. Hold on. But then that first email that I had, I don't think that I had looked for that second link. I didn't see that you had put it in the notes or whatnot. So it is out of order. We played both videos first. This one, I think, is the song. We have two more from him. Then we should be back in the free line. Let me just make sure that we don't have a skip. Yet we do have. No, we don't. Why is that even one? Why is that even showing right there? Hold on. All right. This one might be a little bit different. Let's see. What up, Indo Frogger? Indo Frogger. Let me think it
unavoidable, but I guess that's how the story goes. Just a bored little boy with no heroes. Had to learn to love pain at 4 years old. Masochistic, brash and twisted. Black statistic, match the misfits. Slash my wrist drip, that's a liquid. That's the ink I rip passages with. Sad existence. It's true that I'm cold. Light is touch, but it freezes. Like a room filled with smoke and fire smothering me. I'm losing control, fighting struggle to breathe. I don't do what I'm told, but life can humble the beast. At night, he's awake, his demons won't let him sleep. Just have might and don't break, they seem to grow when he's weak. Lead that fight, we don't hate, ignite the soul when he speak. Let that light lead your way. Alright, okay.
Proper, freaking a lot of times you listen to Big Papa, you don't know what is happening, man. You know what, freaking you have got a head, but dog, I'll rip off the shit, matter of fact.
But I guess that's how the story goes. Reborn young man who's only grown. What I learned done paved the glory road. Masters lifted, that's commitment to pass the litmus. I
put this in the alt rock heavy metal playlist.
Just ask the mystic from Nazareth, cause that's what this is. I'm human, I hope. Cry, I love, and I dream. I make excuses, I cope. If I get cut, then I bleed. Not losing my soul, I look up and believe. If I'm with you, then I know that light can humble the beast. At night, he's awake, his demons won't let him sleep. Just have might and don't break, they seem to grow when he's weak. Lead us fight, we don't hate, ignite the soul when he speak. Let that light lead your way. Alright, okay. At night, he's awake, his demons won't let him sleep. Just have might and don't break, they seem to grow when he's weak. Lead us fight, we don't hate, ignite the soul when he speak. Let that
I'm gonna put the last three.
Alright, okay.
last 3 links and songs. Listen, I don't want to think you wrong, but listen, I don't know what the heck they think you are. Like, listen. So, I like this, man. Anytime an artist attempts to go into a more, alternative, heavy metal, rock, type of genre, like you sort of can tell when it feels, like it belongs and it feels, natural, whatnot. Often you should simply feel like, yeah, you can go in and he could perform this record, at a festival right along with some other bands and stuff like that, right? Of course, as long as you have the live band setup, right? That means actually having a band, guitars, everything to really bring the production to life in that way. And then you just go in and, sing like you're just within that genre or whatnot. It sounded natural to me. I like records that bring those elements into it. Again, it those are the things that sort of get you into those other doors or whatnot. Not that like if you didn't have a rock centric record you wouldn't be able to be, right? Because I remember Odd Future not having those kind of records and being able to be on some of the cards, with the bands or whatnot, because they were just different and unique enough to sort of go on that sort of like borderline of certain things or whatnot. And there are certain artists who fit that same bill, right? But this one, I think you did it proper once again. So I put this one on the ThatDorky, alt rock playlist that I have on YouTube or whatnot. I always like to add some of the best records that I do here within those genre on it or whatnot. So if that's any consolation, right? The other way to know if you have a good record, right here, let me tell you like deal. All right, if you have a record where you're singing melodically, right? If you can imagine other bands or artists like singers and stuff like that, if you can imagine them doing a cover to your song, then you're good, pretty much or whatnot, right? In most cases, again, other artists who can sing, other artists in those genres, when they would like, that's what they do. When they love another artist's song, no matter what era it comes from, they want to, pay it homage by, like playing it at their gig, as well or whatnot. And it's not them stealing your song. It's them like literally they'll title it a cover and everything. And they may like change elements to sort of like make it more akin to like what they are or whatnot. Like if you're not in a punk rock sort of sound and they are a punk rock, they'll take your record to that punk rock sound. Like what I forgot the band that redid Michael Jackson's "Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?" You know what I'm saying? Like they took it to a slight, different realm or whatnot. But yeah, if you could imagine other people singing it, like you're good. You said that was my first attempt at anything rock-ish, man. So did you like end up making it, or are you working on an album for it, or is this one song in a project essentially that, we're like, you know what, let me just try this one thing, real quick or whatnot? It's not bad, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more from you in that lane to see like, what more you can sort of like pull out, from that. Let me see what the second link from the first email was. Man, it's so weird we played these out of order. This was supposed to be the very second one and is the very last. It's funny how backwards it moves. That's what's up.
Another broken toy outside a dump. I know a boy that probably jumping, hoping joy to have it. Said we don't need to pay to fix it. It was green, the paint is chipping. Maybe we can paint it different. That's it. And a child left long ago. Go,
love these, man.
Keep your dog on the harness, cause the beast pull hard as a bombing comet. Please hold, I'm on the call. Wait, where'd he go? Life is numbing, so avoid it. Mindless love's a potent poison. Find a cup and go enjoy the last sip. Cause I'd be wrong to say we'll be okay. Want it when it's free, you'll pay. Darling, we'll be DOA. Driven miles on the longest road. In the wild, it's a commonplace. Single file with the lost and hopeless. With a smile written on my face. Keep going on it regardless. Cause the freak show's always the calmest promise. Please hold, I'm on the call. Wait, where'd he go? 2, 3, 4. Keep your dog on the harness, cause the beast pull hard as a bombing comet. Please hold, I'm on the call. Wait, where'd he go?
So many things and places, so many things that I could do. I don't know where I'ma take this. And people don't even know what the heck to do. They wanna eat, but they don't know where a plate is. Sometimes I just wanna do this like every day, but oh man. All right, let's go ahead and hit this. I like that. Listen. So obviously, he said he did this one today. There's a small amount of work in terms of, you know, stuff that still needs to be done, you know, with the mix, but it's another one that I feel like fits nicely in that same, you know, overall project and whatnot, right? Like, again, you fit nicely into the genre. You have a nice sound when you go in and, you know what I'm saying, sing melodically, and then also you're really able to rap or whatnot, right? So I think the next step for you with certain records is to mix as much of the two together as possible, right? Show that you can get in there and you know, both rap and, you know, do that sort of, you know, other side, and then see if you can even, like, you know, somehow, you know, blend the production, right? If it could go from art to like some straight hip hop or something like that, it would be a nice, you know, thing to see, right? Because again, I feel like there's a best of both worlds kind of situation, right? And again, it's with one artist, so to see the collision essentially with the two genres, I think would be dope or whatnot. But as I said, so far so good. This record feels like it's something that would be out there. I could see people singing along with it. I can see crowds. I can see covers done by, you know, even a Coldplay or something like that, man. You get in there, you know, pretty nicely with the right melodies. And I'm curious on with these records, you know, do you start with the production and then figure out, you know, the song itself and the writing and stuff like that, or do you go backwards? Do you like think about the writing and then you add the production, you know what I'm saying, after the fact? What is your process essentially when it comes to these? Because I'm always intrigued on, you know, when certain artists catch that inspiration and just kind of like know what chorus to do, like they fill it out, you know what I mean? Like you start off in your head with one thing, right? Like the chorus itself, where you have that within there. There's layers within there. Did you hear the layers the first time, right? And you're like, oh, I should have layers. Or were you just hearing the one vocal and then eventually you were like, you know what, I should add layers in there and make it feel like, you know, it's a sort of you know, a group of, you know, myself or whatnot, you know, singing it or whatnot. You guys know what I'm talking about. I just hear melodies. I got that beat off YouTube, you know what I'm saying, and came up with the hook, and then, you know what I'm saying, let me see, just hear melodies, and then you have room for another submission or not. Like, listen, you're always able to send, like, skips are unlimited on the show, and yo, how can I skip the line like that? So all you got to do is make sure that your record is sent to the show, and it is. So you'll pretty much be up right now, and then we'll do that.
Skips are unlimited on the show. And you know, we still have many in the free line, so we'll be going back into there as well.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold.
But wait. So, and then Flawed, so I do want to remind, like, get all your ducks in a row. All right? When I say that, I mean, like, if you're getting, like, beats off of YouTube or something like that, always make sure you touch base with the, you know, producer or whatnot. Like, you are an artist who I do feel like can make the record that you do with the production pop, right? As producers, we like to put our, you know, beats out there. Sometimes, you know, something might be free. Other times it'll be, you know, something paid. But all in all, we want our babies to go to the right artist, right? I would say you are a producer's best friend, right? I always basically equivalent that to if any of us made the production, how proud would we be of the artist that we're hearing, you know, on it or whatnot, right? We always want, especially if we're an artist too and we make beats, it's worse because we always want to hop on something first and then we sacrifice the ability. We go, you know what, let me not hop on this and I'll put it out and see what other artists, you know what I'm saying, do or whatnot, right? And sometimes the artists that we hear don't necessarily do the best job and we go, I should have kept that, I should have did it for myself. And then, like, you know, had the element of surprise with people. But you're an artist who I feel like, you know, we give you a beat, you'll do the actual, you know, job, and the appreciation, you know, is there. So touch base with the, you know, producers. As you know, I know the records will eventually get there. They'll get bigger. You want to do that earlier, you know, versus later, and just like work anything out that needs to in terms of, you know, if you're gonna put it on official albums and stuff like that. And especially because, as you know, like if you're gonna get a record sync licensed, right? So far, like I hear records from you that could be out there on commercials, video games, you know, movies and stuff, right? They always ask you for, you know, the stems of your record and the, you know, if you own the beat, they kind of want that to be a thing. So however, that needs to happen, you know, again, earlier than later. You know, and in case it makes you uncomfortable, the reason why they do want the stems is because, like, if you ever watch a movie trailer or maybe a movie or whatnot, if you pay attention to how music is, you know, sort of manipulated within those shows and films and stuff like that, there may be like a bar scene where it's just the instrumental playing, right? And then the scene, a fight breaks out, someone breaks a glass over someone's head, and then all of a sudden the chorus of the song starts playing, and then it goes into a part of the verse or whatnot. And then at some point towards the end of the fight, they cut the other half of the song. They want to be able to, like, you know, just make sure that they can manipulate things if possible for the scenes that they're in. There may be a scene where, like, you know, they need to make it sound like, you know, it's being played in the club, or they want it to feel like you're actually performing live at the event or something like that. Whatever the case, you know, those are things that we do need. All right, let me go ahead and throw in this skip or whatnot. I appreciate you. I do have your email. This one is Nero and Fiddle. Nero and Fiddle. Let me see what's up though. Freaking, you know what, man? You know that I'm cutthroat. People that like dog, I don't wanna like rap, but then I do, and I also wanna say out of gusto. Freaking, you know what, dog? People that tell me I don't know what the heck to do, but you know what to up on. All right, here we go.
Is key to all this. Balance is key to everything. But you're existing in the unconscious mind.
Nero and Fiddle.
slow, take this slow, yeah.
Definitely figurative, right? Because this collective unconsciousness has always existed. Now it's just digitized. It's just been alchemized. And now it's just a place. It's a place that we're in.
Technically, there's a lot of people who, when I'm sick, they don't check with me. People also like when I'm fighting, don't know what weapons be. So there's a lot of time where you gotta pop up with weaponry and freaking like if you know. People are wonder like what happened to Juno. People are either too slow or too fast and sitting their whole songs with a two asking. There's a lot of questions that I don't know like if you ask.
Whoa, darling, take things slow. Where you trying to go? Cause I want and I need you, want and I need you.
It's bad.
Darling, take things slow. Where you trying to go? Cause I want and I need you, want and I need you.
Treat me like that. There's a lot of freaking people that creepy like raps that freaking I make show freaking you know you just come around. Not bad, man. A little bit rough around the mix on certain freaking things, but I see the potential within this, man. Like, listen, y'all making me wish we definitely got even more, you know, rock, you know, elements and artists on the show running in addition to everything, because we do get it, just not enough. And I'm hoping when we're able to sort of like hear and see more of you guys, you know what I'm saying, pop up with these, that you do inspire other artists around there to come and get around, you know what I'm saying, as well. Very much indie, you know what I'm saying, rock and a lot of elements and whatnot, right? Again, we think about sync license kind of situations, more of a 90s kind of, you know, feel a little bit. But I'll tell you guys something as well, right? You guys are probably the only genre, right? You are the only genre, we'll say everything out of freaking hip hop. We gotta do that, right? Because basically when you have those rock elements and you know, you're sort of doing something that may feel like, you know, the first version or whatnot, we always call like that the garage band version, right? The like I recorded it in the garage and, you know, maybe didn't have all the best sort of, you know, equipment and stuff, but we as music heads and fans, and especially like with rock, like we've always like loved even those early versions, right? Because it's like it's the raw, unfiltered, just sort of like, this is just an idea, like what do y'all think, you know what I'm saying, kind of situation or whatnot. And then eventually, yes, you get in the studio, the label has you re-record things, and you know, you get a more professional, more polished, you know, version. But we also don't forget about the GarageBand version, right? So these versions, you know, even though they're still like works in like still keep them. For some reason, you know, it has more weight than like when we just, you know, are just straight up rapping and you know, it's some rap shit. Those, like, we, you know, we always can get in there and do something better, and we do need it to be a little bit more, you know, pristine. If it feels like, you know, for us it's more mixtape, you know, we usually call it that. And I guess I'll just stay there. But yeah, not bad. That was again Nero and his fiddle. Hold on, let me we'll get back in it. And then I think you sent did you send another skip, Flawed? Let me see.
Can't feel. Okay. Alright, let me just check and look in the chat as well. Looking it. And what do you say? He said, dang, y'all really making me wait my turn or whatnot. Man, listen, technically you were played via a skip that Mr. Fresh did give you, so at least you were played. You know what I'm saying? Once in this case, we're also played, but they're sending skip, so they have a right. Let me see. Did you send one? I see. What is this? Madhouse? Let me see your songs. For all good, dude, man. Yep, let me see. And he said this last one. Cat, y'all only sent one or whatnot. Well, I'm trying to figure out what we could do with it. Because we could make it a skipping. Well, you could do two things. Pay it forward. You could do a pay it forward or a skipping clip. Right? What are the differences between two? Skipping clip is a recorded reaction. Skipping clip is a recorded reaction that basically I mandatorily also post as our as content, throughout the week or whatnot. So you guys will look and you'll see that on, our TikTok, our YouTube, IG and different stuff like that. Like I try to make sure that I'm taking, things from the show. Skipping clips are one of those ways to make sure that you are one of those. And then the pay it forwards are, you're skipping and then you're giving the other half to somebody in the chat, essentially. As long as that person is in the chat, you can always basically, hook them up with that other thing. You said, yeah, I'll pay it forward. All right. So let me hit that button. And then we'll, I feel like, I guess if you want to put, if you... Cat snack with this would be he would get like probably the most in one day.
I know so many people in here passing through who have no idea what is happening until they do. If I was up in the game, then I would probably have to do cheats, cause I can't see a thing up in his ash. And where the hell is Coon Street? 100 locks up on his box, it wasn't meant to be. And I ain't got no time to mess with armless naked entities and nurses with syringes, apparitions. It's a scary place, and someone with a scary face just shouldn't mess with Harry Mason.
He's the luckiest dude on the planet right now, cause that has never happened in a one show. Let me see. I'm trying to get the Flawzilla one up, and then I'll jump on up in there. Yeah, send it with the pay it forward. Hashtag in the subject line. It says Madhouse.
Hey. La 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 la. Hey. It must be rough to eat dust and keep up because he just flies. My whole life has been losses, had no guidance and no caution. Like Joe Biden, I broke laws and my soul crying, need throat lozenge. I got mad fam, the flow got them. I'm not Batman, so it's gon' cost them. I got baggage, I'ma go Boston. Cannot track it, happens so often. I assault when I'm insulted. Line them all across the wall. Light them up and watch them falling. Like my calling, problem solving. Working on my mind.
Work is on my mind. If I'm not first, then I'm behind. Gotta be alert, cause I be high. When are we gonna learn we'll all be dirt? It's almost time now. I could laugh loud. Life's a madhouse. Hey, get tough cause it doesn't ease up. If living can teach, I'm finna get me a C+. When enemies just Twitter and E-Musk. Thinking it's sweet, you getting infinite sleep, bruh. Rinse and repeat. What they sung, what they tongue seem to be leading the nation. The Shane song, we poor, gotta pay some to make none. If we can see more than a page front, you can't run. Keep the peace, I can't be without my machinery. Demons doubting my deity, dreaming about them deleting me. Dying to do them dirty, get deep and drown. You ain't seeing me, I ain't not even worried. Just be a clown in my scenery. Grind like I'm in a hurry. Feed my child by eating beats, feeling powerful. Being me, evil cowards when meeting me. Recompile the pieces to be a tower. The piggies between the clouds. A beaconness reaching out, I'm peaceful. Working on my mind.
Yeah, come on. You see what I'm saying?
If I'm not first, then I'm behind. Gotta be alert, cause I be high. When are we gonna learn we'll all be dirt? It's almost time now. I could laugh loud. Life's a madhouse. Life's a madhouse. Working on my mind. Work is on my mind. If I'm not first, then I'm behind. Gotta be alert, cause I be high. When are we gonna learn we'll all be dirt? It's almost time now. I could laugh loud. Life's a madhouse. Life is a madhouse. I don't even anything. I don't even anything. I don't even anything. Hey. La 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 la. Hey.
Universal. Word of the day is Universal, you know what I'm saying? Because he is you know, one of the few artists that are able to pretty much hit, you know, each lane, you know, from what you can hear, like pretty much, you know, perfectly, easily, and naturally as possible. So it feels like, you know, again, you're getting your money's worth in each section. This one, you know, the drums, you know, hit hard, the mixes, you know what I'm saying, clean within there. You have both, you know, straight rapping and you know, melodic things happening within there. I like that consistency, and like the reason why we love that when artists switch it up, man, I be telling y'all, it's things like, you know, him deciding to, you know what I mean? And then like you're just seeing how intricately, you know, he's able to continue weaving, you know what I'm saying, words within that pattern, you know, and you know, when you switch it up like that, right, it allows you to have many different favorite parts of the records, right? So you remember, you know, aspects of it, and you know, you create a little bit of a relationship with that. If anybody's wondering, it was 3 minutes and 24 seconds as well. And once again, I appreciate any artist who's willing to go past 2. You're willing to go past 2 and just like, you know, like just make it worth, you know what I'm saying, people's while. You know, it matters because like I said, there are those who don't want to put in that work at all. They are of the opposite. They think that like, nah, we'll just make a short record, people will just like, you know, play it again or whatnot. But you're not thinking about the people. I don't think you're thinking about the people when y'all do that, right? You're thinking about yourself. You're thinking, oh, people will play the one verse that I have over and over again, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to being like, nah, I love this beat. I could feed them this much, you know, sort of, you know, energy, you know, positivity, whatever it is that you want to get out, you know what I'm saying, within the record, right? It's your time to really maximize, again, however much time you're spending with a person. Think about it in the way where like someone really listens to music, right? Like if you're lucky, we have to remember, if you're lucky, people will check out a song from you and then immediately want to go check out other albums and whole songs or something like that. Some people will go, let me just check out a few singles. Maybe they'll go from a song to a video to like then adding the song on Spotify or something like that. They all have different, you know, situations. If we're lucky enough to get the album, right, then, you know, we get to sort of like, you know, push whatever we want within that project. But I always operate in the aspect of like, if it's only one song, right, and in most cases people will listen to an artist that they like and then an artist that is us and then another artist that they like. If we're in the middle of that playlist, you know, in my eyes, I wouldn't understand why someone would only want to be, you know, there for a less amount of time and then to be in between another artist. I think some artists operate and they think, oh, people are gonna like just listen to only me and then that's it. Like that's not how it is. Like people kind of listen to it and they want to listen to you. And in terms of this, right? I'd hear this song and then it'd make me want to hear something from J. Cole and Chance the Rapper and you know, just you start going down that line, like Childish Gambino or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You start thinking about other artists and then you start compiling a little bit of a mental playlist or whatnot, right? Then eventually you come back around. I'll tell you like this. I heard it took me like maybe 6 records to actually go look at my phone when I heard like Logic for the first time, right? Like Logic had like I had my own sort of like station that, you know, they felt like artists who were like similar to like what I, you know what I'm saying, made or whatnot. They'd couple it into, you know, my you know, playlist or whatnot, right? And so I'd hear like Redman, I'd hear like certain people who I always, you know what I'm saying, agree with. And every once in a while there was an artist or something that I always was like, yo, who's that? But I didn't have time to go look at my phone or whatnot. Then eventually I was like, yo, there's that song again. Let me go look, right? And then it was, you know, Logic. So sometimes people, you know, they need enough time. They need enough times to really, you know, incorporate or engulf your record. In these cases, like, review shows are the best way to, like, to really get people to look at a record. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm just going on and doing random, you know, kind of stuff, you know, I have no obligation to like whatever random sort of song that I'm playing or whatnot. I could stop playing it and then completely play something else and then not have any explanation for it. However, if I'm doing it as a review show, right, where the aspect is, and it's not about the industry artists, it's about the indie artists that you guys, you know what I'm saying, are and still trying to, you know what I'm saying, get out there. Being able to listen for a purpose and, you know what I'm saying, like whether the record is ready, should it have a video and stuff like that? In this case, yes. Should it be on the radio? Is it something that would be sync licensable on, you know, movies, TV shows, video games, all that good stuff? Oh my gosh, J Electronica, man, my bro. Hold on, we need to hit one of these. J freaking Tronica, man. Shout out to Jay, because, you know, he has a style that's just, you know, perfect within, you know what I'm saying, what he does. You know, I've appreciated, you know, the minimal work that he had done. And like it was him like Andre freaking 3000 and Lauryn Hill, for whatever reason, they all very dope and talented and decided not to like make new stuff after a certain amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever the industry, you know, did or took a toll, or maybe they felt the pressure or something like that. Like literally Jay Electronica basically saying that he wasn't gonna drop an album unless Jay-Z did it with him, you know what I'm saying? And then Jay-Z saying bet, right? He had that kind of pull where like even Jay-Z was like, yeah, Jay Electronica is, you know, the shit. Let's do something, man. And I thought that was you know, crazy. He said he's one of my favorites. I wish he put out more, you know what I'm saying? We put out this Timeless to me. Yep. I agree. I may have to go back and do some reactions to it, or to stuff like that. Other things also in the past or whatnot, as we've had artists, I mean, like, look, No Limit, I feel like more respect has to go into that No Limit well or whatnot, because I remember all the stuff that, like, that mystical, you know, Silk the Shaka, Skullduggery, you know, Master P, Mia X Fiend. Like, I remember just the dopeness that artists were releasing, you know what I'm saying, over time, which was crazy. Hold on, let me see if we got the one from Ace. This one is based on a true story, right? Based on the proof. Yeah, shout out to Jay though. Oh, speaking of Lauryn Hill.
Shout out Mook the Menace, you know how I'm coming. Experience with Demon. Freestyle. Yeah, freestyle.
It's like he used my face as a freaking image.
Do you love me or not?
Wait!
Do you love me or not?
Hold up. I just realized something. You can't send, I mean, speaking of Lauryn Hill, it was ironic that we did, that we was supposed to. Listen, okay. Do not send anything that is, if you just rapping on the instrumental, all right? If it's just you rapping on the same beat that Lauryn Hill rapped on, it's a risk for us to play those on the show or whatnot, because the algorithm in YouTube and like different platforms, they look at it like we're just playing Lauryn Hill's record, right? They'll literally block, cut, or flag or mute us. Like, the labels are very strict with sort of what we can play during our lives. We kind of have to like license the record and the ability to sort of do that. So if you have something else, we can throw that in. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, the better option to do is to either have someone like me remake a different beat around your vocals, right? Or at least sample and change the beat that you're trying to rap to, right? It can't be exactly the same. It has to be, you know what I'm saying, kind of different in some way. Sometimes, you know, the tempo and things like that. But if you're looking for, like, literally, if you still have the vocals and you know, the session and all that, like, I could make something else around your vocals, like either original or still sampling the song that you're trying to rap to, but, like, you know, coming at it in a different way, right? And again, you want that version anyways, because it'll make people wonder, like, where'd you get that version of the beat, right? How the hell did you get that? You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and you'll be able to impress the original artist as well, I think, a little bit further. So send that, and then we'll go back in and stuff like that. It's Louis, you know what I'm saying? What's up, man? You said, dang, man. Yeah, almost, man. Almost.
Like that one, fellas.
Everybody want John tonight. Everybody want John tonight. So we're just waiting on that, and then we should be getting back into the free line. Alrighty.
Yo, Dork Squad, this is Rick Sanchez telling you to donate 10 flurbles to Cash App $ pay a dork to get your song played fast as shit.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
We just gotta get it. Listen, man, it's one of the main rules on it. Like, if there's a song that I just don't recognize and y'all just happen to rap to that beat, sometimes y'all will, you know, y'all may get one pass. But, like, again, it's really just like not a good idea unless you're doing something different or whatnot. Just because, I mean, we've even had someone who, okay, well, let me sample a Luther Vandross song because, you know, Luther Vandross became popular again thanks to, you know, Kendrick doing a record, you know, with the "If This Were My," you know what I mean? And so, we had another artist basically sample Luther Vandross, but at the beginning of the record, they basically played about like 8 seconds or so of the original song, and then it goes into the sample and how they flipped it. And just that basically, you know, ended up getting the stream, you know, cut, blocked, flagged, and muted. Stop it! Calm down, lady. All right, but let me see. Still waiting on that. I'm wondering if I should jump back into the free line. I know! Calm down, kids. Okay, here's what we gonna do. You know what I'm saying? We gonna jump on in. We gonna jump on in and go see what we do. We gonna jump on in cause your mama's a fool. We gonna jump on in. All right. As we waiting, a lot of people up in the chat ain't got no patience. A lot of people probably are whack, but they gon' say shit. I don't know what the hell to do, but a PlayStation is cool. Freaking, you know what? I ain't gonna go and play in the pool. Matter of fact, you better go and play with some pool, cause you're weird. And a lot of people don't even know how to sit in small chairs. I randomly just rapping to the beat and like people know that I actually see freaking things that if I can't find now, then I will actually go seek. Freaking sometimes, you know what, I could say that I am unique and you be the dude that freaking come through, and you know that I am looking for the thing in your stove that ain't cooking. Really? That was it? Do it again. One more time. I'm about to hop on this and go and spit one more rhyme like this shit. I ain't got in your bank and freaking stole nothing, so I ain't about to go and commit one more crime, but listen. Again, when you up in it though, freaking people are ask me, dog, is your Nintendo broke? Cause I'm hearing it just go back and play noises. Matter of fact, dog, you ain't even got a joystick. I always want to rap and half of y'all enjoy this, and y'all be like, dog, Dorky, why are you annoying? You be asking all the questions, though, and people know there's no freaking word that I'm a rookie. I'm still waiting on it. Ace, Mister, nothing yet. Okay, well, back in the free line once again. All right. Calm down. Let's go jump on back on in. All right. And again, as soon as your thing comes, I'll sort of throw it in, cat. As soon as it comes, and then let's go ahead, throw you in, John Baker with Rod.
R.I.P. Reggie. You done fucked up. Run, motherfucker, run. Better watch your back. When we see you, we on that. Run, motherfucker, run. We gon' make you famous. Chop a flash like a Kodak. You done fucked up, bitch. Revenge is coming, can't wait. When you killed my homie Reggie, bitch, you sealed your fate. I know a clique full of killers all about making
we did this one already.
Hood train gorillas waiting down to kill you.
I remember we did this one already, my bad. Alright. Back in the cusp. This doesn't seem like it's real, so let's go back to this. All right, I think we're in the right place. And then again, I'll check. Cat Snack, let me know when you've did it just like let me just brought up his sort of live?
Mommy.
It's Baby Doll Jenkins with Best Friends.
Friends again. Can we be best friends again? Can we be best friends? Can we be best friends again?
I'm hoping that you're gonna say this is a reference record.
You see the best of me, but you got the worst of me. It's not a curse, it's me. You're not the first to leave. I should just work on me. Cause search the earth and seas, travel to outer space. No one could take your place. I'm a dumbass and I know this. Should one ask, I'ma hold this. I'll get high like orbits. Till I feel low, it's horseshit. Though I'm still alive, feel morbid. I'ma kill the vibe and forfeit. Just a thriller vibe, I feel dead inside. Now we're starting to storm, I should head inside. But I'm out in the rain. Stay out in the rain. Stand out in the rain.
Out in the rain. Out in the rain. Yeah.
Out in the rain.
Out in the rain.
Stay out in the rain.
I'm out in the rain.
Out in the rain.
I'm out in the rain.
Out in the rain. Friends again.
You gotta sing on key with this one though.
Best friend.
Mommy,
again.
will you be my friend, please?
Can we be best friends?
Mommy, will you be my friend? Mommy, will you be my friend? Mommy, will you be my friend?
Zendo.
You see the best of me, but you got the worst
You need to
of me.
carry the
It's
beat.
not a curse,
You
it's
need
me.
the carry
You're not the
feature.
first to leave. I should just work on me. Cause search the earth and seas, travel to outer space. No one could take your place. I'm a dumbass and I know this. Should one ask, I'ma hold this. I'll get high like orbits. Till I feel low, it's horseshit. Though I'm still alive, feel morbid. I'ma kill the vibe and forfeit. Just a thriller vibe, I feel dead inside.
I'm gonna
Now
drop the beat a
starting
few
to storm, I
times.
should head inside, but I'm out in the rain. Stay out in the rain.
Like, listen, you sound like a young
Out in the
Prince
rain.
on this song.
Out in
Like
the
if it was
rain.
young Prince, we would be like, oh shit,
Out
old
in
Prince.
the rain.
Think about it. Think about it. Listen to
Out in the
Prince.
rain.
Think about how Prince sings.
Out in the rain.
What if this was him when he first started?
Out in the rain.
Out in the rain, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say. All of the time, send me a song. I expect promise, I throw it away and I throw it all over the trash. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. This song is just asking all of the times. I want to be telling y'all that I just really dislike the aspirin. All of the people were asking what the hell that shit was. I don't even know what to do. But you know what? I surpassed it. All of the people are saying it's fake like some plastic. Okay, I gotta breathe and shit. Hopefully, like, people are still here, like nobody will leave and shit. People know that.
Okay, let me go ahead and hit this right here. Out in the rain. That was Best Friends Again by Baby Doll Jeans. Listen, what the freak happened to the type? It just like completely bombarded itself or something like that. Why was it blank? That was weird. Anyways, I feel like they're obviously you need to. I'm singing a little bit better, just tonally, because when you sing off key, that's the only thing that's really gonna get people to give you that awkward look, you know, in the crowd or whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, you want to practice, you want to make sure that obviously you get the right tones for the records. In most cases, you guys are recording yourselves, right? This is the problem, right? Because we can only do so much by ourselves. We need that second ear, that other person who's gonna be like, hey, can you do this again if it's not the best performance? Or they're gonna know you're off key, and if you can't sing it correctly, they'll at least know how to fix you, right? Melodyne and or auto-tune in certain occasions, right? And then just pitch correction, like you know, make sure that you are totally in the right place so no one's looking at you weird or whatnot. There's some potential to it. It's not gonna be for everybody, but you know, if you market it right, you know, you'll definitely get there. Yes, we do song reviews. We do song reviews, as you see. Well, actually, no, I didn't say sing your song. You're making me realize what I didn't put on the freaking thing. But usually when you pop up in the building, it should say Like, you know, send your song to this or whatnot. Send your song to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com. That's ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com. If you got music, send it on in or whatnot. We are going through that free line, you know what I'm saying, right now. Also live on all platforms and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys for being here with us. And what'd you say? You said the track I said before. Let me see. I don't know which freaking one you want me to throw in. Again, we're back in the free line. Let me go and see if Kat. He said I found something better, posting it right now. Okay. Wait, do you have to upload it? You have to upload it. People don't know, like, if I had exploded, what would I go with? People also don't know if I am lucky as like a goldfish would be like if you go up. Let me stop.
Check it. I'm the man now. Had to cop the chick down with a bright smile. And they sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while, bitch, pipe down. I miss the right now. I'm the man now. Had to cop the chick down with a bright smile. And they sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while, bitch, pipe down. I miss the right now. Undisputed heavy hitter, A. With the set 16s, I'll bury the twos. Spray the vinaigrette. Marmalade, thick coat, I lay. Where's my check? Rent is due, notification say. I know I'm sold on the frequent text. Flying coast to coast soon
What up,
in the
y'all?
private jet. They ask what I enjoy most. Seeing my mom in the Bahamas, where the sun don't never set. I'm the man now.
I thought you were gonna say shine. Where the sun don't never shine.
And they sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating
would
for
you
a
rhyme
while,
something
bitch,
completely
pipe
different?
down. I miss the right now. I'm the man now. Had to cop the chick down with a bright smile. And they sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while, bitch, pipe down. I miss the right now. Number one, tatted on my chest. Speak it to existence, pray for the rest. On my day twos, I know you're gonna get it next. I say choose the life you wanna live, ayy. Gotta keep my eyes in my pockets. Tell they green haters mad as a dog barking. How the teams, how the shows, how that team, how that goes. Close your eyes, you can hear them scream. I'm the man now. Had to cop the chick down with a bright smile. And they sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while, bitch, pipe down. I miss the right now. I'm the man now. Had to cop the chick down with a bright smile.
Yeah, let me
and they
know.
sleeping on the cloud, girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while, bitch, pipe down. I miss the right now.
Let me know when you post it.
Keep marching forward. Never look back. Remember, bro, pain is only temporary.
I love you and I always
Always
wish you
remember
well.
that.
I always want you to do better no matter what it is. I hope you find peace and I will always pray for you. I love you.
Why is they only coming from like the left side?
Yeah, the left side of my headphones trying to like figure out like what the hell would happen like if you would get a house that like had a ghost up in it, cause people also know like when it comes to all the things in life you gotta go and get it. And I'm so prolific with this. Listen, dog, I'm in a picnic trying to freaking make sure that I don't know where the heck your chick went, cause like when I'm rapping and I'm asking like people if they want to tell me, then I'm also let me stop because I could just do this forever. So, I mean, I like the production.
Girl, this life wild. They been hating for a while.
Mix is kind of clean, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy freaking there or whatnot. The energy that you have, you know, very chill, just kind of like deadpan, you know, demeanor with a little bit of personality and stuff like that. It's okay. It's okay. What do you guys think about it? Give your thoughts or whatnot. It's 2 minutes and 57 seconds. I do think towards the end where whatever that was, you know, if it was like some answer machine shit, whatever. That part did need to be mixed a little bit, you know, more or whatnot, right? Just like certain vocals were coming from the left, you know, and it just, you know, sometimes will feel very much, you know, out of place when you have just one, right? It's either gonna be a surround sound kind of freaking feeling, or, you know, like make sure you have something that's you know, I guess just like right in the middle. Like that's where we would have expected it. Or you have something coming from the left and the right, essentially, as you're hearing some of the different sounds or whatnot. So that way it's not, you know, a little bit too much or whatnot. What did you guys freaking think though? You said it was chill in the fraga as well. I agree. And you said, yeah, mine sent or whatnot. You should get a confirmation email if you sent to the right place or whatnot. You had already sent or whatnot. We're still going through that free line right now. Let me check if, because we might have, nope, he hasn't, he's not done yet uploading the thing for the other half of the skip that he had or whatnot. So we should be able to head right back in. Go, 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 go. Let me see what we got next. Again, we are in the free line right now. What do you say? Just made this a day ago. More of a rock country feel, man. Okay. We starting to get bold. Let's see. Hang that out too dry. Please don't be an ad. I should have like a thing where if it doesn't play an ad, something happens. If it does play an ad, if it does play an ad, what does had happened? Not yet. You can send something different. I'll still keep your same place.
Can you keep a secret, oh baby, for who? Oh, now you holding on for. Don't you be that? Come back to me, baby doll. Don't you see the reasons why I need to stay longer?
Nope, I think I like every other record that you've made but these one.
It's the first one I think I've hit.
Oh, hey. My bad.
I don't know. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever hit that button for some of your stuff. I don't know, man. Every other record that I have heard from you, you know, I have actually, you know, like I felt like you could hear yourself a little bit more. This one did feel like your vocals were almost hiding a little bit behind the production or whatnot. So there's that. And I mean, again, I know like you have a lot of energy and sort of like power to like, you know, your vocals and how you sing. But I don't know if this one sort of like does you justice. Just as someone who's heard all your other like almost every one I'd sort of play, I'd play again, right? You know what I'm saying? I felt like you found your stride in the right, you know, sort of situations. We can hear how good the vocals are or whatnot. And like there are certain tones that didn't work a little bit ago. Certain things that I'm not, you know, even used to you sort of like, you know, making in terms of, you know, any kind of, you know, mistake or whatnot. You set the standard for your freaking self, man. And that's the glory of what you guys are really able to do at this freaking show. What are your best and potentially worst records or whatnot? And it's going to be different opinions from different people, right? Because again, if I'm watching you perform this one live, I probably have a different, you know, overall, you know, feeling outlook. But we know what kind of melodies that we like a little bit more than not. We know what kind of like right when a sort of piece of production or something like that comes on and an artist starts, you know, rapping or singing, you know, we sort of know like when we feel a certain way or whatnot. And when I hit that Dorky don't play that, it's half, you know, either just like, man, it sounds, you know, crazy or whatnot, or like, is it something that if we were listening to the album, just skimming through songs. Am I skipping that song to see like what the next record is and coming back to this one later or something like that? In this case, I didn't really like, you know, the mix, some of the freaking tones. So I still need, you know, I think a better performance early on, you know, until that you know, fixes itself or whatnot. But you did have that. And what you say, and so Indoor Frog Years did not get played yet. So if you want to see something different, then go ahead. Hold on, let me get the ace in. Let's see if yours actually came in. And then we should be back into the free line as they...
Man, I was waiting for this one. It's the one I was telling
this
them.
This is Caddis Snack with 500.
Hey, yo, turn my mic up. Yeah, hey, say, I'm in the booth trying to dog this shit. Oh, hey, I got this shit from the bottom. Nobody gave me not a thing. Told her I can't be a man. Cause sure you know that I'm married. When I'm spitting, ain't nobody better. Dropping knowledge, my verses stay clever. They analogy different for real. Heavy metal bass ring like a bell. Niggas sending verses like it's the mail. UPS truck giving them hell. Ha 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 yeah. Ha ha ha. Hey, broke nigga ran to a check. Home, I see the dugout the stretch. Niggas they thought they would stop me, but I had to slide on them niggas. It's a Sunday drive on them niggas. I take my time when I step. They done label me class like Superman up in the way. These other rappers, they just in the way. They hear my music, they tell me to stay. They hear your music, they telling me turn it off. I don't wanna hear what they say. So many nights I would pray. I keep from zero, not having not nothing. That nigga, he swearing he's something. My opposition, they better stay missing. They know I'm out staying, they see my position. I could be tame where a nigga be vicious. Backdoor game for yourself when they hitless. I put my foot on their chest and they feel it. I'm in my bag, but I stay on my feelings. Big red bone with a nice little head. She giving Marvin Gaye sexual healing. My shorty Nike, she only gon' do it. They come with a check. I said the green like Serena. Top guy turn the iPhone to a beeper. Every powder, no broom but a seeker. Yeah, I'm cool with the demons and reaper. I slowed it down, but niggas can't keep up. These niggas lace like a sneaker. I said my youngin', he really gon' sweep up. Clean up, I need a deal right now. Fuck it, I do it all by myself. Not just a rapper, I really be speaking. They hear what I say and they call me a deacon. And I touch the mic, tell them niggas be quiet. AC up, they really preaching. Switch the floor up for no reason. Mr. Veteran, ain't no better man. Make a mess. Hey, you don't need to tell me I'm the best. I'm my foot up on the gas. Rolling. Life is moving fast. I'm finna drive into a crash, y'all. I left my feelings in the past now. My demons hanging in the background. I cut a lot of niggas off. Circle gotten small. Gotta keep my head down. Niggas, they be iffy. She put my music when she missed me. Shorty cook like Kaya. You gotta eat it till she empty. Do the fifth, your honor. I like the Lulu in a two-piece. I like a bad bitch with some mean hair. Hair done, nails too. I'm in the booth trying to dog this shit. I'm in the booth trying to dog this shit. I walk around with pistols in my vest. Threat. Bitch, I gotta drive Corvette. Ain't no rapper harder than me. That boy is 500 degrees. I keep it P, ain't no switching up me. When I say it, they know what I mean. Yeah, I'ma let it just sit with that. I just want you to know I'm really coming. It's the 302 Demon. You know how I'm rocking. Yeah. Shout out to God, shout out to family. Oh yeah, shout out them hating ass niggas too. All them niggas in the background, I hear y'all be crying, talking about my music.
Oh my God, take the auto-tune out of
here. And some of y'all niggas is Soulja Boy better than Soulja Boy, man. Tell them I said this first, nigga. Ace is the real 2 Demon, Mr. 7 Lotto, you know what's up.
Okay, I didn't think you were gonna stop What do you think about that?
Ooh, thank you. Ooh, thank you. Ooh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so big salute to you on that. You know what I'm saying? Will admit, didn't think it was gonna be a more, you know, melodic kind of situation. Like, listen, when that beat hits, okay, when that beat hits, right, it already gets, you know, you as a listener, you know, excited or whatnot, because you're like, whoo, you know what I'm saying? It hits sort of like, you know, hard or whatnot. And in my opinion, I'd probably go more for a melodic chorus, straight rapping, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to the verse, right? Just to be, you know, a little bit more, you know, giving people the best of, you know, both worlds or whatnot. I did think on certain aspects, you know, maybe a little bit much auto-tune, you know what I'm saying? Ease back a little bit. You want people to hear more of, you know, like you just straight rapping. And, you know, let's just for artists, we really just want you to be less robotic, right? We're already dealing with AI trying to sound more human, right? And so stop competing and try to blend in with the other side who's like initially trying to sound like you in real life, man. And there's the aspect of, you know, like when you're using auto-tune, when you're doing one of the more melodic records, make sure that you have like obviously a good, you know, mix, a good sort of, you know, polish that comes with, you know, your vocals, but also a you know, that delay reverb kind of combo that's always just perfect when you hear, you know, certain records, right? It just it allows, you know, everything that you're doing to sound a little bit more you know, pleasing in terms of that. Then of course there's the aspect of something sounding freestyle, something sounding written or whatnot. Of course we're in that era. We always talk about it. We're in that era. We're in that era where a lot of artists either, you know, will freestyle or, you know, write their shit. I'm of the writing, you know what I'm saying? I like the aspect of being able to take my time to figure out every, you know, dope thing that I personally will say. Because we forget, like, we're not just anybody. We have a personal aspect to us, personal things that we think about, things that are our favorites or whatnot. And if you sit down and you give yourself actual time to work on the record, like this is very important. If you sit down and give yourself the actual time, there's no excuse of any part of the record lacking, because you can think about every bar, every line, every note, every tone that you're gonna basically sing on the record. You know, it can all be, you know, written down and then recorded or whatnot. Now, yes, it's probably a lot harder to write down melodies if you don't know how to write, you know what I'm saying, in that way. But it's really mostly about just the writing itself, right? And like, I honestly kind of want to do a video just like on the different kind of processes that an artist can like use to really write a record, because I feel like we've lost that art for certain people. They just either will kind of freestyle, or you guys will like punch in and you won't sort of get the aspect of like, nah, like, you know, if you write it, as if instead of you rushing to record it already, if you sit there and write out everything that you were going to say, everything that you would have said will be more fine-tuned, right? Because certain things you'll be like, oh shit, I can't say that because I'm gonna cut myself off right there or whatnot, right? Or at least you'll strategically think about where you're going to punch in a good way, as opposed to it feeling like you're piecing the record together like a puzzle or whatnot. We never want to feel like you don't know where the record is gonna start or end. Like when you're on it, like we need to know that, like, you know, like you have a purpose essentially when you hear a certain beat or whatnot, right? Like, you know, when the best hits have ever been made, the classics, the things that we still come back to today, you know, those artists, you know, they really have some pain, some struggle, some actual inspiration behind, you know, that record or whatnot. But everybody's a little bit different. Thank you for the likes, thank you for the follows, thank you for the gifts, you know what I'm saying? So that everybody you know what I'm saying, tapped in. And of course you got the number 1 gift badge. Ooh.
Rizzo, what up?
Phantom said I sent some in. Listen, I'm trying to get through. What did Cat say? You know, he said Discord is pretty old anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on it, man. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? And he said I could have done better. You know what I'm saying? Obviously. And so that is, listen, man. I only come at things. The way I try to come at records is as if like you just did it yesterday, and or you did it, you know, maybe about a week or a month ago, and you're planning to release it already this Friday on all platforms, right? So I try to come at everything with like if there's anything that I would do differently before I release it, just so, you know, everything could look a little bit better. Like, yeah, get the vocals polished up. Make sure that you have a little bit more of a streamlined, you know, kind of situation. I do appreciate that you have, you know, some sort of chorus, you know what I'm saying, in there, whatnot, something that people can kind of remember, you know, the song a little bit, you know what I'm saying, from. That's very important when you guys have any record. Some of you guys will just get on and then rap. And that's it. You just rap all the way through your thing, no chorus, no nothing, and you forget how are people supposed to remember the song. How on earth are people supposed to remember the song? Sometimes the song title is in your face and the easiest thing possible. They're not like us, and like you know what I'm saying? Like, it's that most simplest chorus. Other times it's that chorus has nothing to do with the song itself. Bohemian Rhapsody and shit like that. You listen to that song and like nowhere in the song does anywhere say Bohemian Rhapsody. Like, no. It's just the name of the song, and then, you know, it's like that's a part of the art too. Like, if you guys know, like, man, I always love rock because every genre, every subgenre and like main genre when it comes to rock, they always have been very artsy with the music videos, with just sort of like the songs, the meanings within the lyrics, and like everything that they put in. There's always just a lot more that goes into it. Meanwhile, what do? We kind of like, oh, this song is about bad bitches in the club, and it's just like the most simplest thing ever, and then there's no real, like, nobody knows that we're more cultured than that unless we show them, right? So we're lucky we have a J. Cole, we're lucky we have a Lupe Fiasco, a freaking Emma Busta, a freaking artists like KRS-One who are still willing to spit that knowledge within their actual, you know, dope raps and put stuff out. Because if not, you know, the generations of just people, artists, like, would just get dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. It's literally like the aspect of, you know, the percentage of people who might not read books anymore, and you consume more of like everything, you know, in visual or whatnot. You're not necessarily learning a lot of new words and stuff like that. You may, if you are very cultured and you watch different shows and movies and not the same one thing, you may get a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, culture there. But, you know, it is a different sort of, you know, thing or whatnot. We talked a little bit earlier about food and that same thing. If you only have eaten one thing and you haven't tried other, you know, foods, other countries' foods too and stuff like that, like, you'll never really be able to critique, you know, that aspect there, because you kind of only know one thing or whatnot. It don't taste like a burger. Now, like, what else can you eat, man? Real talk though, man. Yep. And what do you say? Rich Dad, Poor Dad, a highly recommended book. We gotta check that out. Should I do book reviews and shit like that, man? Listen, I ain't even thought about that, man. You know what I'm saying? Here is a page from manuscript. Like, that'd be crazy, man. Now, you know what? I should kind of do just a bunch of different stuff. I'm gonna do kind of a one of everything and just see what sticks. I'm gonna read a comic, I'm gonna read an actual book or something like that, at least a page, a chapter, just see what happens, put it out as a post, you know, see what it freaking does or whatnot. And then, like, we'll just review regular freaking stuff, man. We do music. I have been wanting to do more games, trailers, you know, actual shows and movies and stuff like that. Certain things are a little bit more time consumption, so I'm still trying to figure out if I actually just want to do a let me wait till the season is finished and then do like a season like review and just kind of like talk about it with the pictures, so I don't have to worry about, because I've tried doing the reactions, which I love. I've tried doing the reactions, whether it was to some, you know, Hawkeye freaking season 1 or like WandaVision when that had came out and stuff like that. Tried to edit it as best as I could, upload it, and it would have just immediately get blocked or whatnot. So I wasn't able to you know, to do things, you know, properly. That sort of talked me out of like wanting to do it, because I couldn't edit things myself in that way. But if I do like sort of like a season wrap-up review, I can kind of do that. We'll see what's up. It's either gonna be that, or I'm just gonna like, I'll still do reactions to the bigger stuff, but instead of uploading it as a whole YouTube video or certain things like that, I'll try to consolidate it to like 1 minute of, you know, a collection of the best moments that I saw from the show or something like that, the movie. Like, we'll see. Like, that's the best I can probably do, like, without just knowing the best proper way to edit. Anyway, let me stop talking so I can get back in the line. I know y'all waiting to be played. I appreciate y'all. Let me see what else you was saying over there, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you like it. What do you say? Go ahead and listen to, you know what I'm saying, based on a true story on your own time. That's what's up. Oh my gosh, that's not even the song. Sapa with What I Need. All right. Too Hot. Stop it. What the freak was that? I accidentally like looped the freaking.
I could tell you what I really need. Yeah, I need love, L-O-V-E. Red string tied around, you can follow me. Paint caught, light it up like E.T. Looking around, looking for the right one for me. No need, I attract ASAP. Like Triple X, yeah, I got the remedy. I'ma attract L-O-V, you finding me. But the silence in the absence, get to me. Cause I'm tired of the nights where it's only me. I wanna talk on the phone till we go to sleep. You can tell me about your day, tell me about your week. We can laugh about a joke till we both weak. And it don't matter what we do, we each other peace. Good vibes, no stress, you can be free. I just wanna be in love, that is healthy.
Off the rip, thank you for not adding auto-tune.
Can I tell you what I want, what I really need?
Cause you don't
I need real love, L-O-V-E. Red string tied around, you can follow me. Paint car shining bright like E.T. Looking around, looking for the right one for me. No need, I attract ASAP. Like Triple X, yeah, I got the remedy. I attract my love through finding me. But the silence in the absence get to me. I just really wanna find me some real peace. I just really wanna find me a dumb piece. Real love, red string, you can follow me. Paint car shining bright like E.T. Like Triple X, yeah, I got the remedy. All I want and all I need is L-O-V-E.
Get my face out of the slime, what the frick?
L-O-V-E.
You know you love me, girl. You know I love you, girl, yeah. If you don't know what you think, I'm gonna do blue, 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 blue. I'm looking at your booty, yeah. Let me stop.
L-O-V-E. Both we. It don't matter what we do.
Okay, Sapa. What I need. I appreciate that, right? Like, look, you know, this embodies sort of like some of the things that I've been talking about, right? I want to hear you guys pretty much feel like you're doing a performance of the record, right? The song itself, okay? Song itself should always feel like you know what you're doing or whatnot, right? Essentially, you guys are trying to impress everyone, including the labels. Let's not forget that, right? And when they look at an artist, when they listen, you don't think they listen to see like if it feels like they're prepared, right? If they were to pay for you to go to a studio, right? They want to know if they're gonna get that artist who's gonna like just be there for hours experimenting with random shit, or if they're gonna get that artist that will go there, you know, prepared, like they know, you know, their record and are gonna hit it with that confidence and You know, like that's at least what I was hearing with this record, right? I appreciate also that you just didn't immediately go and throw auto-tune on it. No offense to anyone who uses it. We have many artists we still love and are on our playlist who have auto-tune, right? But it's refreshing when we can hear you guys like realize that you guys kind of still sound good even without it. Like it does not need to be added to everything just for you to be a part of a genre. It makes it more personal. It makes it like more human when we can just hear you. And it's the closest thing we'd get to like a Tiny Desk performance of you as well. Everybody knows and loves the Tiny Desk performances, right? When you've seen anyone, E40, T-Pain, Juvenile, like everyone that I've, Scarface, everyone that I've seen, you know, it just makes me appreciate them that much more all over again or whatnot, because some of them you haven't got to see in that same light with like the live instruments and then them performing their songs, right? Like knowing their shit, getting in there, you know what I'm saying, rapping it, having the real people, you know what I'm saying, up there with them. And like for T-Pain, it was even better because you got to see like, oh shit, he can play piano. Like, and he can actually sing. There's no auto-tune here. Like for him, that's what that was, right? And it can just bring just way more appreciation and I think respect to like, you know, anyone's artistry if you guys even, you know, do that or whatnot. So I appreciate the work you did within there. If anybody is wondering, time-wise, right? We always talk about that on the show. It was 2 minutes and 2 seconds, right? So you guys have to decide how you feel about that. Are you fine with it as is? Would you welcome more song, maybe in the form of either another verse from him or a feature, you know, from any of yourselves? Shoot, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, just other artists out there, female singer, rapper, all that good stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? But it was like, yep. And he said that was it. 2 minutes and 2 seconds, man. That's what I'm saying, man. You said that need to be, you know, the hook though. You know what I'm saying? And okay, you kind of slid, man. It's real smooth. Also, you know what I'm saying? Phantom said, dash what I am saying, you know what I'm saying? And then it's a clean mix off rip, right? So you also notice that. And you know, another thing that we appreciate. Okay, go Zendo, you are finally up, getting in the free line, trying to go as fast as we can. I mean, I could jump into 1 minute mode. That will make every remaining record in the free line sort of have to be played for only 1 minute, unless it's a skip kind of thing. I could do that. I'll probably play a few more records in the direct free line and then jump into that if you guys want or whatnot. It will help things go faster. Of course, you get the dreaded 1 minute freaking situation, right? So if your verse comes in at 40 seconds, you kind of asked out. You get 20 seconds of you know, artist time, and then the rest of that is whatever's in that intro. And so, you know, it's fun to see whose records ends up being those, and you know, when it ends up being kind of the complete opposite, when it's something that's like, bro, like what is this? Why is this record here? And then we want it to stop, but we can't because we're forcefully having to play it for a minute or whatnot, right? If you get that, man, you know, good luck. So you kind of want to hear everyone and stuff like that. So we'll go for as much as we can, right? This is Zendo with First Step.
Even when you know I feel like you might regret giving in the feelings, but you took that
no, it's not you yet.
Too fast, you went all in. Motion started calling, feelings started crawling. Hello.
You're not next yet, sir.
From the other side, you hear me. Call collective, I'm just hoping that it still ring. Still got dreams, but little hope I started fearing. Wonder what would happen.
Alright, remember we're also on
no one's near me.
YouTube and Twitch
Open thoughts, I
and
guess
TikTok.
Quick. Nothing's really changing, it's the same. I want a breath from this. Stuck inside my head, got my
This artist is on the YouTube side right now.
They telling me you're foolish if you think you really get to things, but fuck it. I'm gonna go and do everything I said I would. There ain't no but second chance on
No,
a
the
rainy day when no one
artist,
leaves
his
can tell
name
me
is
nothing.
Zendo with
I'm tired of everyone staring at me with that stare face, all that judgment. All these cold hearts in this cold world ain't helping around with nothing. It's easy for people to go around talking through shit and make assumptions. Cause nowadays no one wants everything, they just want walking around feel plugged in. Ain't nobody care about the truth, say fuck all the facts. I tell you I'm tired with that, but why ain't no one giving a damn? It's easy just to say it and forget, even when you know I feel like you might regret. Giving in the feelings, but you took that first step too fast. You went all in, motion started calling, feelings started. It's easy just to say it and forget, even when you know I feel like you might regret. Giving in the feelings, but you took that first step too fast. You went all in, motion started calling, feelings started crawling. Hello, you said you had this image, what you wanna be. I said way more than something, but it's hard to see. I'm running like I'm playing games of hide and seek. I'm trying to get away, but it's so hard cause life keeps chasing me. I wanna get away from me, but it's much harder when you start to think. Ask yourself and you will see. Challenges start bothering. Fuck it with them drugs, you said you wouldn't. Past starts pondering, but I don't wanna break. I can't never sleep, always lay awake. I'll be stuck up in my head saying one day you'll be okay. I tried looking in the mirror, but I couldn't see my face. I feel broken to the core like I don't even know my place. I was looking all directions, but it didn't change a thing. I was high and I was drunk, and in my head I'm just afraid. Wish for simple, but the simple just could never come my way. Life's been pushing me to limits, but that's words I shouldn't say. Just to say it and forget, even when you know I feel like you might regret. Giving in the feelings, but you took that first step too fast. You went all in, motion started calling, feelings started crawling. Just to say it and forget, even when you know I feel like you might regret. Giving in the feelings, but you took that first step too fast. You went all in, motion started calling, feelings started crawling. Hello.
Nice. Now, do you see what you guys can do if you're singing melodically on a record, right? Do you see what you can do when you sort of like trust yourself, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more, right? Like I always tell artists to like treat your records like you're a little bit of an R&B artist or whatnot, even if you don't consider yourself in R&B, like when you sort of upload the song. Some of you guys will literally put rap hip hop, you know what I mean? And I tell y'all to like utilize, like if you're singing at all, like it matters, because those that also sing, those that are really in the genre, the Chris Browns, the again Art Kellys, the Baby Faces, you know what I'm saying, whoever you consider of the top echelon, when they think about remaking or re-singing records, doing covers, right, to show love to the other songs that they hear out there, whether it's old or new, they think about the melodies of the song that they love, the words, the sort of everything like that. So like they always, you know what I'm saying? Someone is going to hear your song and then they're going to be, oh, I love, you know what I'm saying, the concept, I love the melodies, I love, you know, how that sounds. They'll just take an acoustic guitar and then kind of like sing your song as that for their cover, right? Another person's gonna do it with piano, right? You can also do those same versions of the song as well, right? Whether you do it in live performances or you actually do it and then record it, you know, as those or whatnot, right? And I would change the tempo slightly, you know what I'm saying, for each, just to give each of them a different flair or whatnot, right? The acoustic guitar ones should feel like a little bit more, you know, intimate, maybe a little bit, you know what I'm saying, slower. You know, and then the piano, you know, can be a little bit more, you know, elegant, you know, and where, you know, it goes. And then again, if you want to bring even more, right, if you want to push even this record to its limits, you bring in violins, you bring in, you know, elements to really make it feel like you're doing that Grammy performance, you know what I'm saying, of it. And like those are the different things, right? We look at artists out there and sort of like kind of try to decipher, you know, how much of an artist are they? Are they only going to give us, you know, just a song? You know what I'm saying? Are we able to get a video? Are we able to get the live performance? When it comes to those live performances, is it gonna be? Same performance every venue, or is it a different experience every time we get to see them? Because if it's that makes your performances worth something, right? If literally you say to yourself, all right, I'm gonna make a pact where every single time I go to a venue and perform, I have to do whatever song I'm doing like differently. Because if like someone's following me on tour, right, we don't want them to basically see, like, know exactly what's gonna happen before it happens, and like already be in queue with the routine, essentially, right? You want them to be surprised every time, and again, for people to really feel like you can do a lot of different stuff, and you'll, of course, allow yourself to not get tired of that song, right? You'll love it for like the first 100 or so times, you know, and then, you know, when you want to perform something else, but they kind of request that one, right? You always want to have that sort of backup way of performing it. That's why, you know, you have the different situations or whatnot. It puts the record on a different, you know, kill or whatnot. Melodies were freaking proper though. Let me see what y'all was saying in the chat. Let me see. Did you play the song What I Need? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And then what'd you say? And then we liked it. We liked it, Sapa. Let me see. You said he sounds like early Kid Leroy and something like that, man. There we go. There we go. And then his hook hard. You know what I'm saying? Indo Frogger was also saying. Yeah. And then the clean mix. Vocals aren't clashing. I love it, man. That's what we love to hear. That's what we love to hear. And I wonder if you and Endo need to make a record together and whatnot, just because y'all names are so similar. You know what I'm saying right there. Jendo and Endo. Sapa, you can rewind the stream on our YouTube side and stuff like that. Like quite literally, you can go all the way back to the beginning of our episode, and quite literally, we've been streaming for 6 hours and 10 minutes or whatnot. So now is your chance to go and do that, you know what I'm saying? Because we just got out of it. Let me see what we got. Should we jump into 1 minute mode? I think we'll do that or whatnot. It's about 12:33 right now. Let me make sure. So, and I'll explain to everybody what it is. Unless that's a... Was that? Yes. Why does that keep showing from like a whole nother... All right. So 1 minute mode again. Basically, again, every remaining record we play for 1 minute, tops, right? Tops and minimum or whatnot. And they don't say, like, regardless of if it's a good song, like, look, the thing that happens with it is it's a good mode, essentially, for really testing how good or not your song is. Because if you have that 1 minute, it's a mandatory sort of like time or whatnot. And again, just imagine if the radio was like that, to where like people had to actually press a button to basically tell it to continue, essentially, or essentially if you know, it was just gonna switch to another artist if they didn't, you know, say anything essentially by that time. In this case, that's not what we're not gonna keep it going, because we do want to, you know, get more of you guys, you know what I'm saying, played or whatnot. So in the free line, all records will be played for that minute. If it's good, it shows that, you know, like, man, you know, so far so good. We do want to hear more, and you can, you know, continue on, you know what I'm saying, with that. I'll usually tell you guys to resend the record on our next episode, so that way we can still listen to it on our next or whatnot. And I may, you know, depending on what we do, I'll give you a free skip for that. And then if it's bad, like if we want it to end before that 1 minute, that says a lot about your record and how much needs to be done to it. Because we're wanting to end we want to skip, we want to go to something else, but we're forced to still listen to it for a minute. And if it feels like a chore or like we're being tortured, that's bad. That's it. We don't have cutaways essentially for those two. But
1 minute mode has been activated as requested, Mr. Dorky, sir.
Thank you, C3.
It's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity Sorry, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
What else was I going to say? Oh, as I said, if you skip the line, we'll play the full song. So don't think that like if you skip, it's still in that 1 minute mode or something like that. So if you skip in the 1 minute mode, we'll still play the full song, give you a full review, and you know, go from there. We're just in 1 minute mode for all of the free line. I do have a timer that I show on the Tube and Twitch. Hold on, where the freak? Open up. How do I always end up with like 80 freaking windows open? Close, close, close. Close it. Okay, close and close. All right. All right, 1 minute mode. Get ready to commence. This is 9. Ah, no, wait. Stop. I gotta wait until this ad goes by. And all right. Nope. Restart it again.
1 minute on the clock.
Head over and check the rewind. He gets a little bit of extra time because I accidentally.
Opponents still conspire, I keep climbing up the ladder. Believe I'm still a fighter, can't you see I turn and fire? But you see I'm not no liar, don't you see we're one combined? I can't let you in my mind, won't play these games, we can't align. I still see you from the light, just hope you know I'll take my time. I still see your shine is bright, I still see you on my side. I still see you on my side, you're addicted to your mind. Yeah, your eyes are just my focus, yeah, believe I'm in your eye. Yeah, your body's fire and focus.
He gets a little bit of extra time because I had it on the right screen.
Yeah, your eyes are just my focus. Yeah, believe I'm in your eye. Yeah, your body's fire and focus. It's a surprise I'm in your life. Yeah, don't waste my time, focus.
You can see it though.
Like Moses, can't you see you're fucking chosen? I can't hear you.
All right, that was about 1 minute right there. Okay, I need to replace something. Bring this. With this, it was alright. You know what I'm saying? It was just a little bit of a vibe. I would say this is one of those records that, you know, it could play for a good like slow motion moment and like, you know, some certain movie or whatnot. Again, that someone getting out of the car in slow motion, looking suave or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? They finally got to live that lavish life or whatnot, and you know, just walking out smoothly or something like that. You know, that plays towards that, and it might be cool or whatnot. Still needs that polish though, right? If we're talking industry record right next to you know, like artists who you're in the genre with, like Amigos and Future and something like compare and contrast, man. You know, put them on the same playlist and essentially listen to them right next to each other. Like everybody else is pretty much going to hear it, because if they put that right next to something, certain things are going to be louder, certain things are going to be lower, and you know, they'll just be able to tell it's more of, you know, a mixtape record or an independent artist or whatnot. So he said, I think the vocals are overpowered. I agree, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Especially when you have the beats that are like that, where the synths are, you know, like they have a lot of personality essentially, right? It's very electric, as you know, we'd say. You know, things do need to be very balanced, otherwise it just kind of, you know, feels like it's hidden behind the beat, and then the words don't feel as important, you know, anymore, and it just becomes a little bit of a vibe, and you just kind of remember like all you remember is the slight, you know, vibe that's there. And again, I want people to want to remember everything. You want to have those moments where like you could put the mic out to the crowd and everyone's singing every word or whatnot, right? And not just because they looked it up, because like, no, the song comes out clear that way, right? And if it's good, the performance is good, like everybody's gonna, you know, be performing with you. Like that's the moment that we all dream of that, right? You know, we did two things when we first started rapping. One was like, oh, let me rap in the mirror right quick, see what it would look like if I'm in the music video, right? Like that's the closest thing we have to that. And now obviously we can like film ourselves and like try to do as much of a music video as possible. But you know, damn, I forgot what the other thing was and shit like that. But you know, y'all know where I was going with it mostly. 1 minute on the clock. Zamarian, this one's called She Ain't Gonna Like That. She ain't gonna like that. She ain't gonna like what you gotta put the fight. Everybody in the night. 46 seconds.
All the trauma mystery.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm only thankful for the part that was a provider, not the loving mother. I was only 6 years old.
20 seconds.
Dealing with the bull and the bull. Made it all the way to 18 years old. Could care less. Your day went up.
No. 20 seconds has awoken. 20 seconds, not bad in terms of the vocals. We can hear that you can actually sing, right? Which is always good, because when you do those live performances, right, everything just, you know, sounds natural. It feels like you have like a natural vibrato as well, which, you know, makes it come off, you know, clean. You have, I'll tell you who you remind me of, right? Craig David, you know, everybody, you know, Fill Me In was like the biggest song that everybody, you know what I'm saying, would know. But I could imagine you doing a remix of, you know, his song or anything like that. But you have the similar like sort of like voice signature. And you know, so far it did, you know, sound good. I appreciate that the record would have been like somewhere in the like 3 minutes and 22 second you know, sector or whatnot, right? So you have a full song, you know, structure there, something that I do appreciate from artists, you know, on the show or whatnot. Like however much of a record that you guys are actually able to, you know, do, like show people, man, listen, we gotta talk about it. All right, this era, all right, we have to give the listeners more. Stop trying to find easier ways to like make things freaking happen, and like not even like give the listeners, you know, like what really feels like their money's worth. A shorter song is not their money's worth, right? It's less of you and less of what you can do. You should be fighting for time to show people more notes, more melodies, more flows, more anything. You know what I'm saying? If you have a features that you can, you know, break into the song, all of those things will always, you know, allow a song to be that much better or whatnot. But we can't continue to do less and then like demand more from the fans. And like, you know, again, when you guys have started, you know, you stopped performing the professional way, right? When you start going up there with your vocals and unprepared, and when people start seeing that, they stop wanting to like go out and like even pay for artists, you know, when you're trying to, you know, sell those tickets or whatnot. So they need to feel like they're getting an experience or whatnot, right? That goes for both the songs that we make as well as the performances that we do. And then the videos should always be in between, something that's, you know, fun, creative. It should, you know, for a second stop time for those that are able to tap into it or whatnot, right? You should be getting a little bit of an experience while you're watching the video. And it's a little bit of a short film, you know what I'm saying? To be honest, if you guys look at it in the right ways, and if you make that right short film, it makes that impact. Everybody wants to check it out. They all want to do, you know, the reactions and stuff like that to it or whatnot. And, you know, you pretty much have always had decent records, you know what I'm saying? But then let's go ahead and get back in the free line again.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Yo, Dork Squad, this is Rick Sanchez telling you to donate 10 flurbles to Cash App $ pay a dork to get your song played fast as shit.
Now, Carl, I was gonna play yours, but I mean, it's like it's AI, right? At least from what you said in the email, you said I'm a writer, I use AI, so I don't care. Essentially, man, I feel me right now. I haven't yet accepted the AI, you know, creation, you know, process or whatnot. Because I always, like, I've made everything myself. I've never had like the help of a machine to do the thing, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't even feel comfortable with like, let me take this melody thing that I have right here and then randomize it and then make that the beat. Like, it wouldn't feel like I did anything. Like, I always want to feel like I have some say over the thing that I'm, you know what I'm saying, working on. By the way, I appreciate the so how do I submit a song? Let me put it in the chat for the chew. Let me put it in the chat for you. Oh, hold on. That's not gonna work because I put all caps. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, you know, just to boil it down so we don't have to have a whole conversation, you know, about it. It says I feel more of a connection when everything on the record is done by real people. Right? And I think everybody can agree with that. Like, you'd feel some type of way if you found out your favorite artist was basically AI, right? Like, they weren't real and you can't like tell them anything. You can't say, hey man, I love your shit, because they don't exist. You can't go shake their hand. You can't interview them. You can't see them live. Those are the things that you run into. You can't do a feature with them. Yes, you can do a feature with a person who controls the AI, but again, it's not the same. There's no, would you pay to go to a show? Would you drive 500 miles or freaking more or whatever, you know, to go see an AI entity live? And it's not real. That's the problem. That is the problem. That is the problem, right? So there's this aspect of, you know, we can't be impressed. We cannot be impressed unless we get to see you doing the thing. If you're a producer, we kind of now need to see you like making the beat from scratch. We need to see the work put in, and that, like, you know what you're doing when it comes to that thing. And then we get to see that final, you know, product, you know, kind of sound or whatnot. But other than that, when and if we see that you have help, you know, and it's not like another person collabing, like, we're okay with other people collabing and sort of, you know, helping compile and create a record. Like, we know that. But AI is different, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit of a cheat code. It is like taking steroids, right? So, you know, if we're gonna have and feel some type of way when an athlete is found to have taken steroids and they get kicked out of whatever the hell they're in, you know, we have to have the same energy when it comes to artists, because we can't have producers and or artists using AI winning awards for anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't feel fair because it's not them, it's AI in some cases. In other cases, it's like, again, the person is a writer, like in what he wants us to play, it's a writer, right? They type the words of the song that they have in their head into the thing, and it spits out a whole record, the beat, the artist, the melody, the structure, and everything. And so, like, when that happens, do we still say that person wrote the song? Do we say, like, because they didn't really think of the melodies. They didn't think of, you know, what was going to happen with the production and stuff like that. We can't even say they produced the beat. How much do we allow a person to say they had to do with in those AI situations? And then even if they're going to take that song and then bring it to a real artist as the artist, like, I would feel uncomfortable with that. I want to work with a person to figure out what that melody and everything should be, as opposed to, all right, I'm gonna just put my words in this thing and then it will figure out the melody, and then I'm gonna take that to the artist for them to basically use the blueprint of the song. And then, like, nah, man, I want to do more work. I'm that way, at least me personally. You said they're just a lyricist. I mean, that's what it is. And, like, look, there are artists, plenty of them, that are willing to help you. All right, this is what I want to remind you of. Literally, before you guys go to AI at all, always put a post out on all platforms, just like letting people know what it is you need, right? If it's like, hey, I need some dope drums or something like that to this melody or whatnot, put that melody out. Wait like a day or 3, right? Maybe a week or so, like, and watch the people tap in with so many different elements that for you to really choose from, and like real people for you to actually work with. Like, that's what I've seen. Like, literally last week I saw some girl who was like, hey, add something to this, and it was just like some flute thing that she was just playing the flute real quick, and then everybody was like, bet. It was a drummer who popped up, a guy with a guitarist, you know what I'm saying, a guitarist basically who had it popped up, straight beat maker on like Fruity Loops and stuff like that. Like, everybody was popping out of the woodwork showing what they could do with that thing, right? And then, you know, it gets promotion out for you as a person, as an artist, as whatever it is that you do. More people get to know about you through that situation. Our whole audiences get to know about y'all, because when I'm duetting with that thing, right? If I'm like, oh, let me show what I could do, you know what I'm saying? Like, my whole audience is seeing that. They're seeing you. It's the same thing, right? So essentially, we have a lot of ways that you guys can work with real people to create your songs. And so, like, let's say it's a song, right? So you have to have that idea for the song. There was a website that I remember, you know, where artists could essentially be that vessel, right? You'd have the whole idea of the song in your head, or like what you want to make a song about, you know. And some of you guys may have saw that ad at one point. It was like a female in the car with like her husband, and she was letting him listen to the song that she had someone else make, and it was about, and she was just like, oh, listen to this song, and she didn't tell him anything or whatnot. And when they listened to the song, it was like about, you know, how good of a dad he was, and how good he took care of the kids or whatnot. And then, like, it was a really good song too. So you had this really good artist singing this song that was a very personal sort of like, you know, thing, you know, to these people or whatnot. But it made it that much more worth it that it was a real person and not AI, because AI can only do so much, right? It gives you that first like, you know, that you chuckle about it, but you don't feel a personal connection to it or the artist. You don't immediately, here's the big kicker, you don't immediately go like, oh, I want to hear more from this AI artist and shit like that, because most of them sound the same. You know, we're still in like clone territory where, you know, like, we're still trying to figure out where the originality is gonna come from, and you are not helping, right? Here's Johnny. Let's go ahead and put you in right now so I can stop talking about the AI situation. He said, man, I'm trying to be annoying as fuck, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I know I am in the line. You'd have to skip the line
at least 150
in order for that, buddy. That's why we're in the 1 minute mode right now, so that we can try to get things done a little bit faster. But however, that's about it.
Peace the Lord Mixer. Here's Johnny.
1 minute.
Peace the Lord Mixer.
We're in 1 minute mode right now.
Here's Johnny.
You better hurry up. Hurry up.
Mixer.
Here's Johnny.
Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better,
25
Tuba Red is true through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The Stu Shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better, Tuba Red is true through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The
9
Stu
seconds.
Shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better, Tuba Red is true through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever.
And that was 1 minute. You wasted half that time. Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny.
Peace the Lord Mixer.
Here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
So, but underground hip hop, you know, I appreciate, you know, your consistent energy, you know what I'm saying, all the times. Like, you love to rap to abstract, you know, beats, of course. And like, look, if you're gonna do the thing where you sort of like, you know, repeat it a little bit at the beginning or whatnot, like, look, you gotta add some DJ scratches and stuff like that. Like, make it feel authentic, you know, within that realm. And then I think it would feel better, you know, that way or whatnot. We still would have hit the same, you know, button or whatnot. You know, we're in that 1 minute mode, and yes, I gotta fix the TV, but it's all good, man. We're gonna get back into the free line right now. 1 minute on the clock as soon as we throw this right on in. But in terms of that you know, last record, again, I'd sort of streamlined the intro and then actually extend it. Hey, let me pull up all the tank. I don't even know what happening, but man,
you fine, baby. Come sit and drink some wine with me. I made some bread, and I know it takes some time, baby. I was on my ass in the corner, I had to cry, lady. I'm on the field, I'm throwing rocks, and I feel like Tom Brady. Looking at my niggas in the hood, I'm asking God, please. Showing all these blueprints, but they steady criticizing me. Keep a gun on my waist, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Like I seen too many demons. These niggas gon' hate for no reason. How you love me, but now you leaving. So my brother, it's the time to make the bag to win this season. Please don't tell me that you love me if you don't know what's the meaning. All that ass inside them shorts, baby girl, you know you're teasing. All the smoke up in the air, I know the city fucking reeking. And the know that they don't get no fuck, cause they'll leave you bleeding. Doctor told me to kill the pain. All I gotta do is take a pill. Niggas really pussy thinking damn man, cause they gotta steal. Laying in the hospital bed for 7 days, till the life got real. Now I'ma keep it real, you got one life, so you cannot fall. Feel like I feel better in the ring, nigga, who ready to rumble. Thought I heard a pussy.
That's 1 minute. You know what I'm saying? Again, everybody gets their minute. I'm torn because, you know, it's like, I do like the fact that he, you know, that he switched it up, right? I feel like, you know, there were, you know, again, he fluctuated in the energy. Like, that's what we asked for, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't want you to stay in the same thing and be repetitive the whole time, and you know, in some cases monotone, right? So you fluctuating in tone, all that is all fine and dandy. However, I think it's just that, like, you're not necessarily singing on key on some of the parts or whatnot. So it just feels like, why is the auto-tune essentially there? And I kind of just want you to, like, straight up rap, especially when it changes, you know, because it feels like that part should be more hardcore. As a matter of fact, if it was me, I would use the first half for more, you know, of the melodic stuff, and then once it changes up to that different half, you know, it's straight, you know, rap or whatnot. And if you got to get a feature on that to make the feature be the straight rapper, like, that's what I would do or whatnot, because it changes in a good way where it would be dope to sort of see the artist, you know, or hear the artist kind of like transform or whatnot. But I say see because, like, we're able to get those visuals in people's freaking heads, you know what I'm saying, if we do it right. What did Code David said, you know what I'm saying? He said, I sent the email. Song I sent is a rough demo, you know what I'm saying? It's not finished yet, but I like to post my demos, you know what I'm saying, to this YouTube to get people's opinion. Of course. You said I sent it, you know what I'm saying, before I knew you were on, you know what I'm saying, playing 1 minute, you know what I'm saying? First song I sent, you know what I'm saying, super slow compared to my other song. So I'm sending another song that is shorter that I would rather get reviewed or whatnot. Well, always remember that, you know, in that 1 minute mode, if you skip the line, we will still play the full song or whatnot, right? So it's only 1 minute mode for, you know, the free line, so we can get, you know, everybody within, you know, played a little bit faster. And, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of a fun game, might I add, right on the side, just kind of like seeing, you know what I'm saying, what's up and whatnot. So skip that line if you do want the full song played, or if you wanted more than one of your records in a back-to-back fashion. That still works as well.
This song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird.
Different. It was a different artist.
Beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit. I'm thinking you were high. Like
There's someone who just popped up and just said they just sent. Is what happened. You know what I'm saying? Because that was a completely different artist. Let me see what we got. And then what did you say? You said Lil Ruick. Lil Ruick is the best Barry had said and stuff like that, man. How you know what he do? What did Lil Ruick do that changed the world? Let me get back into the line. Come on now. This is why we are in 1 minute mode. You only got 1 minute. That isn't like the song. Blah blah blah. Oh, come on! You sent a freaking.
I'm just trying, moving slowly. I'm just trying to find my place. I've been rolling, smoking lately. I'm just trying to fade away.
You get 1 minute,
I'm
bro.
just tripping, moving slowly.
This is gonna end
I'm
before
just
that.
trying to see your face.
I hear that. What the fuck? Okay.
She be crying 24/7. Where you going? Looking for happiness. Time is wasted. Looking for love.
Why? Okay, that's it. I'm just gonna stop the time. I don't know what to. I feel like I should just hit the dorky. Don't play that anyways.
When these rappers try to make a clever song, no matter what they do, we'll never get along. Because the COVID now will never share a bone. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye, in your back, in your arm check. I got shaved right up.
So, I mean, it goes without saying, like, people don't really like hearing acapellas unless, okay, here are the scenarios where they don't mind an acapella. A, if it's a barbershop quartet, right? Because they are the music. It's and they're like, they have the harmonization and shit like that. All right. The other way is, right, if, you know, like battles, rap battles, when they're, you know what I'm saying, I'll lift you up 5 feet and then I'll see the leave with the top, whatever, like, you know what I'm saying, when they're in a battle mode, right, there are two types, right, the sort of with the beat, sort of off top freestyle, and then the sort of like whether it's written or off top in person, sort of like battle rap. But other than that, when you're just like randomly singing in the shower, or you're just like, hey, I just thought of this song right quick, and then something. I mean, like, look, maybe what you were trying to do is exactly what I said when it came to, like, you know, the whole AI situation of like, man, like, look, just ask people to help you make a real song out of like what you're trying to do, as opposed to going to AI, because you put this in AI, it comes out with a freaking song. And then again, we're basically competing with that, right? But like, I think if it was a test to see what essentially we could do with like really making these into full songs, like, you know, challenge accepted, right? For everyone, you know what I'm saying, within there or whatnot. I didn't feel like, you know, it's something that you were necessarily, you know, taking serious, you know, as of right now. It might even just be like a meme, you know, submission, which is fine, but like, you know, if you want to impress, you know, there are ways and whatnot. Trey Wavy, we got you up right now. Again, 1 minute on the clock. And or if your record happens to be less than that, man, you save yourself, I suppose. Although like that just felt awkward, right? Because we didn't know what to do with. There's no music. There is no music. All right, we need. You see that? We got a piano already.
I'm only one.
Got a synth in there. I still don't know what he just said, but
they be dancing, they be us, but I still ballin', shit get rough. Shit, I was hot, I run straight, they flick the mics, they catching dust. Treat my bitch like she a queen, but in the bed I fuck a slut. I'm tryna cop a Cardi wash and get AP put on my bus. Stop trying, you can't fuck with me, little bro, just give it up. Big dog, I been down before a while, I ain't no pup. Since I'm drinking, think about Lil Joe, I'm tryna kick the cup. I got a habit, cracking G's and putting grams up in a blunt. They be like, Joe, why you ain't tryna rap, bro? I been tryna grind. She be like, babe, I'm tryna see you, I'm OT, don't got no time. I'm in the streets, the labels coming in, they won't let trade a sign. A simple nigga, I eat biggie bags, I won't go tryna dime. Bro, turn me up, the bass up to the max, and mode this how to dump. I got some shots, cause I don't fuck with house, some boys don't wanna bump. I got some racks, this shit for the stats, I'm stashing for the month. Phones be beating bad, I'm stacking stats, my pockets got a lump. She like, babe, come give me while you dump out, like the way you drive. Ooh, it's the latest Jeep and sport, just watch it glide. Who you know did what I did, I'm 1-on-1, I never lie. I'm living life, I'm with the bros, we cracking G's and getting fraud.
Ooh, you ended that at the perfect time. Well, no, he didn't end it right there. That verse, that part. See, it still goes, but at least it ends at a part that makes, you know, sense for, you know, the 1 minute that you had on the clock. Now there is repetition, right? Because we know exactly where you're gonna go. Like we know the progression that's gonna be there or whatnot, right? We appreciate that it's at least, you know, kind of two of them freaking, you know what I'm saying, at the very least. But because you can go into higher tones, I can tell that you can do a lot more, right? So I would just simply remind you that in any song that you do, try to fluctuate in melodies, right? So have like, you know, you do that for like 8 bars, and then the next 8 bars you sort of like switch the melodies that you do in there or whatnot. That keeps the listener on their toes and not feeling like, you know, you're predictable and that they know where you're gonna go. You did have the right energy to, you know, the song or the beat that we were listening to you on. And so I do feel like you at least, you know, feel it. And it's a type record, right? Because it's a type beat, right? You get on a type beat, you make a type record. It just is that simple. With that said, you then have become a type artist as well. And you do have to figure out, right, what are the things that are going to make me sound different from a Lil Baby, a freaking, you know what I'm saying, like whoever, Lil Baby, Dub Baby, Lil Uzi, whoever people may sort of like feel like you're often in lanes adjacent to, right? Tell your story. And in most cases, like, you know, I feel like an entire generation has been tricked into like not telling their story, right? Or feeling like, you know, they just kind of, you know, go through the same things. But let's stick with the first one, right? Not telling your story, right? You hear something that you like, and then you sort of make music that sounds exactly, you know, the same to try to basically gain that fan base and stuff like that. So what's wrong with that as opposed to getting your own fan base, right? Which is like the better option, because guess what? Like whatever, basically you have to find your own type beat. Don't go after a Drake type beat. Don't go after a so-and-so type beat. Like link up with a producer and like try to create a new sound that is very cohesive with you, so that when people hear you, like if they're gonna make beats for you at all, they do have to make that new type of beat, but it becomes a you type beat. If you don't have a type beat, essentially you don't have an originality, and you're still, let me rap to this other artist type beat, this other artist, right? You're still like sort of piggybacking You know, or as we like to say, cosplay, man. You know what I'm saying? For those who have been to Comic-Con, there are many people there who are literally dressed one-to-one, like the Joker or RoboCop or Batman, or, you know, a life-size Transformer and shit. Like, literally, like, they'll have stilts on and the whole thing that'll make them look robotic, and then like walking around and like moving and talking and stuff. Like, people will figure out ways to be what they like. But why have we done this in music, right? Where we, you know, lose a little bit of our identity and just sort of like need to remember that we're selling ourselves to people. You know what I'm saying? Our story, our sort of like how we grew up, whatever it is. And, you know, trying to figure out that reason for a label to sign you when they have sometimes, you know, give or take, I'll say like 5, you know, who might sound, you know, a little bit similar or whatnot. But often they'll find no reason in having yet another someone who they already have. If you ever notice, like, Drake is Drake, right? There wasn't, like, there are other people who kind of sound like Drake or have that influence, but they aren't signed by the same, you know, label. So essentially, you know, there still has to be that something different for you to really shine within those sectors or whatnot. So I always felt like Childish Gambino almost had a Drake influence sort of style at first, and then he branched off into more of, you know, more of like himself in like so many different ways or whatnot. He's a very sort of different, you know what I'm saying, artist or whatnot. G-Eazy had a slight Drake-esque sort of, you know, style or whatnot, if you guys want to say that, in between like a Drake and like maybe Big Sean. You know, but there was something where you could still tell, you know, I think his voice, you know what I'm saying, apart a little bit. And then I appreciate that he raps a lot more than, you know what I'm saying, Drake did. And again, you guys can sort of like go over the whoever else you've felt like has that feeling and sound. But the fact remains, man, just be yourselves, make sure that you're telling your own stories, and all in all, like, remembering that at the end of the day, right, you got to have a documentary about your whole shit like 10 years down the line. You know, are you lucky enough to? Is your life interesting enough? I mean, well, I don't want to say that, right? Because like, it's not about being interesting. It's just about, you know, again, are these things feeding into, you know, who you are, you know, becoming as a person? What are you going through? Just the struggle as an artist and a human being that sort of like informs things or whatnot. Sometimes it's those that you've lost, and then you know, end up having to, you know, make a song, you know, about it. It helps you make sense of things. It sort of inspires you to make more stuff. Maybe you had a homie who made music, they passed, and then you decided to make music to honor them. Bro, what kind, like, that's a story right there, man. I just made that up and shit like that. I'm hoping somebody has that story though. What did you say? You said, "Oh my God, I'm going to send an MP3 and not the video," and stuff like that. Are you sure? Well, send it to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com so you guys can get in there or whatnot. Anyways, big salute. Let me jump back in. What up, Cole? I said dat baby, or da baby. He said, I sent the email, you know what I'm saying, the song, you know what I'm saying, I sent it as a rough demo and not finished yet, but I like to post them. Oh, you had already said that. And then again, hold on. What is this an MP4? Am I able to play it from here? Let me see. Oh, nah. It's not too big. I can do it. And then what'd you say? Send an MP3. Was that? I wonder if that was it. I wonder if this was essentially, because it is a video file, man.
I'm looking for the magic.
It's way too hot, I need another AC. She right here with me, burning up, I think she hates me. Going stir crazy, trying to stay off dope, I'm getting
Was it gonna be a different song or something?
Make these people pay me. All I do is daydream. No, I need to stay scheming. Words starting to phase me lately. I don't know who I am, like damn, can I get a cigarette? So much shit I wish I could forget. Stressing. The best thing that I got going on right now is there's nothing from Walmart I can't get for less than 60 cents. Cause fool let me read up as a whoop whoop. I guess all the rules are meant to be broken. I'm so broken, still choking, but I ain't no longer worried about breathing hope. You must think I'm dumb when you a genius hoe. Usually want some money, you're some penis, so you're getting both. Fresh like scope, bitch, I'm hopeless, case you didn't know. Hate when shit start getting old. No, this isn't over. These conflictions ain't about to let me let you go. Nothing I struggle with more than me letting go. It's way too hot, I need an AC. I'm way too fine, know just why these crackers hate me. I've been slinging dope and we ain't talking unless you pay me. Damn right as fuck you pay me. And you ain't got my money, shit's about to get crazy. I just told you I need another AC. I got my girl right here beside me burning up, I think she started to hate me. Going stir crazy, so fuck you, pay me. Fuck you, pay me. Fuck you, pay me. It's way too hot, I need another AC. She right here with me burning up, I think she hates me. Going stir crazy, trying to stay off dope, I'm getting lazy.
I forgot about the one. You sidechecked me, damn it. You sidechecked me. Stop it. Alright, so what I will say is take off that extra vocal that's within there, right? It is a little bit of a distraction. I'm not necessarily a fan of doubles outside of like choruses and stuff like that. So often like an in and out is usually better, right? What's an in and out? What's the difference between an in and out? An in and out is where you say only the important words and lines and phrases. You don't usually say the whole line and like say everything and then make everything go in. When you're doing that, you're basically saying you want it to be like an anthem and everybody should, you know, sing along with you at the same time, which we all want. But, you know, I think on this one, we need your verses to breathe, right? It has a piano kind of situation in there. So if you were able to perform this live, it would be just you by yourself and that pianist, and it wouldn't be like all this extra stuff and your extra vocal in there. And even more when you do add an extra vocal, if it's a double, if it's ad-libs, ins and outs, turn those down tremendously more. Never have it be the same volume as your main vocal, because once again, you're basically competing with, you know, and just pretend you had a hype man on stage with you. Pretend you had 3 hype men on stage with you, but there's only 1 mic. And so they keep coming up to you and grabbing it and then just like trying to basically rap the whole song with you right next to you. That's what it feels like, right? And so you want to cut them down a little bit more so that they move a little bit more to the back or whatnot, because they're supposed to be, you know, the background. You're the main artist, right? So for me, I didn't mind what I was hearing. I like your energy. It was just a little bit distracting having the 2 vocals, you know, go on, you know, at the same time, you know what I'm saying? And I know just like things can be a little bit, you know, better. So if potentially, you know what I'm saying, either you just sort of like in the mix, or if it's a re-recordation, I don't know how anything was recorded or anything like that, but you know, again, all anything ever really needs is that potential. And then, you know what I'm saying, from there you sort of like figure out where you're gonna you know what I'm saying, work or whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate that. Let me see. All right, let me see. Did we get let's go ahead and check real quick. Okay, cool. We'll go ahead and drop you in, and then go in and do the give a if you are in the cusp. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. Dun-dun, dun-dun. This is Gleam with M&M's. Is it really that low though? Is it really that low? Yo! Is it really that? Yo, low. I don't really want to go slow. Hey, 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 hey. Kind of glad it's low a little bit. Oh my gosh. Make a clean version at least. Let me go. There's a lot of freaking times you won't let me go. No freaking where you don't know what the hell. Freaking there's a lot of time where you stuck in jail and then my mommy made me make this whole song and then I had to turn that shit off. Listen, I feel like it does have some potential, right? Obviously it needs to be a lot louder, like because we can't hear nothing, so that sort of puts it at a disadvantage a little bit or whatnot. So whatever you can do to make it a little bit more professional in that way, make it happen, and that's about it or whatnot. But listen, I do make a clean version or whatnot, right? Just because, you know, some platforms will block your reach, you know, when you sort of say certain freaking things or whatnot. If you want to be a part of the giveaway, if you're watching right about now, hashtag Dork Squad in the chat. I'm gonna put 30 seconds on the clock, and those names that I see, I'll put on the wheel. We'll sort of do the giveaway, head out for the night, and then be back tomorrow because I gotta go watch Ironheart. I think the episode's like dropped today, so I gotta see what's up. So where's the 30 seconds on? Where the 30 seconds on the clock? Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Cole. Can you mix the track at least? Like everything needs to come up louder. Mix the track though, you know, so that we can actually hear, you know, everything a little bit louder and so like that. Cool, we got you. You know, it said it sounds better on streaming. So here's the problem though. Here is the problem, right? If your mix isn't proper, right? If your mix isn't proper, certain platforms, especially like YouTube, for example, like YouTube will basically automatically cut your record, you know, down or whatnot, right? That's why like YouTube is a little bit of a problem sometimes or whatnot, but at least it's a good, you know, sort of like, it's a good way to gauge, you know, how well your mix actually, you know, is or whatnot. It may just be, you know, a little bit louder than it needs to be. And so YouTube, again, you know, will turn it down. Certain other platforms may keep it, you know, a certain level, you know, but it has to be consistent across the board. Because again, when people are trying to add your records to, you know, when people are trying to add your records to like their playlist and, you know, just with other artists in the similar genre, right? You basically just want to hear what everybody else is gonna hear when they put your song in the same thing. If your record goes next to like some Green Day or some Blink-182 or you know, Paramore or Evanescence or something, right? You want to be able to, you know, have everything just be consistent to where nobody has to touch the volume knob or feel like, man. And in this case, you know, when we want to turn it up and it's just automatically low, there's like not much that we can sort of do. You know, again, that's a little bit of a problem. Better to like have to want to turn something up than to have to, you know, turn it down because it's way too distorted and loud. But, you know, still, they both, I think, have the same purpose or whatnot. Yeah. And then, that's another thing too. When you're making or adding your song to a visual, some apps will, you know, sort of like mess with the quality as well if you don't sort of like save it in the right, you know, format. And sometimes we'll try to just like, let me just do the lowest so I can save, you know, space. Anyways, let me spin for you and then we'll head out. When I'm like back in it. When I'm like back in it, like a lot of freaking people, they know that they rapping it. Man, I know like that half of this and a half of this. Matter of fact, I don't know. I had to laugh at this. 80% off Dorky merch plus a free skip or whatnot. I do have merch. Essentially, I have a few different, you know what I'm saying, websites that have a few things, right? You know what I'm saying? Hoodies, backpacks, you know what I'm saying, shoes, you know, a lot of stuff or whatnot. So you'd get 80% off whatever you sort of, you know, end up wanting to buy essentially from there if you do. But also comes with a free skip that you can send on our next show. So the next time that you come to the show, make sure that you hashtag
I'm floating in the air, drifting all alone in the zone and I don't care. Please leave me alone, everybody leave me there, 'cause I'm high.
hashtag free skip in the subject line of the email, and then we'll be able to put your sort of thing in or whatnot. But yeah. Oh, and then as for the merch, let me put that in the chat. Here's the first one, because I have two different ones, and then this one right here or whatnot. And if you find something that you basically ended up wanting, screenshot it, send me an email with it, and say, you know, want to try this thing for the discount. I will see you guys on our next show or whatnot, man. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. I appreciate you guys. And you know, we will of course try to be back tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying? Get some rest and goodbye.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is so